stall out them pint bottles out granny crib. I poured so much I ain't want to live. Told money then, shit, we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga, I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game, I try plenty settings. It's all or nothing. How niggas been. Got sucker niggas, keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech get some more than her. Guess she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale, and it's always over. Sneak wishing well, I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Here we go, chat. What we doing, man? Y'all locked or what, chat? I'm rested. We finna have a good night, man. What we talking about in here tonight, chat? What going on?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
That's what's going on, man.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, chat. Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? They say Minnesota victim may cause a government shutdown. Should ICE be funded? And we got Jasmine Crockett debating James Talrico, chat. We got an action-packed episode. We're going to go over to Debate Nation after this and do a panel recap. Y'all can come holler at me, man. It is what it is, man. Let me see what I actually got on the agenda. Double tap the screen, shut alive out. We are 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. We got to get in the algorithm. I need y'all to hit that like button, go up to the top, hit the damn three dots, hit like, y'all know what's going on, man. We got Bovino is going to talk about Alex Peretti. They had him over there on CNN. Also, we got Christy Nome right here on Fox News. Also, they're saying the Democrats have pulled support for the government funding bill over at the Alex Peretti being unalived. Man, the Democrats have pulled support for the government funding bill. We know that was the 1.65 trillion. It was going to be 800 something for the defense budget, 64 billion, and that was going to go to DHS. 20 million for the body cams, 2 million for the de-escalation training. Well, the Democrats said F all of that, man. They're not going with that shit. ICE doesn't need any more money because of this. We'll also check in with that investigation, and then we'll get into the Jasmine Crockett, James Talrico. We got an action-packed episode. I need everybody to double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. Who we got in here? Mama Money, what it do? Tony Dorsey, what it do? Prada, what it do? Betis, what it do? I see you in here, Lori. What's up, Lori? H Buster, what we got going on? Y'all double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. I don't know, man. I don't know what's about to go on. We'll see what's about to go on. Let's get into this Christy Nome. I want to know what the hell Christy Nome is talking about. Let's get into Christy Noam.
People are waking up and they are wondering two things. Am I going to lose power from the storm? And what the heck happened with the Border Patrol agents shooting this guy in Minneapolis? We will get to that, but first, with the storm, what are the folks here at FEMA's Nerve Center telling you about how things have played out overnight?
Well, this is the national...
All right, Chad, before we get into it, if y'all have been affected by the storm, press 1 if the storm has affected you. Press 2 if the storm has not affected you.
Response Coordination Center. So we actually have many
What's up, Philip?
embedded here that are responding to local communities and states as they get through this winter storm. We knew for several days ahead of time this would be significant. It would impact about 40 states. It would include not just snow, but the damaging ice that could be catastrophic for people losing power by taking down power lines, impacting tree branches that would cause a lot of damage. So we're seeing about 1 million people without power, although all the local communities and states are responding with repair crews, all coordinated together to make sure that everybody gets help as soon as they possibly can.
And the threat from power outages, if the storm has gone, is the threat past, or do people still need to worry tonight about branches freezing and power lines
No,
getting
the
dropped
situation with this storm is pretty unique just because it's going to stay cold for a period of time. So this ice that has fallen will keep those lines heavy, even if they have...
Yeah, Chad, the ice actually broke a lot of stuff in my local area. I'm talking about warehouses collapsing, other warehouses getting slid into by vehicles, then collapsing. My damn overhead for my old school, it collapsed. It's a lot of shit going on right now, Chad.
Down immediately. For several days, we're going to have below freezing temperatures that will make sure that if we get a little bit of wind or we get some stress on those lines, they still could potentially lose power. So we're going to continue to monitor that. FEMA coordinates that through the state. All the governors I've talked to multiple times, and we've been working with them and their emergency management directors to make sure they have the equipment that they need. In disasters like this, it's always the local leadership team that responds. The state manages the disaster, and then FEMA comes in and...
Yeah, I still, fortunately, I still do have power. Some people in my local area, they've been out of power going on 2 days now. They've been out of power going on 2 days now, but I am glad that I still have power. I'm glad that y'all still have power. Southern Breeze, what it do?
Supports, and that's what's happening in these states.
Sup, Anonymous?
Disasters have been declared, and those emergencies have been declared, and we're getting them the help as soon as they need it.
And with this storm, have there been any surprises, or has it played out about how you guys thought?
It's played out about how we have thought. Some of the states have really upgraded their infrastructure since their last disaster. If you remember, Peter, Texas got hit hard with an ice storm several years ago. And since then, they spent a lot of time and resources building up their infrastructure and their grid. So they're doing better this time around. And many of these states, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, that are struggling right now, they have agreements with surrounding states to get utility crews in there right away and getting people back online.
And I want to switch gears to the other big story that you were right in the middle of. Federal officers have their hands full in Minnesota right now. One officer had his finger bitten clean off by an agitator yesterday.
Bitten off is wild, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Biting a finger off, chat. When I was in jail, I was locked up in jail with this one guy. And he had bit this lady's fingers off, man. He had bit like 4 of her fingers off. He ended up jumping on my my old celly. See, I had a celly, but I went to the one man. Like soon as they had a one man single cell open, I told them to put me in the one man. So my celly ended up getting a new celly, and he was batshit crazy. He had bit this woman's fingers off. He attacked my old celly while he was asleep. I'm talking about gouged his eyes and scratched his face and all kind of shit. It was crazy, man. If you would bite a motherfucker finger off, you ain't wrapped too tight.
Some pretty troubling photos of that online if anybody wants to look. Have you heard from any of the Democratic leadership in Minnesota about that? Tim Walz, Jacob Friend?
No, they haven't expressed any concern for injuries to our officers. And that's been going on for weeks. These are not just agitators anymore, they're violent protests. In fact, the state and the city of Minneapolis abandoned this area in downtown Minneapolis because they couldn't control the situation by the amount of people that have come in just trying to disrupt and impede law enforcement operations. And, you know, frankly, this didn't turn violent until we uncovered the fraud in Minneapolis. We were there, ICE and CBP have been there and operating for years in Minneapolis. We saw the violence start to happen when the fraud became uncovered of the billions of dollars that was stolen from American taxpayers under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey.
So, this is the blame game at its finest, Christy. Now, yes, y'all did uncover the fraud, you know. But after y'all uncovered the fraud, you did a whole damn press run, a damn Instagram Instacut highlight clip of how you and 3,000 ICE agents were gonna flood into Minneapolis into Minnesota. Y'all, you don't remember that? Like black truck after black truck after black truck, the ICE Barbies pulling up to Minnesota for the, 3,000 agents. I think it's, you know.
President Trump is saying, this is a part of a Truth Social, the mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. How close is President Trump to invoking the Insurrection Act?
You know, President Trump just wants to keep people safe. And he's applying the law and wanting to go out there and go after not just terrorists that we know were led into this country by the Biden administration, also dangerous criminals that, especially in Minneapolis, what we've been targeting is
these protests are about Renee Good. So she said none of this happened until the fraud was exposed. So right now, Minnesota, it was anti-ICE. They were trying to, you know, stop the people. Boom. It was regular anti-ICE. Then Nick Shirley went over there, exposed the Somali fraud. That's when they sent the 3,000 agents out there, was after the Somali fraud was being exposed, right? So then Miss Renee Good gets shot in the face. She gets shot in the face a couple weeks ago. So now they're out there protesting for Miss Renee Good. The Alex guy, I don't even think he was at a damn protest, bro. I think some shit was just going on and he was on the block. Long story short, that's what they're protesting now. Miss Renee Good and Alex Pretty. But it started off as anti-ICE, then the Somali fraud, and then it was, you know, the two people that lost their life.
Been trafficking children. That's what this operation has been focused on, getting illegal people in this country that have been involved in that criminal activity. And then when the fraud was uncovered as well, we saw a resistance.
They say Tim Walz deployed the National Guard last night, though. I said Tim Walz needed to go ahead and deploy the National Guard. I said that, and they said on last night, Tim Walz did deploy the National Guard.
Like we haven't seen anywhere else in this country. In fact, encouraged by the governor at press conferences to go out and take to the streets and to resist law enforcement. It really is irresponsibility that we haven't seen out of someone in any other state.
So, Insurrection Act on the table?
You know, it's up to the president. He has the constitutional right to do that. He certainly has considered it. We've had discussions. We'll see what the best choice is to make sure that law and order is followed, but also that we're keeping people safe.
And it is early, we know, in this investigation into the shooting death of Alex Pretty. But I want to have you walk our audience through what exactly you know. So you said last night, it looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. Did he say, I'm going to kill you, or did he leave a note? How do you know that was his intent?
You know, part of this investigation we'll be hearing from those agents and officers and people on the ground. But we do know that he came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony. When he did that, interacting with those agents, when they tried to get him to disengage, he became aggressive and resisted them throughout that process. These officers used their training, followed their protocols, and were in fear of their lives and the people around them. And that's how this tragedy unfolded, and we hope we never see it again. It grieves me to think about what his family is going through, but it also grieves me what's happening to these law enforcement officers every day out on the streets with the violence that they face.
Because you mentioned the family, they have a statement out now where they say they're angry and that Alex was just trying to protect a woman who was pushed down by ICE and pepper sprayed. But they also talked to the Associated Press, and they said, we had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, you know, go ahead and protest, but do not engage, do not do anything stupid, basically. So what is your message this morning to Alex and Freddie's parents?
Just that I'm grieved for them. I truly am. I can't even imagine losing a child. And I can't imagine a tragic situation. We can't have individuals that are impeding law enforcement operations and then showing up with guns and weapons and no ID and confronting law enforcement like that. is one of the reasons that we see situations like this unfold. I think everybody can learn from this situation. I'm grateful for law enforcement that put their lives on the line every day to go out there on the streets and try to bring criminals to justice and protect the public. And we'll continue to make sure the right thing is done, this investigation is completed, and that we continue to go forward and we enforce the law and apply it equally to everybody.
They said guns and weapons and no ID. Like, he was dead before the ID even mattered. Well, why are we still talking about this ID shit? Like, he was dead before the ID mattered. The fuck? Do we not see the interaction? When the fuck did they ask for his ID? When he was dead, laid out on the fucking sidewalk? The fuck do we mean? Guns and no ID? Yeah, you should probably have your ID. But when did they ask this man for his ID, man? Before or after they shot him like 12 times?
Everybody in the country.
What is the line? Where does it go from peaceful protest, I have a First Amendment right to do that, to I'm going to get arrested protesting, to death?
We have clearly from the very beginning followed the exact same process and protocols that have been implemented this entire administration and that the previous administration followed and has gone on in law enforcement interactions for years. You cannot impede a law enforcement investigation and operation. When an
Thank you,
officer
Big
tells
Niche.
you to back off and gives you orders, you should comply and explain. You shouldn't show up with weapons.
Thank you, Essence.
And no ID and no indication of how they're going to be used. And that aggressive interaction, laying hands on law enforcement officers, clearly is a crime, and it is something that should not be acceptable.
Because you mentioned the protocol, there is an angle of the video that we've been playing all morning where it shows an officer removing a weapon either from Alex Preddy's waistband or a holster, and he walks away with the weapon before officers start shooting. It appears that Alex Preddy was disarmed. If he was disarmed, is it the protocol to use deadly force?
That's all part of this investigation. Every video will be analyzed. Everything will be looked at. And that's part of the answers that...
All right, chat. Do y'all blame ICE or do y'all blame Alex, man? Double tap the screen, shut the live out. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Actually, we're 14 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Do y'all blame ICE or do y'all blame Alex? Blame, answer in the poll, man. Let me know. This is the first live poll of the night. Do y'all blame Alex or ICE, man? Who's at fault here?
That I can't speak to every single thing that those officers thought, but this happened in seconds. They clearly feared for their lives and took action to defend themselves and the people around them. If you watch that and you listen to those videos, you can hear someone yelling, gun, 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 and those agents and officers reacted to that. So as this investigation goes forward, all of that will be analyzed.
There are a lot of stories this morning. Gun experts are saying the gun that he had, the 6-hour P329 millimeter, has a reputation,
Beautiful, beautiful firearm.
according to multiple lawsuits, of accidental discharges. Have you been briefed about the possibility that an ICE or a Border Patrol officer accidentally discharged this gun?
I know the investigation's ongoing, and they'll continue to do that. I don't conduct that investigation within...
Oh, that's some bullshit. Oh, that's some bullshit. We need to know, Christy. The fuck you mean? This man just asked you, was it an accidental discharge, man? This gun is known for that. What do you mean? Yeah, the investigation going on, man. We need to fucking know. Minnesota state officials said y'all wouldn't even let them on the damn scene, man. What the hell is going on? Was that gun discharged at that scene, man? Because if that was the gun that was discharged at the scene, you know, we need to know.
And outside agencies will continue to do that, and we'll get the facts.
Separate from the specific investigation, we know that Alex Preddy, according to officials in Minnesota, was legally a concealed carry permit holder. He had his gun legally. Is your message to people who are concealed carry permits that if they're going to go to a protest, they should leave their gun in the car?
You know, my message to individuals is don't go impede law enforcement operations. That's not legal. You're breaking the law when you do that. It's also breaking the law to conceal carry in Minnesota without an ID on you. And you shouldn't be laying hands on law enforcement and getting in their faces and trying to stop them from conducting their work. All of that is part of protocol, but it also is the law. And when people are in violation for the law, there's consequences for that.
last night, our reporter in Minneapolis, Steve Harrigan, was out there monitoring everything that happened afterwards, and he said that there were a bunch of protesters in matching shiny yellow vests who basically took over the crime scene, and they were directing traffic. It's very, very organized. Have you guys figured out yet who is organizing these protesters? Who is paying for them to be there, to stay out in the cold for something like a matching outfit?
Well, Peter, I want to remind you, these aren't just protesters. These are violent rioters. When you have local police, city police, and the state police that have to abandon an area of their community because they can't control the situation and they don't have citizens who will listen to them or honor law enforcement.
See, Auntie Stella said parents used to teach kids to go the other way when you see the police and lights. Well, a lot of our parents told us to be whatever you want to be. Go do whatever you want to do. You want to be a protester? Go be a protester. You want to be a rioter? Go be a damn rioter, man. It is what it is. Everybody says get out of the way. Shouldn't be there. Well, listen, man. When the shit comes to your neighbor, if you feel like you're being done wrong, man, I just lay down. I guess lay the fuck down. I don't know.
That's not protesters. That's a violent riot, and it's out of control in Minneapolis. We don't know who is funding them, but there are investigations going into it. I know the Department of Justice is. I know that the Attorney General in Minnesota, the Governor in Minnesota, and Mayor Frey, they all have confirmed that they've received subpoenas, that they will have to appear in front of a federal grand jury for a criminal investigation. I think that should be indicative of the fact that perhaps their leadership is not isolated from a lot of the corruption that we've seen throughout the state.
And there are so many different angles of the video. How quickly can we expect information about this investigation?
I think the information is consistently coming out when it's appropriate, when investigators deem that it is something that they can release that will give answers to people. That's exactly what President Trump and his administration want. We want transparency for the American people, and that's one of the reasons why you've seen our Border Patrol and our ICE officers out there working with the community and consistently.
Right, they probably funded all this shit, man. They funded George Floyd, funded January 6th, funding this shit here. All of this shit is funded, man. Listen, chap. The timeline is accelerated. Some shit is about to go on. The government is probably about to shut down again behind this shit, right? So people gonna be upset again about food stamps and shit like that. Yeah, EBT, foods, all of that shit is about to come right back up. Then they're gonna come in, act like they saved the fucking day with the largest tax refund in history, and all your fucking tax refund is finna go to eating and shit, man. It's finna go to eating and shit because they finna shut the government down again, man. Well, to some families, the families that are relying on that tax refund, for the most part, are probably going to have to spend that shit eating and shit.
The governor consistently asking the mayor, please work with us. All we ask is that before you turn violent criminals out on the streets, let us know so we can pick them up and we can send them back to their home countries. We've asked for that partnership. We get it everywhere else in the country, that we have Democrat and Republican leaders working with us. We wish that Minnesota could be the same.
All right. Well, we will let you get back to work. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Peter.
All right.
Hey, everyone.
It's crazy, man. Hold on. It's crazy. Let's hear from Bonvino. They had Bonvino over there on CNN. I want to hear what he had to say because a lot of people are saying this is on Bonvino's shoulders, man. They said they blaming Kristi Noem and they blaming Bonvino and they blaming Tim Walz. Well, I said yesterday Tim Walz should go ahead and send in the National Guard, which he did. They said the National Guard was out there passing out pastries and shit like that with the citizens. Did y'all see the National Guard out there passing out pastries, Chad?
Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino, thank you for being here.
Who the fuck said shut up? Jamie Vogel, who are you talking to? I'll stop this whole fucking show and get on your ass, little Jamie.
Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back.
See, this is what you're not realizing. Mr. Darcy, you said people might have to pay for their own food. How sad. Yes. in theory, a regular day, yeah, it might be people got to pay for their own food. But when you already have this much fucking civil unrest, when you have 2 citizens being gunned the fuck down in a 2-week period, when you have worldwide uncertainty, do you not see these motherfuckers flying the damn scarecrow flag and shit? The last time I seen the scarecrow flags, it's been some motherfucking revolutions going on, man. You not see the writing on the wall? Shit gonna affect you too. You think the shit's not gonna affect you when they get to coming in talking about martial law? You step outside with your fire and they blow your ass down, man. The hell is going on, man? We got everything's working right now. The timeline's accelerated, man. I just want everybody to realize what's going on, be able to protect yourself and your motherfucking family, man. So yes, people having to pay for their own groceries right now after 2 people done got shot in the fucking head. We just had a 40-day government shutdown a couple months ago. You damn right this shit gonna affect everybody, man. The hell is going on?
To one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone, recording it, not a gun. Did he
Oh my God, now I'm fear-mongering, but the left is so violent. Is the fucking left violent, or am I fear-mongering, man? Y'all motherfuckers need to pick a side. It's like, oh my God, he shouldn't have had a gun. He shouldn't have been fucking carrying his gun. But at the second time, we want to cry about Second Amendment rights being taken and shit, man. It is what it is on mine. I don't know. Clutch your pearls, be mad. I don't care, bro. Give a fuck. Know what I'm gonna do. Hope some of you motherfuckers know how to hunt.
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm high-capacity handgun to a riot. We do know that. As far as what happened in that intervening moment with the video that you just showed, that's going to come to light through the investigation. That's being investigated, and those facts and those questions will be answered soon enough.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Preddy was, quote, brandishing a weapon.
Right, brandishing a weapon. Let's hear it, Bovino. Let's hear it, Bovino.
Let's go to video 7, because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is aiming or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or in anger and excitement. That's just a still photo of what Alex Preddy appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the Secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to inject himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent alien that was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. What happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Well, you said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and I do want to, we just have a still shot up now, but I do, control room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again. It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact, he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement, and then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that. And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there in the first place.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Have the fact that they're highly trained prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that. And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there in the first place. Was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle?
They're still trying to say that this guy was trying to shoot this shit up, bro. They're still trying to say this man was trying to shoot this shit up, bro. Like, Bonvino, bro, just take your fucking L, bro. We know this man was not trying to shoot the shit up, bro. You better off just saying, look, man, he had a gun on him, he went to the fucking ground and shit. It is what it is. But for you to sit here and say that, keep going with this notion that this man was out here to cause maximum damage and shoot up the fucking place, Wyatt Earp style and shit, man. Oh my God, bro. These motherfuckers have no shame. They have no shame. None.
The road and then assault, delay, and obstruct law enforcement? Or was he there for a reason? Did he fall victim to that violent and heated rhetoric by a Mayor Fry, a Governor Walz? Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual fall victim, as many others have, to that type of heated rhetoric?
I want to stay focused on this incident right now, because what you were saying is that he went there to try to stop this law enforcement operation. All of the video that we have seen shows him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing to do. And the only time he seemed to interact with law enforcement is when they went after him when he was trying to help an individual who law enforcement pushed down. So where do you have the evidence to show that he was trying to impede that law enforcement operation?
Sure, Dan, at first he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the point.
But that's not illegal. He wasn't impeding it. He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dan, let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason, and that reason was to impede law enforcement to the point.
What evidence do you have of that?
And here's a good point, Dana, is the fact that de-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to
pushing a motherfucking woman down on the ice is de-escalation. Okay, cool. We'll buy that. But this woman just asked you a direct question, Bonvino. She asked you a direct question, and I don't know, bro. I damn near wish Bonvino wouldn't even have came on here talking, bro. I really did not need to hear this shit, bro. These motherfuckers have no shame.
During this action, those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary to either effect an arrest, which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer, or
Where did he assault the federal officer in any of the video that you've seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that
he was in a damn fetal position. He was in a fetal position, bro. He got pepper sprayed, fucking ragdolled to the ground, and was in a fetal position. Yeah, he got in the way a little bit, man. That shit wouldn't even have got him 5 years in jail. Wouldn't even have got him a fucking year in jail, man. They handing out death sentences for shit that won't even give people a year or two in jail. death sentences for shit that won't even get people a year or two in jail. It's crazy, bro.
Which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer or
Where did he
assault?
Where did he assault the federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say suspect, what is he suspected of?
That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was an active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was.
So when somebody
on his own to stay there.
When somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? I mean, is that really human nature?
You know, Dana, every situation is different. What our officers are faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a riot. The situations are chaotic and ever-changing. Follow directions for law enforcement. Don't inject yourself knowingly beforehand into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim are the Border Patrol agents. The suspect put himself in that situation. The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
I want to go back to the gun, sir, because I think this is really, really critical. You can see an agent, and I just want to go to, let's see here, video 5. You can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Freddie, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent...
I'm just saying, y'all saying it was a protest. Where? Man, it's like 8 people on the whole fucking block and some police. A protest with 8 people. Man,
the gun away, which seems as though it was Freddie's gun. That happened before Freddie was shot. Why was an unarmed man shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents?
Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime scene via a photo. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions. How many shots were fired? Who fired shots? Where was the guns? Where were the guns located? All those questions are going to be answered.
Sir, I think you can see the screen.
In the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away, and that happened before Freddie was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agents, because we don't know that. The facts are going to come to light.
Oh my God, what do you mean we don't know that, man? Y'all mean that? I seen that silver bad boy, man. What the fuck? What kind of guns do these ICE agents carry, man? They gotta have a government contract. So they carry, just so happens that they carry a SIG too. Oh my gosh, bro. What the fuck kind of SIG did he say that they say he had? 9mm, bro. I cannot make this shit up, bro. They're trying to say this man had damn near, if not the same gun as the ICE agents, right? Not a fucking Glock, not a... Just a chrome version of it, bro. They're trying to tell me that this man had the same fucking gun that the agents carry.
So you're disputing the video that that's what happened?
With an investigator. That's why we investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking about with regard to what Secretary Noem said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat?
Hold on, Chad. What kind of gun did Alex Pretty have? A 6 or your 9, but what kind of 9 did he have? A P320. The same fucking gun, bro. You kidding me, bro?
Because he had a gun in his hand.
Are you kidding me, bruh? The same fucking gun, bro. I can't make this shit up, bro.
Say gun, gun, gun.
What?
At some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be.
And now he said at some point they knew it was a gun, man. Oh my God, bro. Stranger than fiction, bro. This shit is stranger than fiction, man. It's stranger than fiction, bro.
That investigation.
Stranger than fiction is all I can say.
On the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Preddy was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement officers, and most especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
How do you know that?
When you mean to do that beforehand, when you show up to an active crime scene, don't leave the crime scene and you're armed, then you've got the decision-making process for that individual doesn't seem to be very good. Now, back to the Second Amendment. What you're saying about the Second Amendment is peacefully protesting with firearms. Absolutely, I've done that myself, and fully support that. But not when you perpetrate violence, obstruct, delay, or obfuscate Border Patrol in the performance of their duties in an
There's no evidence that he was perpetrating violence.
Now, where y'all at? Everybody, where's everybody at? Come to the front. Cause everybody said you're not supposed to protest with a motherfucking gun. I seen that all last night and since we've been talking about it. Now he just said he's in full support of protesting with guns as long as it's what? So I don't want to hear that shit no more. Come up with another damn excuse. Thank you, Essence, for renewing that membership. Essence says it sounds like they planted that motherfucker on them. I ain't gonna talk too much, Essence. I just want to hear. We just gonna let them talk. We gonna finish the video and we gonna let them talk. We gonna do a panel after this, man. This shit crazy.
There's no evidence, unless you have it, and we'd love to see it if there is, that he was intending to massacre law enforcement, other than the fact that he was there and he had a gun lawfully.
He meant to be there beforehand. Again, Dana. He came there beforehand.
How do you know that?
For a reason.
How do you know that?
Because he was there.
But all he was doing was filming and documenting it, which is legal. He was carrying a gun, which in Minneapolis
I didn't say it wasn't, and I didn't say it wasn't legal.
So then, what did he do that was illegal?
Assault federal law enforcement when he does that. That's an active law enforcement crime scene.
Where do you see in the video that he was
decided to enter into?
Where do you see in the video that he was assaulting law enforcement? Because from everything we have seen, law enforcement was assaulting him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of law enforcement. Follow directions of law enforcement in an...
Answer the fucking question. Where did he assault them, man? But These motherfuckers have no shame. He said follow directions of law enforcement. Okay, Bonvino, but where did he assault him? Follow directions of law enforcement. Okay, Bonvino, but where did he assault him? Follow directions of law enforcement. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I can't make this shit up. These motherfuckers have no shame.
Him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of law enforcement. Follow directions of law enforcement in an active crime scene. It's very evident he didn't want to do that. Very evident that the other individuals didn't want to do that. And you know, it's too bad the consequences had to be paid because he injected himself into that crime scene. I can't say that enough. He made the decision to go there. We didn't make the decision to talk to him. We didn't even know that individual was in existence until he came into that crime scene.
I want to go back to video number 1 because you keep saying that he injected himself into the crime scene. He was a guy on a street filming an operation. He was far away. He wasn't on the crime scene. And what I want you to see again is that law enforcement appears by the video we have to be approaching him and the person who's next to him, not the other way around. And so what I want to know is what evidence do you have that he went after law enforcement?
The fact that he was standing in the middle of the road, there was interaction between him, the bystanders, and law enforcement, and again, follow directions of law enforcement. He doesn't need to be in the middle of a crime scene. Dan, I don't think you would want to be in the middle of a crime scene, or you would want civilians in the middle of a crime scene injecting themselves into something that is none of their business at all.
You also just answer the question about the gun. Because, again, do you have any evidence that he was brandishing his weapon? Did he ever have his hand on the weapon?
Yeah, again, the officers on the ground, in that melee, we hear gun, gun, gun. So that gun, at some point, became visible to officers.
But could it have been because they had him on the ground and maybe his shirt came up and they saw that it was on him? That doesn't mean that he was.
That is why we have an investigation.
Fine,
that is what we are investigating. You're not going to know that.
That's what I'm saying. He keeps talking himself in circles because now you're saying this shit, but you just said he showed up to shoot everybody the fuck up. So did he show up there to shoot everybody the fuck up, man? Or did at some point somebody seen a gun after he was tackled, man? Like,
that now, and I'm not going to know
I think an investigation is great, but the Homeland Security Secretary said he...
I see why they put gag orders on shit, bro. I see why they put gag orders on shit now because the most transparent administration in history has been talking their ass in circles these last few weeks, man. God damn.
Brandishing a weapon. Do you have evidence that we haven't seen that he was brandishing a weapon?
He brought a semi-automatic weapon to a riot, assaulted federal officers, and at some point they saw that weapon. So I do believe the secretary is 100% spot on in what she said.
Seeing
Why would
a weapon.
you bring a...
You said most people packing only have one magazine. Where? Maybe in the fucking westerns when people had damn revolvers, you know. I like a nice revolver, you know. But where? Man, people is packing that shit, man. They got extra clips. They got tactical clips, man. They got a gun in the truck. They got damn ARP in the truck, man. They probably got a 50 on that bad boy, man. What is we talking about, man?
A weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent to harm or delay or obstruct that federal officer with a weapon.
You keep saying that he assaulted a federal officer, but again, we have not seen evidence that that happened. It looked like he was on the defense, and again, he had a gun legally. It sort of feels like we're in the upside down, where we have law enforcement and conservatives who are very pro Second Amendment saying the problem was that he had a gun.
No, the problem is, as I said several times now, is he injected himself. He put himself where he did not need to be.
Bro, I'm just going to be honest with you. They said, okay, let's lay out what they've said so far. They said that they were on the way to arrest a violent, illegal immigrant, right? And those people were impeding in them arresting the violent, illegal immigrant. I'm assuming the two people that were by the car. This guy comes along, he's recording, right? So was it a protest or was y'all going to arrest somebody? Because right here, right now, all I see is a bunch of ICE agents and a regular fucking downtown street, man. I see a couple cars parked, man. It's like 8 people on the whole fucking block and a couple shops, man. Like I'm seeing cars turn down the street and shit. So were y'all arresting someone at a protest? I'm just saying, that's what y'all were doing. Or were y'all just arresting someone and people was just to fuck around because they got neighborhood watches and neighborhood lookouts and shit? I don't know, bro.
Put himself in and put law enforcement officers in jeopardy through his actions. These were his actions, not law enforcement.
Look, bro, do y'all see people? Where the fuck are the people, bro? It's like 8 people.
There for a specific reason. And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the coming days. I'll be interested to see what his reason for being there, while Border Patrol agents were arresting a violent, criminal, illegal alien doing their lawful, ethical, and moral duties
arresting a violent, criminal, illegal alien at a protest, at a riot.
Minneapolis. That's the question.
Well, but the question is also, why is an American citizen now dead for the second time who was there to document, in this case, and clearly to be there as a bystander, which is his First Amendment right.
He wasn't there to clearly document it. Don't socially engineer the topic, Dana. He was not there to document.
Appeared to be.
That's
fair. Appeared to be.
He obfuscated and delayed officers there on the scene. That's pretty evident to me.
I want to ask you about your agents. You said that this was a highly trained agent who had been serving on Border Patrol for 8 years. What was he trained for? Because these are your Border Patrol agents, and they're now in the interior of the country, in American cities. Was he trained in urban policing?
Yes, all of our Border Patrol agents are trained in all for all types of environments, including urban policing. This particular Border Patrol agent had 8 years with some specific skill sets there with both firearms and less lethal munitions. Also, let's take a look at the training and the environments that Border Patrol agents operate in. We operate in places like San Diego, California, Tucson, Arizona, New Orleans. All those have Border Patrol sectors. Detroit, Michigan. We've got Border Patrol sectors in Buffalo. So this
hey, CNN Petty, he keep talking about, we don't know if that was the gun that he pulled out. We don't know if it was his officer's gun or his gun. And look, CNN keep playing the fucking clip where he's clearly walking away with the fucking file in his hand. Now listen, chat. I just find it crazy that this man just so happened to be carrying a SIG with the extra clip that's the same model SIG that these guys carry, and he can't even speak for his fucking self. And he can't even speak for himself, man. What they gonna do? Pistol whip the records? You know what I'm saying? Pistol whip the records like, oh yeah, he had one of those, man. Like, oh my gosh, man. Oh, this shit is stranger than fiction, bro.
And I saw this just last night on CNN. This myth that Border Patrol agents don't work in urban areas is just that. It's a myth. We're well adept at urban areas, conducting that Title VIII immigration enforcement wherever we go. It doesn't matter if it's a desert or an urban environment. We're very well adept at doing that.
the agent or agents, is it your understanding that more than one agent fired a weapon at Alex Preddy?
Again, that's going to be part of the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on how many shots or who shot or that type of thing because I don't know.
Are the agents who were involved still on the job?
Yes, they're these Border Patrol agents are going to more than likely be on administrative duty, but they
What does
were
that
main
mean?
Border Patrol agents.
What does that mean? So they'll be off the streets for a bit?
Not in Minneapolis, they will, but only in Minneapolis. Here, they'll be at a different location.
Okay. And before I let you go, I just want to button up one point that you were making about what Alex Preddy was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right
Boom.
to film?
That had to be off his back then. That had to be off his back. Look, you can see right there where he's pulling it. That he's bent down now. That's off his back.
Preddy was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right to film what law enforcement is doing?
I believe that all citizens of the United States have those First and Fourth Amendment rights as long as they do so peacefully and
Yeah, so that's his back. If y'all look, that's his damn back. His head is towards the right. That's his pants. His leg makes the V shape. So where he's pulling the gun off of him is like on his back, almost hip side back. So him pulling that gun off could have made it fire, but he for sure couldn't reach for the gun or nothing at this point.
delay
Look,
obstruction.
his arms are nowhere near the gun. Now this guy in the gray has his hands on it.
After assault anyone.
Boom, tugged right there. When he tugged on it, see, he's already got his hand on his hip, ready to draw down.
And doing that, and that's the issue
Damn.
here, because he was not peacefully doing anything.
All right. And just for the record, and we've seen this video multiple times from multiple angles, there is no evidence that he was doing anything other than being peaceful until the altercation began. Again, I look forward to seeing the other evidence in the investigation that you have, because we do want to get to the bottom of this and do want to get all of the facts as they actually
Carlos,
happen.
what it do?
Chief Bovino, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you being here and answering questions.
Thank you, Dana.
Yeah, man. All right, we're gonna move on. Chat. Double tap the screen, shut it live out. I'm finna open up the phone lines here in just a second. We're gonna listen to they're saying the Democrat senators are gonna pull their support for the funding bill. So we are on the cusp of another government shutdown. We are on the cusp of another government shutdown.
New threats today from Democrats to block ICE funding and force a government shutdown at the end of this month. Senate Democrats saying they will now oppose legislation to fund the federal government if DHS funding is included in the bill after the ICE officer shot and killed Minneapolis.
They got $64 billion, bro. You think they're finna? They said if DHS funding is included, they got $64 billion in that bad boy for DHS. What the fuck do you mean if DHS funding is included?
Was President Alex Preddy on Saturday. Here's what Senate Democrats said on the Sunday talk shows today.
No, I am not voting for this funding. And what could we do to overhaul them? Oh, let me start. New leadership, stopping these surges across the country, not just in my state, training them like they were supposed to be trained.
I'm not giving ICE or Border Patrol another dime, given how these agencies are operating. Democrats are not going to fund that. The government will shut down if Republicans insist that that be joined with other government funding. It will be a Republican decision.
Joining me now is New Hampshire Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander. She serves on the House Armed Services and Small Business Committees. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. So, Congresswoman, Senate Democrats are vowing they're not going to fund DHS.
Oh, I don't want to sit here and listen to fucking Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson for another 40 days, bruh. Go back and forth about how it's a Democrat hoax or it's a Republican shit. Listen, man, I'm not trying to go through this shit for another 40 days, bruh. That was a long stretch, man. 40 days of fucking Hakeem Jeffrey and Mike Johnson getting up there just fucking talking about nothing.
Even after 7 House Democrats this week joined Republicans to fund the agency as part of this year's government spending bill. So will Democrats block DHS funding, even if it means a partial government shutdown?
Well, thanks so much for having me, Alex. Here's what I'd say. What we need right now, what we saw happen in July was that the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, the secretary, got a blank check of more than $150 billion under President Trump and congressional Republicans.
What's up, Travis?
Big, beautiful bill. This was a blank check that we've seen used against our communities, in which American citizens have been shot dead in broad daylight, in which we do not have the kinds of basic guardrails that most Americans want to see, the kind of transparency and professionalism and accountability that are so core to public trust. And public trust is the lifeblood of public safety. So when this bill came before the House, it came up as a separate bill. We fought really hard to get some basic transparency measures into the bill, basic common sense guardrails that are going to help to make sure that we keep our communities safe. These were rejected last week. The opportunity and the imperative now is for us to come together around common sense guardrails that are going to help keep our communities safe and keep our government funded. I believe that we can get this done, and what we need is the Speaker and the leadership of the Republican leadership in the Senate to do their jobs and to sit down and to get a bill done that every American can get behind, and I believe we can do that.
I fucking don't. I'm sorry, lady. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you want to do it. I don't think they want to do it. I think this is part of the fucking plan, man. Oh my God. I got so much to say right now, Chad. I have so much to say, but I'm going to gather my thoughts because it's some bullshit.
Give me, from a political perspective, though, why those 7 Democrats voted for this bill, and if you think they have regrets having done so today.
Speak to the reasons why my colleagues went ahead and voted for this bill. I can tell you that I could not in good faith vote in favor of another blank check to Secretary Noem and to a department that is terrorizing our communities, undermining trusted local law enforcement partners, and really not keeping our communities safe, not undermining the basic responsibilities of Congress for oversight. You know, the measures that we were fighting.
Oh my God. I could tell you how this shit's gonna play out. Oh, we're gonna hear Hakeem Jeffries get up there and be like, yes, with all of this funding going on, all of this violence going on, we just can't, see ourselves funding the Republicans. We can't see ourselves funding DHS to the tune of $64 billion. They don't even want to take their mask off. Then when they hear Mike Johnson come up there and be like, well, this is just another Democrat hoax. We've seen all of this violence going on. We just had a federal agent have his finger bit off last week, and 2 agents had to discharge their firearms. 3 agents had to discharge their firearms over the last 3 weeks. So, and it's just going to go back and forth for another fucking 40 days, man. The Republicans are not going to take the DHS funding and set it to the side for some other shit, man. This shit is crazy, bro.
This bill are common sense and ones I believe the vast majority of Americans would want to see put into law, because most Americans want to see our laws enforced. They want our communities to be safe from dangerous criminals. They don't want to see masked federal agents terrorizing communities and shooting American citizens dead. So this is, all I can tell you is that we have an opportunity here to do the right thing. This bill should be treated separately from the other funding bills, and we can get this done before the deadline of the end of this month.
So even if enough...
Before the deadline at the end of the... Lady, we got like fucking 6 days left. What are you talking about, man? She act like it's the damn 3rd or something, man, or the 5th, bro. Like, lady, what? Y'all couldn't even get the Republicans to bend, break, or fold on the damn mask. They still got they was gonna get the one mask in the way the bill's proposed now. You think they finna take away $64 billion that's on the table? You already talking about $20 million to put body cams on every fucking body. They probably not ready for that shit either. You just said she just got a blank check for 150, however much, 152 jets. She got her fucking jets already, man. They cake the fuck up over there, man. They gonna be alright. They can, I promise you, ICE can probably ride it the fuck out for a little minute. While everybody else is what? Looking around, scratching their damn head, twiddling their toes, wondering when the fucking government's gonna open again. This shit is wild, bruh.
If Republicans come on board to block DHS funding, ICE could still tap tens of billions allocated in President Trump's big, beautiful bill. What practical options do Democrats have to force guardrails on ICE? And given the widespread uproar over ICE's abusive tactics, and you're citing them as well, how important is it for Democrats to show Americans they are fighting the administration on this issue regardless of the outcome?
I believe that I have no higher priority in this job than public safety. And right now, what we are seeing are federal agents who are undermining the safety, the very lives of American citizens. We've got common sense guardrails that we could put into place here. You know, we're talking about the basics of making sure that federal agents are cooperating with trusted local partners. Right here in the state of New Hampshire, we're getting absolutely no transparency. You know, there's been public reporting about a detention facility that is in the works here in the state of New Hampshire. Our local communities are getting absolutely no information about it. Basic questions are not being answered. And there's a reason why, under the Constitution, Congress is entrusted with the power of the purse. We've got to demand the accountability, the transparency.
Carlos, you said what should the Dems do? I don't know, but this shit's not it. We just went through a fucking damn 40-day shutdown and nothing got accomplished, man. They got a vote on the Epstein files and Bill and Hillary didn't even show the fuck up. Supposed to be held in contempt. What the fuck did we get from the last shutdown, man? Did we forget? The last shutdown was all this healthcare, all this shit, man. That shit, they only win that they said they secured was the damn Epstein whatever, bro. And we ain't got shit from that, bro. Now we're finna shut this shit down again just so they can get funded again. One way or another, Border Patrol is gonna get funded. It's all about, are they gonna bend, break, or fold on a mask? The Democrats can bring up the mask again, right? That's about only thing they got the leverage for. So we finna shut the damn shit down for another 40 days to fight over whether these ICE agents are gonna wear a mask or not. And we know that they're gonna keep the fucking mask on anyway. I don't know, Carlos, but this shit is not it.
And the basic professionalism that the American people need, deserve, and overwhelmingly want to see from their government. And that is our job in Congress. And I will be fighting with every tool I've got to make sure we deliver on that.
You're talking about the one that's being proposed, I believe it's for Merrimack in New Hampshire, that detention facility. What can you and local officials do to keep it from being put up?
Look, this is all coming, as we've seen so many times over the past year under the Trump administration. Reporting and chatter without any clear corroboration. They've left local officials, local partners in the dark about really pretty big plans to use industrial warehouses to detain and process human beings. You know, we heard officials at DHS compare this to the efficiency that Amazon brings to its delivery system with respect to human beings. This is not who we are. And look, our local communities, because of the choices that this president has made, because of the choices that congressional Republicans made to slash funding, to rip back funding that's already been promised to our communities, they're under unprecedented strain. You know, in this particular town of Merrimack, what we see is the impact of this facility coming in will be a huge hit to the taxpayer. It's going to put a burden on the town, which is trying desperately on razor-thin margins to fund its police force, which is trusted in the community, to fund basic services, a fire department. Right now in New Hampshire, we have 40% vacancies in our own correctional officers across our state, in our own prisons. We have an acute crisis of staffing, and this reckless, completely intransparent plan, which is inconsistent with our basic values. We don't keep human beings in warehouses, industrial warehouses in this country. This plan has been moving forward, and this is one, Alex, of the many examples of intransparency that is undermining everything that the Department of Homeland Security has been trusted by the American people to do, and why I will keep demanding answers and do everything I can to prevent this industrial warehouse from being used to detain human beings.
Congresswoman Mackie Goodlander, it's good to see you. See you again soon. Thank you much.
That shit crazy, bro. They finna shoot this motherfucker, shut this motherfucker down, bro. There's so many people getting shot. I'm talking about shoot this motherfucker. They finna shut this motherfucker down, Chad.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Just more than 24 hours after the fully underway right now. He's not really commenting on an exact conclusion, but based on what you've seen, what you've heard over the last 24 hours, what are we looking at? What does this investigation stand?
Oh, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I think the complexity of this incident is going to cause them a significant delay in getting facts out. One thing that law enforcement has done in the last 5 to 6 years, they've sped up the release of body cam videos. Now, a lot of times law enforcement will say, well, it's evidentiary and we can't release it yet. But yet, when there's an armed robbery of a convenience store, we take that video and we push it out immediately. So I think there needs to be a faster turnaround time on body cam video, because absolutely critical and crucial, and it can bring a little bit of a semblance of facts getting out, because right now some of the social media narratives are so off base, and it's fueling a lot of the animosity.
And Vivino said that they're compiling all of these bits of evidence, all of that, and they will make a conclusion about it. But one of the notes that we continue to talk about, how Border Patrol and ICE is different than local law enforcement, state law enforcement, is many of them don't have that body cam video. Can you talk about maybe the contrast there and how beneficial the body cam would have been if an individual there did have it on?
Glad you asked that question. That's my level of expertise. I was the first major city police department to deploy body cams back in 2010 when no one was using them. So they do have a manner in which they can record all of this, whether it's a smartphone or an issued camera or working with local city, county, state, and federal. That I would not use that as an excuse in our profession. If you have a badge and a gun, you should have a body cam. Simple.
Like, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck do they mean? A phone? A damn phone? A damn phone? What the fuck is we even talking about here, man? A phone? Oh, they could use a phone.
Was that because transparency, accountability is the platform of the American justice system. So they need to be transparent. They need to have this technology, and if it isn't there, they need to grab funding right away, because these conflicts are getting very, very challenging for all of us, even in the law enforcement profession. So they definitely need to have those body cams with them.
Yeah, and your expertise on this is so obviously deep and profound in terms of this. Can you speak to at all why Border Patrol, why and ICE, they do not have it? They are at the federal level. We see departments like that in Fort Worth have them. Can we speak to potentially why they didn't get instituted across the board?
Yeah, most of it is going to rely on funding, but I remember when we were working, and I'm going back almost a decade, when I was working as a consultant trying to help DEA, ATF, and others. They decided not to move forward with that technology back in 2016, 2017, because they were afraid that it would jeopardize their tactical operations, tactical movement, or identity of certain personnel. You have to remember as citizens that the identity of these employees, it needs to be protected. They work very, very dangerous jobs, high-profile jobs, especially in Customs and Border Patrol. It's extremely dangerous operation. However, times have changed. Technology has dramatically increased. It's going to be time to relook at that technology deployment, because it would have been invaluable immediately to get that out.
And can we talk to just the differences between body cam footage and other images? Because we've seen plenty of citizens there on the ground, protesters on the ground gather these. How much can body cam versus that be used? Are they going to try to compile this in that way? Is there basically everything we need to see based on the fact that there were so many different perspectives and eyewitnesses on the ground?
That's true, and you know, some of those videos are extremely grainy and they're very unclear depending on the model of the device that they're filming on. With that said, the complexity of gathering all of those videos and images and eyewitness interviews takes so much time that I don't think the public and some of our elected officials on both sides are going to have the amount of patience needed, because this could take months for these facts to get out. But you have to have an entire team, and I mean a lot of people reviewing all this technology, getting the footage, and making sure that data, the metadata, and the video is real. It hasn't been edited and altered in any way, and then it can be used as evidentiary.
Yeah, we live in 2026, and obviously artificial intelligence, some of those discrepancies with that also on the forefront lines of these people's minds. You mentioned one of the reasons potentially these individuals don't wear body cams is the fact that they're in high-profile, high-stress environments like this. They also noted that the people, and Greg Ravino said all the officers, all the officials involved in this fatal shooting yesterday are still working. Does that surprise you?
It's going to come down to a staffing issue. In standards, city, county, and state law enforcement, anytime there's a deadly use of force encounter, they are immediately put on administrative leave. Two reasons. One, the stress. Being involved in a deadly force encounter is overwhelmingly stressful. And two, the availability for them to be ready at all times for
that. When this happens in different cities and different states, that someone involved in this is put on that administrative leave, as you call it.
Thank you, Cypher, for the gifted membership.
Administrative leave. Is it a sign of...
Thank you, Cypher, for the gifted membership. Y'all get Cypher some flames for their gifted membership. Thank you, Cypher.
Are they speaking with people? Are they speaking to investigators? And how much, since the fact that they're still working, is that lacking now?
There's a significant gap there, and I'm glad you phrased it that way, because the best practices is immediately pull them out of active duty for a variety of reasons. One, mandatory psychological counseling evaluation and further counseling. Also meeting with a chaplain of their choice and making sure they have the confidence of talking about what they're experiencing. And then the nightmares, the night tremors, and the stressors that happens after these incidents, because sometimes the volume of stress can take a week, if not.
You said, how come the news ain't reporting on who shot the guy? Does ICE even follow police protocols? Bonvino, they asked Bonvino earlier about the officer that was involved in the shooting, and Bonvino, and they asked him how many officers were involved in the shooting. Bonvino said the investigation is still ongoing, so he's not going to comment now. Because initially when I saw the video, I thought it was multiple officers shooting, but the way Bonvino was speaking about it, he was like the one officer, 8-year veteran, he's had de-escalation training, so I was like, damn, maybe it only was one officer. But today they asked him, and I don't know, kind of left it in the air.
Longer to completely exhaust out of your system. I think they're 100% practically sound frame of mind. If you were just involved in a deadly use of force encounter and now you're back to work the next day, that is not healthy for long-term mental wellness. And that's a priority focus from the International Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as every chief in this country, as well as unions. We need to take care of the wellness of our employees, and putting them immediately back out into harm's way and potentially violent situations is not long-term beneficial for these employees.
And no matter what this individual's back at work or not back at work, I imagine the psyche at large, just to be involved in a task force that is doing these immigration operations. Can you talk about that? How much that psyche impacts the rest of a unit, the expansive of the force? I imagine Fort Worth Police, when something happens to an individual, the entire kind of unit, the entire police department is impacted. Can you speak to that?
You're right. Everyone is impacted, but let's take it a little bit different on this perspective. So a normal march or protest or things like that, it's really in a semblance of control. Look at what has been happening in the last few weeks in Minneapolis. It is extremely catastrophic on both sides of these issues. These incidents are shocking to many of us, both in law enforcement and in our community, and they're in an extreme
extremely hazardous and dangerous situation every day when they go out to either perform their mission, do crowd control, or participate in a mobile field force, which is the protest response unit. So all of those, a lot of stress, a lot of adrenaline, and a lot of frustration on multiple sides, being yelled at, thrown at, and things, and targeted. It just becomes overwhelming for these employees.
And can we speak to a little bit of the investigation into this fatal shooting of Alex Preddy, because a federal judge has ruled that federal officials cannot destroy or alter evidence. Have you ever heard that before?
Many times. That is a declaration that has to be done. Here is going to be a challenge. No one's talking about. They're going to talk about it soon when some of this data comes out. The Department of Justice has approved that their federal law enforcement can actually communicate on a consumer app that is encrypted, but they can delete conversations. So what happens when they're on Signal or one of these other consumer apps and they're deleting valuable intelligence or information? It's an extremely serious issue, credibility issue, and it can jeopardize these cases. I have testified on this across the U.S. I've become a subject matter expert in this, and it motivated me to develop the most legally compliant communications platform, so that can never, ever happen. But the Department of Justice has approved that communications platform, so how are they going to make sure none of those conversations are deleted and they're adhering to the judge's order? That's absolutely critical.
That is what I was going to get into next, because a reporter at that press conference with Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison was asked that this order is out there in terms of compliance by Border Patrol and ICE. They say it was obviously now on the judge, and if they don't go with it, they're betraying a judge kind of order there. What other is there out there to make these individuals kind of go with this, to fall in line with this judge's ruling?
Well, first, it's they're heavily in chain of command, so it becomes a direct order from the top immediately down. However, the Department of Justice has approved this many, many years ago under a different presidential administration. So this has been a communication style that has been used for many, many years. With that said, it becomes imperative for the investigative agency and the other collateral agency that's going to work with them to grab all devices and do a digital review and a data dump of these devices to see what were you communicating on 2 days prior, day of, and day after, and where is all that communication? Because if they were on one of these platforms that can permanently destroy evidence, the FBI has failed numerous times to go after Signal and grab that data. It's just not there. It's gone forever. That cannot happen.
Yeah, that is not, it's impossible to recover. I do want to ask you about some of the verbiage, some of the definitions, because Bovino continues to talk about how they acted defensively, that Alex Preddy was interfering with this immigration operation. Is there a defined term in your eyes of what interfering looks like? Is it what happened in the video?
Oh, you know, that video is so fast. So we have the luxury of spending many, many hours, days, and weeks and months looking at what is about 7 seconds. So when you see the first person, and there's so much clothing, it's hard to tell, you know, what gender they are, but you see one person walking in front of a car, they're being moved and pushed by law enforcement, and then you see someone come in between them and try to shield them, then it escalates very, very quickly. Now, there were some discretionary strikes. Let me explain that for the viewers. When usually a resisting and or an attempt to control a subject either goes to the ground or is not compliant, a discretionary strike is usually a strike to the torso or the body that can get their hands released, because the hands is what's either going to grab a weapon or become a defensive tactic for the person. So you can see there's a few punches that are discretionary strikes. So that's what he's defining as defensive in nature. With that said, once he is on the ground, it is a mess. You really can't see clearly what's happening. And without any of those officers having body cameras, now you got to rely on all of these distant views and videos that could be grainy to try to evaluate. But they can do that. It's going to take a lot of time.
We also heard from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem talking about the fact that Preddy did have a weapon, and Minneapolis Police Chief Ryan O'Hara said he did believe that he had a permit to carry that weapon. In terms of a law enforcement, they're approaching a situation like this. Is there any assumption that an individual might be armed? Is that something that they come mentally in tune with an interaction with a person on the street?
Yeah, it is. You know, many times, and we train this in the academy, you have to do a quick pat down of all the persons you're coming into contact with, because when you do not do a legal pat down to justify your safety as well as theirs, if they're armed or not. So a lot of times we ask them, do you have any weapons, or do you have any like needles or dangerous instruments with you? We're just trying to protect the conversation and the validity of us having dialogue. But when you're trying to control the hands and someone yells gun, usually that's when a gun is displayed. In the investigations I've been involved in and I've been testifying about in years past. However, it can be someone felt it and or had control of it and let them know a gun was in play, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was drawn. That is absolutely critical in this investigation. Where was the weapon, where it was seen, and who had physical control of it at the time. And without a camera, that's going to be very, very challenging.
And when you say that, obviously when someone potentially shouts out gun, the tensions automatically are raised. Is there any protocol potentially before that moment happens? If you don't want to just shout out gun, if you don't actually see it or you don't actually have it, is there any protocol before or after a weapon is recognized?
You'll see before, when they had the initial contact right by the curb, you'll see that two of the officers tried to grab the arms. So that is a small team tactic. That is trained. You're trying to control their capacity to either punch, arm, threat, or grab something. So they're trying to control the movements, but they start slipping and falling, and it eventually goes to the ground. And then it becomes so haphazard because there's no traction, there's a way to control, and then you can't successfully deploy the small team tactics. And when you hear the word gun, that changes the dynamic mindset instantly for all of the law enforcement around.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else? What comes next in this story, this saga? What are you kind of trying to most find out?
Wish a lot of our elected officials would come to the capacity or the ability to just meet and start discussing a solution. No immediate solution right now. I have been involved in extremely volatile conflicts until all sides get together and have tough and very, very challenging conversations. How are we going to move forward as a city, a county, state, and a nation? Because it is ripping a lot of the fabric of not just the profession, but some of the support, the activism group, and things like that. There has to be a semblance of calm and get some relationships started, but no one's talking like they want to do that right now, and that is extremely frustrating.
Yeah, maybe sub-zero temperatures in Minnesota, but the temperature...
They want to shut the government down. Chat, we just hit 43,100 subscribers, man. Thank you for 43,100 subscribers. Be sure to double tap the screen, shut a live out. If you are a first timer, press 1. Press 1 if you are a first timer, and I will give you a shout out. We're about to get into the Jasmine Crockett, James Talrico, the debate for the Texas State Senate. But I need everybody to double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, be sure to subscribe to the channel. After this debate, we will be doing an open panel. If you want to join the panel and have an open debate, or just have a conversation, you're more than welcome, man.
But I stand before you because...
All right, Chad, who do y'all think is going to win Texas State Senate?
As I started my life off as an actual CSR. I worked phones at Western Union. I then went on to work phones.
What's up, Ranks? Shout out to Ranks. Shout out Dead Horse. Tony, you been in here. Debbie, what's up, Debbie? Shout out to Debbie. And shout out to Sadia.
For MCI WorldCom. And I know that it was the CWA that actually fought against us.
Shout out Hard.
You see, we're living in a time in which systems are clearly rigged against us. And I am here to tell you that while the system has been fighting me, I have been fighting them back. So whether we are talking about as a public defender, as a state representative, or as a U.S. Congresswoman, I am here to fight the system that is holding so many of us down. So when I was a public defender, it came down to those indigent folk. Because it seems like some people get a get out of jail free card, while other people who need that card can't seem to find any type of cards. When it came down to being a state representative, I was one of the co-leads to make sure that we fled the state over voting rights. And ultimately, Governor Abbott decided to respond by sending me a warrant for my arrest, which I currently have framed. And finally, as a U.S. Congresswoman, I have fought so diligently, and so many of you are very well aware of those fights, But more importantly, we know that the President of the United States...
Damn, Chad, maybe I should have framed a warrant or two.
...decided that he would then come after our voices, an authentic, unbought, and unbossed voice in D.C. And that's why they started with the redistricting in Texas. Thank you so much.
Mr. Tallarico, we now go to your opening statement. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first, thank you to the AFL-CIO for hosting us. As a proud union member, it's an honor to be here with so many of my union brothers and sisters. I also want to thank Congressman Crockett for being here. Before I was a legislator, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio, one of the poorest zip codes in the entire state of Texas. On the west side, I learned that the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Not
on the west side of what? James Tallarico from the west side of what? What the hell is he talking about on the west side? Where the hell is he from the west side of what?
I want to thank Congressman Crockett for being here. Before I was a legislator, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio.
Okay. West San Antonio.
Texas. On the west side, I learned that the real fight.
Okay, so West San Antonio, I really don't know much about it, but I know East San Antonio, that's like Converse and shit where the black people at. I don't really know much about West San Antonio.
In this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. We will not win this race in November with the same old politics of division. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other, so we're not looking up at them. We are building a people-powered movement to beat them in November. We've recruited more than 13,000 volunteers. We have traveled to every corner of Texas because we're not writing off any voter or any community, and we have shattered grassroots fundraising records without taking a dime of corporate PAC money. That is how we take power back for working people, and today I'm asking you to join us.
Thank you both, and I'm sure you've heard this before. A Democrat has not won a statewide race in 32 years, so electability is important. In the context of electability, style matters. And the next question aims at outlining each of your styles.
And we'll start with Ms. Crockett. You have referred...
A Democrat has not won a statewide election in 32 years. Fuck.
To your authenticity as your political superpower. You went viral for your clash with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you've called Governor Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. In 60 seconds, explain why that is the right style to win a U.S. Senate seat.
Listen, we are not looking at politics as usual. Just today, we just had another person gunned down in the streets in Minneapolis. And so for anyone that believes that we are going to be able to respond to this in a normal way, I think that they've got it wrong. But more importantly, when we talk about electability, how many of you have heard things like we are the party of the educational elites? We've heard that over and over. We've heard things like we are losing African American men. We are losing Latinos. We have heard these things. Right now, we know when we look at our polling, when it comes to working class people, I am leading by 20 points. We know that I am leading when it comes to African American men. We know that overall women are going to play a really big role in deciding who gets elected, and I am leading amongst women. So at the end of the day, when we look at the numbers are there. This is about whether or not we have the will, and right now, people are not happy with the Democratic Party. I've seen the polling. What they want is someone who is going to be unafraid in the face of what we are facing right now, which is someone who believes he's a king.
Rico, before we get to your style, we do want to get your reaction to what Ms. Crockett just said. You'll have 30 seconds for this.
Well, I think the Congresswoman and I both agree that we have a moral imperative to win this election in November. If we don't win, we can't help people. I have seen the consequences in the trenches of the Texas legislature of losing elections.
In the trenches. Tallarico is in the trenches. Chat. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. If this is your first time in here, press 1 and I'll give you a shout out, man. Double tap the screen to help us get through this shadow ban, man.
I've seen my constituents get hurt. I've seen rights that we took for granted rolled back. I've seen schools close. I've seen people not be able to access basic health care. So we have to win in November. I think she and I are committed to that. I hope all of us in this room are committed to that singular goal.
Mr. Tallarico, you said that your campaign is shaped by two commandments: love God, love your neighbor. But a lot of Democrats want a fighter. So why do you think that your approach is the right one to get you to Washington? And you have 60 seconds for this.
I don't think you should believe anything a politician says. I think you should look at what a politician has done. The best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. And the people in this room know that I have fought tooth and nail for our values in the Texas House of Representatives. I have gone toe-to-toe with the billionaires who are trying to dismantle public education in this state. Tim Dunn, Ferris Wilks, Betsy DeVos, Jeff Yass. Those same billionaires are now trying to dismantle public education at the federal level. I led the fight against Greg Abbott's private school voucher scam that would have taken money out of our underfunded schools and given it to wealthy parents who already have their kids in private school. Now those billionaires are introducing that same voucher scam at the federal level, and they're gutting the Department of Education. So we need a proven fighter for our schools, for our values.
No. I'm sorry, Tallarico. With the new spending bill, they wanted to actually fund the Department of Education, I think to the tune of $80 billion. I think they actually cranked up the funding for the Department of Education if the bill passes the way it is.
Our constituents in the halls of power in Washington, D.C., I think we need a teacher in the United States Senate.
Ms. Crockett, your reaction to Mr. Tallarico's comments. You have 30 seconds for this.
I agree that we absolutely need a fighter. And when I look at my track record, the track record is in this moment. It's about the fierce urgency of now. We are living in a time that many of us have never seen in this country and honestly never thought that we would see. And so I think that as we see a record number of retirements on the federal level from both the Democrats and Republicans, that boils down to people not being able to fight in this particular environment. I think that I've evidenced that. In fact, James and I served in the state house together. He's actually been elected longer than I have been elected, yet he's not as known right now because I have engaged in these fights and they have been right there on the front lines where people could see me out front. I think that because of, I didn't get my bad.
Moving on, we're going to stick with you, Ms. Crockett. We have a follow-up question when it comes to electability. What's the political risk that you are willing to take that you feel like your opponent would not take in order to win the U.S. Senate seat?
I think that I will do the edgy things, the things that the political consultants will never tell you to do. Because right now, people are hurting. This isn't about games. It's not about politics as usual. It's not about who sounds as clean as possible. It is about tapping into the rawness of this moment. I have been to Minneapolis and heard the stories of the people on the ground as they are being accosted. And obviously, we've got killings that are going on. And now we have the DOJ that has decided that they want to prosecute the wife of Renee Good. I have been there in California after David Huerta of SEIU had been incarcerated by ICE, and I listened to his story and met with him because we went there. I have been to Chicago. I am here to tell you that I am not just sitting in DC, I am getting out into the streets. And right now, to be perfectly honest, if we're going to win and keep our country, we're going to need somebody who can file bills but also knows how to be a street fighter. And so that is my response.
Mr. Tallarico, same question, 30 seconds.
She's a little nervous. You can tell she's a little nervous right now.
Political risk that you are willing to take that you feel your opponent would not?
Here's the risk I'm willing to take. Congresswoman Crockett and I are on the same team. I think we've already seen in this debate that there's going to be a temptation by the media to pit us against each other. But we are all focused on the same goal, which is winning in November and stopping a Senator Ken Paxton. And so I'm thinking just in this debate, you're going to see that Congresswoman Crockett and I agree on a whole lot more than we disagree on. And that unity is a threat to the billionaires who want to pit us all against each other and who right now are running this country, running this economy, and we need someone who has stood up.
Okay. I see Tallarico's approach. Tallarico on his Bernie Sanders, man. Is Tallarico prepped and primed to be the next Bernie Sanders, man? Is this what we're seeing? He's going at the oligarchy, man, the billionaires, man. There's supposed to be more data centers in Texas than churches. By 2030, it's supposed to be more data centers them damn universities or some shit. I don't know. I have to look it up, man. But they finna put a lot of data centers there, man. And he's talking about these billionaires, the billionaires. It's the oligarchy.
To those billionaires in our nation's capital.
We want to move to the topic of immigration enforcement now. As many of you know, there was a deadly shooting involving federal immigration officers today in Minneapolis.
The House this week approved a spending bill that included funding for ICE. Ms. Crockett, you voted against the bill Thursday. Can you explain your opposition and tell us whether you support the idea of defunding or abolishing ICE? You have 60 seconds.
I absolutely voted against this bill. There was no way I was going to continue to pump a historic amount of money into this rogue organization that is going out and is violating people's rights every single day on American cities. I was just not going to do it. At the end of the day, right now, I think that we need to clean house from top to bottom. I ended up signing on to impeachment of Kristi Noem, as well as I call her Cruel Kristi. I signed on to that, but I don't even know. Here's my big issue. Right now.
Hey, one thing about those representatives from Texas, they gonna impeach a motherfucker, man. Al Green, Jasmine Crockett, man. One thing about Texas is they gonna impeach a motherfucker, man. Try to.
Administration, all throughout, that is deciding, yes, these are the laws, but we're just gonna ignore them. They are not following the law. So why are we rewarding bad behavior? And that's basically what it is. This is the 5th highest funded military force in the entire world. And what are they doing? They're killing people in the middle of the street. They decided to execute a mother of 3 in broad daylight. I don't understand how we are sitting here and acting like this is normal. The only reason I'm trying to be respectful of the time.
I do want to ask you, though, would you support abolishing or defunding ICE?
We absolutely have to clean house. Whatever that looks like, I am willing to do it. Because if there are truly Proud Boys that are currently in ICE, that's a problem.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tallarico, how would you vote on ICE funding measures, and do you believe ICE should be abolished or defunded? You have 60 seconds.
ICE shot a mother in the face. ICE kidnapped a 5-year-old boy. ICE executed a man in broad daylight on our streets just this morning. It's time to tear down this secret police force and replace it with an agency that actually is going to focus on public safety. We need to impeach Kristi Noem. We need to prosecute agents who've abused their power. We have to haul these masked men before Congress so the world can see their faces. We should be cracking down on the cartels, not our communities. We should be prosecuting gang members, not small business owners. We should be hunting down human traffickers, not moms and babies. We need comprehensive immigration reform in this country. We need to remake this broken immigration system in our own image. And once we win a Senate majority, we will do exactly that.
Just to be clear, though, would you, in 10 seconds, abolish or defund ICE?
We have seen this historic increase in funding for ICE. That money has come out of our healthcare. So what I would say is that we should take that money back and put it in our communities where it belongs.
Staying on the topic of ICE, with a follow-up question, Mr. Tallarico, you'll have 30 seconds for this. One comment that you have made is that ICE should crack down on cartels. So what does
he in San Antonio for real.
So we have a law enforcement agency that is going after American citizens, that's going after our neighbors, including our undocumented neighbors. There was a mom and dad up in DFW, the Vargases. They own a dry cleaners. They've had it for 20 years. They're beloved by their customers, by their community members. They raised a daughter who is now attending Texas Tech University. On their way back from Tech, after dropping her off, they were detained by ICE. If our law enforcement officials are going after the Vargases, that means they're not going after the cartels or rapists or murderers. And so I think whatever we think on this issue, we should have law enforcement focused on public safety.
Ms. Crockett, a follow-up question for you. This week you proposed the Track ICE Act, which would require immigration-related flight data be released within 72 hours. Explain how this transparency would affect the way ICE operates. You have 30 seconds.
I've had too many people call my office and not know where their loved ones are. I have too many people that don't know whether or not they are safe. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know that we can ever say that you're going to be right here in Texas at the Dilley facility. We know that they just found that there was a detainee that had been killed. They ruled that it was a homicide. That is the same facility that they took that precious 5-year-old to. I plan to go and conduct oversight at on Wednesday with one of my colleagues. The sad part is that if I conduct oversight, I have to look at somebody like my colleague, LaMonica McIver, who is now facing...
Oh, that's Tyrico. That's James Tyrico. He's from San Antonio, the west side.
17 years in prison because she...
All right, this follow-up is for both of you. If elected senator, you will represent all Texans, many of whom support deporting undocumented immigrants. How do you balance your feelings to... If
y'all are saying both of these are terrible choices, Jasmine Crockett is really a polarizing figure. Tyrico's a good speaker. I'm not gonna lie, Tyrico's a good speaker. Ken Paxton has that divorce he just went through, and Ken Paxton's under investigation, and Cornyn just been there a long ass time. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Cornyn about old as hell.
ICE versus the Texans you will represent who support the
Thank you, Karen.
we're seeing right
Hope
now.
you're having a good night.
Ms. Crockett, we start with you. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, as it relates to the enforcement that we see right now, let me be clear. They are supposed to do immigration and customs enforcement, not going after U.S. citizens, not going after people that are documented. That is not what they are supposed to do, but that is what they are doing. They are turning us into Nazi Germany by saying they're going to go door to door. They are going after people because of their accent or the color of their skin, because this Supreme Court gave them carte blanche ability to do so. So all we want ICE to do is to do what ICE was created to do, and unfortunately that's not what they are doing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tallarico, same question. How do you balance your feelings toward ICE versus the people you would represent who support deporting undocumented immigrants? You have 30 seconds.
So my family is from the border. My mom grew up in Laredo, Texas. I feel like Texans understand this issue of immigration more so than people in other states because we live with it, both the benefits and the challenges. So what I've said is that...
Yeah, Wesley Hunt did get the endorsement from Trump, but the Trump endorsement's not hitting like it used to hit, chat. We just got to be honest that the Trump endorsement doesn't hit the same, you know what I'm saying? So Wesley Hunt did get the Trump endorsement, but I don't see Wesley Hunt overcoming Cornyn or Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton will probably, I don't know, man. Ken Paxton will probably win, but Ken Paxton has a lot going on. So if Ken Paxton is going against James Tyrico, then it'll be a different race than if Ken Paxton's going against Jasmine Crockett. If Ken Paxton's going against Jasmine Crockett, man, she's going to talk crazy. She's going to talk about probably the divorce. She's going to talk about the investigation that he's under. It's going to be some low blows going on, man. But if he goes against Tyrico, it'll probably be a fair fight, man. I don't know.
Southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front and a lock on the door. We can welcome immigrants who want to live the American dream. We can build a pathway to citizenship for those neighbors who have been here, making us richer and stronger, and we can keep out people who mean to do us harm.
Right, well, this debate is being hosted by the Texas AFL-CIO, and some of their union members have some pre-recorded questions for the candidates.
We start with one from Calvin Mackey, first business agent for International Longshoremen's Association, Local 24 in Houston. Here's the question.
As a longshoreman, I've seen firsthand how artificial intelligence and automation driven by corporate interests has resulted in job losses. If elected, what will you prioritize at the federal level to ensure workers have a voice in artificial intelligence implementation and are protected from unfair uses of artificial intelligence?
Mr. Tallarico, and I believe Mr. Mackey is here in the crowd. How would you prioritize the federal level to ensure workers have a voice in AI implementation and are protected from unfair uses of AI?
Well, I don't think anybody that just asked either one of those questions know what the fuck they just asked. He didn't say prioritize. He said prioritize. What the fuck are they talking about over there, bro? Like, what the hell is going on?
Well, when I was a public school teacher, I was a member of my local teachers union, the San Antonio Alliance. Shout out to the Alliance. And now that I'm a state lawmaker, I'm a proud member of the Texas State Employees Union. And I'm proud to say that in the Texas legislature, I have a 100% pro-worker voting record from the AFL-CIO. You've had my back when I was a worker in the classroom, and I've had your back as a legislator. And that includes when it comes to AI. In the U.S. Senate, we have to have a senator who's going to take on this problem, who's going to stop AI surveillance in the workplace, who's going to make sure that AI is not making hiring or promotion decisions, that there's a human check on those decisions, and ensuring that AI is improving jobs, not replacing them. This scale of innovation we have not seen in this country. And right now it's being done in purely private hands by a handful of billionaires for their own profit. We need...
Talrico, that's not what the fuck we want to hear, man. As an American citizen, we want to hear motherfucking caps, man. Cap these companies on how much AI they can implement. Cap these motherfuckers 30%, make it 70% human operation. We can't just let them say majority, otherwise it's gonna be 51-49 type shit. Man, cap that shit at 70% plus, man, or get the fuck out of Texas. That's what he need to be saying, man. Drop your nuts, man. Somebody gotta drop their nuts out here, man.
Public sector, we need the U.S. Senate to get in this fight, to develop a regulatory framework that will protect workers during this new AI era.
Thank you. Ms. Crockett, same question. What would you prioritize at the federal level to ensure workers have a voice in AI implementation and are protected from unfair uses of AI? You have 60 seconds.
Thank you so much. So I currently serve in the AI caucus, and so we've been talking about a lot of things. In fact, there's a bill specifically as it relates to AI, not on the job side of it, that AOC has recently introduced, and this is around some of the dangers of AI. I think that number one, we have to confront the dangers and make sure that there are real parameters and limitations on it just from a general standpoint. Number two, as we look to our communities, we are going to absolutely have to protect our communities from these AI data centers that are being built everywhere, and we can go into that a little bit later, I'm sure, as we talk about some environmental stuff. And number three, as it relates to innovation, we have a Department of Education in which they are trying to defund at this moment. They are trying to limit our ability to get the skills and training that we need. And so we've got to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve and not behind the curve. Listen, we're standing in Austin right now. This is where CHIPS began. My predecessor actually was the one that did the CHIPS and Science Act. And so we know that there is a place for workers for sure when it comes to innovation. But the idea that you can only have one or the other is wrong. And so we have to make sure that we are protecting workers every step of the way to make sure that they are not being...
Hard caps. That's the solution, man. Hard caps, man.
Replaced by automation.
Ms. Crockett, let's stick with you. Let's talk about the data centers in this follow-up question. Texas is becoming a hub for AI data centers, which can drive up water demand and utility bills. So how do you ensure the Texans get the benefits of AI without paying higher costs for water and electricity? You have 30 seconds for this.
Yeah, it's not even just the higher costs. Those are actual issues that we're going to have to deal with. But it's also the supply. Right now, we're dealing with the fact that there's a winter storm right here in the state of Texas. We don't know if our grid is going to hold up. And we're talking about these data centers that are actually pulling on us even more. So what we've got to do is, again, make sure that we put a framework around these, but we also have to work not just on the federal level. We have to work at every single level of government with our state and our city and our county levels, because we're going to need some zoning put into place. We're going to make sure...
Nah, this one real. Roland just had the best audio. I went through a couple of them. The audios was fucked up, and nah, this is the full one.
Right now, I'm working with one of my cities on a similar issue. We have to make sure that we protect the people that live in these communities first from these dangers. The final point that I'll make about the water, it's not just that they're taking our water, it's that they're polluting our water.
Thank you, Ashton.
Mr. Tellerico, 30 seconds for the same follow-up question. How do you ensure the Texans get the benefits of artificial intelligence without paying higher costs for electricity and water?
I mentioned in the opening statement that I've traveled every corner of this state. I was up in Amarillo, Texas, for a town hall, and I stayed to the very end, meeting with every single member of the community. I can't tell you how many times I heard about the data center being built in Amarillo. And it was done without the consent of the community. And so in the US Senate, I will fight to make sure that these AI companies pay for their own energy and they don't pass it along to consumers. And I'll make sure that we work on sustainable water infrastructure, because Texas is running out of water and these data centers are exacerbating that problem. And so we should tax these companies, we should tax these technologies to pay for that kind of infrastructure.
Let's go ahead and switch topics now. In our polling, Texans, like many people across the country, say that the economy is their number one concern. So with that in mind, we would like to ask your position on a few economic issues.
Mr. Tallarico, are you in favor of increasing taxes on billionaires?
Absolutely.
So, is there an income level you would consider raising taxes to pay for these?
Thank you, Fries.
I absolutely think that billionaires need to pay their fair share in taxes. Right now, 3 men own as much wealth as the entire middle class: Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk is about to become the world's first trillionaire. He's about to make more money than every single elementary school teacher in America combined. Do we really think that one man is worth more than every elementary school teacher? These billionaires aren't just buying yachts and jets, they are buying power. Our schools are being defunded so billionaires can get another tax break. Our healthcare premiums are going through the roof so billionaires can get another tax break. Our Social Security benefits, our Medicare benefits are constantly under threat so billionaires can get yet another tax break. So we need a U.S. Senator, we need a Senate majority that's going to fight to make sure these billionaires pay their fair share, and also raise the corporate tax rate to make sure these giant corporations are paying their fair share as well.
So is there an income level that you would consider like in 2016?
I am very open to this discussion, but what I will not compromise on is making sure that these billionaires pay for all that they've gotten from this country. They have benefited from our infrastructure. They've benefited from our schools. They've benefited from our workers, and now they're not putting anything back in. That has to end.
Thank you. Ms. Crockett, same question. Are you in favor of increasing taxes on billionaires? And if so, at what income level? You have 60 seconds.
Absolutely. We absolutely need to increase the tax rate. And frankly, I voted against the big ugly bill, specifically because it was all about giving these extraordinary tax breaks while at the same time defunding Medicaid and Medicare to the tune of almost $1 trillion that has been pulled out of the healthcare ecosystem. And even when they pulled that money out of the healthcare ecosystem, unfortunately, it still was not enough to satisfy all the goodies that they gave up to the billionaires. So do we have a framework of how to do this? We absolutely do. The last time that we balanced the budget was when Clinton was in office. And so I think that we need to just go ahead and do what we know works. We need to go back to the tax rates that were in place when Clinton was in office, and we were able to balance our budget while also being able to have people that had access to food, access to education, and access to health care.
All right, thank you.
A follow-up on the economy now. Affordability is another big concern. Ms. Crockett, in 30 seconds, what is one policy that you would prioritize?
Look at Jasmine Crockett trying not to alienate the moderates. Man, look at Jasmine Crockett.
Bring down costs for Texans.
If I had to go with just one, it would be tariffs. And we have to roll back these tariffs. Right now, we know that our farmers and ranchers are filing record-breaking bankruptcies in this moment because of the trade policies. We know that when we look at the Port of Houston, that is presenting a problem for them. We know that Texas is actually the top exporting state in the entire country. We also know that our small businesses are shuttering their doors, as well as even some of these larger corporations that are employing a lot of folk that are sitting here specifically because of the tariffs. I was just in Amarillo with Tyson workers right now, and right now they are shutting a plant, or they are actually relieving 1,700 people of their jobs because of these tariffs, in which we don't have our ranchers being satisfied.
All right.
You're
Thank you. Mr. Tallarico, a follow-up for you. Would you support a universal basic income for all Americans? You have 30 seconds.
I'm very encouraged by some of the results from pilot programs of universal basic income. outcomes. I was born to a single mom who worked overtime at a hotel to provide for me. I was a teacher who was underworked, or overworked, I should say, and underpaid. And I know what it means to carry the weight of student debt and medical debt. It's why I have fought so hard in the Texas legislature to take on special interests and lower costs. Again, back to my point, look at our records. I've passed bills to lower the cost of prescription drugs. I've passed bills to lower the cost of child care. I've passed bills to lower the cost of housing. That's what we need to do at the federal level in the U.S. Senate.
Ms. Crockett, same question for you. Would you support a universal basic income for all Americans? You have 30 seconds.
So again, there's plenty of studies that are still out there, but right now I'm a proud co-sponsor of raising the wage. At the end of the day, the one thing that I hear from most people is that they are frustrated because all of their costs are going up, but their wages are going nowhere. And so I think that if we address that first and foremost, I think that a lot of the inequities and a lot of the harm that is being inflicted on Texans and frankly everyone in this country, they would start to feel some relief. At the same time that all costs are going up, wages are stagnant, and we know that the corporate bosses are experiencing record bonuses that they are being paid by their corporations.
Before we move on, let me go back to Mr. Tellerico. So if we can get an answer to a...
Tellerico lost me on that one. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Tellerico kind of lost me on that one, man. I think Jasmine Crockett got the right idea when it comes to universal basic income. Texas does have the lowest minimum wage. We're still at the federal level. So yeah, Texas does need, wage increases, and I think, and she said address some of the other pressures via equities and things of those sorts. But I don't think UBI is it, man. Fuck, bro. Like, what?
Question, what's one policy that you would prioritize to bring down costs for Texas?
I'll actually give you a few. So I agree with Congressman Crockett. If we're going to lower costs at the grocery store, we've got to repeal the Trump tariffs. But if we're going to lower the cost of health care, we've got to put caps on more life-saving drugs and bring down those prices. And to reduce the cost of child care, we've got to finally provide universal early childhood education to every single child in this country. Last one, to lower the cost of housing.
This motherfucker might be a communist, man. I don't know, Chad. Well, what the hell is going on with Tellerico, bro?
We should ban Wall Street from gobbling up our housing stock in this country.
All right, thank you. We want to go to another question for both candidates from a union member.
Cheryl Eliano comes to us from Killeen. She is the District 10 National Vice President of the American Federation of Government Employees. Here's her question.
The past year has brought a lot of uncertainty to federal workers, many losing their jobs due to the executive orders barring collective bargaining.
Tom, federal minimum wage does mean a lot. Just because the jobs aren't starting at $7.25, they're starting at $9. Wow. And then guess what? You go in there and they're like, hey, look, we could give you $7.25. That's the fucking federal minimum wage. We're going to give you $9. Well, when you go to another state, like, my home state, minimum wage is like $11.50 or some shit like that. So they'll start you off above that. You'll be getting started off at like $13. So yes, having a $7.25 minimum wage and federal minimum wage is $7.25 definitely affects you, whether they start you off at that shit or not, man. What the fuck is it? $1.70? We're giving you damn near $2 more than federal minimum wage, and you still at $9 fucking dollars, bro. Do you live off $9, bro? You let me know. Do you live off $9 an hour?
If elected, what 3 things would you do to support federal employees?
All right, Ms. Crockett, we'll begin with you. Ms. Iliano asks, what 3 things would you do to support federal employees? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, so shout out to AFGE and all that you've done. As a member of the Oversight Committee, we definitely were fighting hard against this collective bargaining issues that this administration decided to usher in. So number 1, as it relates to the executive orders, we have partnered with different organizations that were filing lawsuits, because most people don't realize that we as members of Congress can't bring the lawsuits ourselves. So we've partnered with organizations to make sure that we could get your stories out there and get some folk as plaintiffs to sue this administration. And thankfully, organizations like Democracy Forward have been very successful. You know, we know that there were a lot of people that were told, wait a minute, you're kicked off the rolls. And then ultimately what happened is, well, they had to be brought back because of court order. There at least is one branch of government that has not necessarily fallen apart. Number two, we need to make sure that we actually instill laws that are the exact opposite of the executive orders. The biggest issue that we have right now, though, is even when we are writing laws and even when they are passed into law, is the lack of enforcement. And so at this point in time, we are going to have to exercise more oversight over these agencies.
10 seconds for your third point.
The third point, we are going to have to exercise oversight over these agencies, as well as make sure that we just empower our unions, because union busting has been another one of those agenda items for them. And so the more powerful our unions are, the better that the unions can fight for the actual workers.
Ms. Crockett, thank you very much. Mr. Tallarico, same question for Ms. Eliano. What are the 3 things that you would do to support federal employees? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, and we shouldn't call them federal employees. We should call them what they are, which are public servants. They are signing up to do difficult jobs serving this country, and instead of disrespecting that service, we should honor it. So the 3 things I would do is 1, reverse all of the DOGE cuts and reinstate those employees. 2, make sure that we're raising their wages so they're paid what they're worth. And then 3, make sure that we protect their right to organize and right to collective bargain. And this, I think, is so critical, because we're not going to recruit the next generation to enter into these public service roles with this kind of disrespect. And we're seeing it all across the federal government. It has to end. The only way to do that, though, is to win in November and have a Senate majority that will finally hold this executive branch accountable.
You said you pulled in $90K last year and you still broke. Where the fuck you live and what the fuck you doing? You must have some habits, some damn vices or something, man.
Mr. Tallarico, thank you very much. We want to switch now to another topic, raising concern for Texans. You all have already touched on it, but let's go ahead and go in depth on skyrocketing healthcare costs.
What do you see as a fix or an alternative to the Affordable Care Act? Mr. Tallarico, you have 60 seconds.
Well, I believe healthcare is a human right that shouldn't depend on how much money you make or what zip code you're born into. This is personal for me. I was 28 when I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. My first 30-day supply of insulin cost me $684.
Dang.
I couldn't afford that, so I put it on a credit card. That's because Big Pharma has a chokehold on the healthcare system in this country. They have a monopoly on the insulin market. So when I got elected, I took on Big Pharma and their lobbyists, and we passed a $25 insulin copay cap. And then I passed a Bernie Sanders idea through the Texas legislature to import cheaper prescription drugs from Canada right here into Texas. That's the kind of bold leadership we need at the federal level. We have to reverse all the cuts made to the Affordable Care Act, and we have to allow every Texan and every American the chance to join Medicare. I think universal coverage should be a non-negotiable in the wealthiest country in human history.
Ms. Crockett, same question. What do you see as a fix or alternative to the Affordable Care Act? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, so I am a proud sponsor of Medicare for All. I signed on to Medicare for All in my first term. I'm currently a sponsor of it. I also signed on to a bill that Lloyd Doggett has. It's called the Care Now Act. And what this would do is force a state like Texas to end up expanding Medicaid. We know that in the state of Texas, we lead in uninsured in this country with over 5 million uninsured. What we've not talked about enough is how many Texans are actually on the Affordable Care Act and how they are impacted by these tax subsidies that were rolled back or allowed to expire in January. I was proud to say that while the Democrats are in the minority, we were able to go ahead and force through a vote in the House on extending those tax subsidies for 3 years. But that's basically a Band-Aid. And frankly, we were able to get that out of the House, but we are still waiting on the Senate to act. I think that this is about making sure that people understand that they want us to be pitted against one another. They want us to believe that there's not enough money to do it all. But the reality is that our budget is about our priorities. We have a multi-trillion-dollar budget. And so if we truly believe that everyone should have access to health care, we can make that a reality with bold leadership.
All right, we want to hear from another union member who has a question for the candidates.
Trevor Haas is based in Dallas. He is the District 2 board member of the Texas State Association of Letter Carriers with the National Association of Letter Carriers. Here's his question.
Extreme heat poses serious safety risks for many workers, particularly in Texas. My union brother Eugene Gates Jr. collapsed while delivering the mail and passed away. What will you do, if elected, to help pass meaningful federal legislation to require rest breaks and heat safety protections?
Ms. Crockett, we'll begin with you. How would you help pass federal legislation to require rest breaks and heat safety protections for workers? You have 60 seconds.
I've been working specifically tirelessly on this particular issue. Eugene Gates was my constituent. And I would just say that I've worked tirelessly, and thank you so much to the Letter Carriers Union, because they jumped to it very quickly to make sure that I had as much information as I needed in that moment to make sure that we could hopefully prevent immediately another unnecessary death of another letter carrier. So ultimately, I worked with the local. We made sure that some of the things that they were not allowing them to do that historically they had allowed for, say, such as starting their routes earlier, making sure that they had some water breaks, making sure if people needed to work once the sun went down, that we immediately got to that. We also know that DeJoy, I made demands on getting DeJoy in front of the Oversight Committee so that I could demand answers of him. I then have followed up and sent him other letters, as well as worked with Congressman Kassar specifically on worker protections around heat issues and just environmental issues that workers, not just at the post office space. But the last point I'll make about the post office is that we had funded the trucks to make sure that they had AC, and so I was focusing on making sure that there was a priority in getting those trucks to Texas and other states where they experienced the extreme heat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Teller. Ms. Crockett. All right, Mr. Tellerico, 60 seconds to answer the same question. How would you help pass federal legislation to require rest breaks and heat safety protections for workers?
Well, I want to give a wonky answer. We should abolish the filibuster in the U.S. Senate so that we can actually pass these kinds of bold pieces of legislation that are going to protect the rights of workers. Again, always look at our records, because at the state level, I fought tooth and nail against the Death Star bill that robbed workers of their ability to have basic water breaks in the extreme heat. And so that's exactly what we got to do at the federal level. Workers are under attack. And by the way, these Republican extremists who are pushing these kind of bills claim to be devout Christians. But if you read Matthew 25, Jesus tells his followers, "Depart from me, for I was thirsty, and you refused to give me a drink." These kind of self-righteous Republicans rob people of the opportunity to get a drink of water when we have 100-degree heat. To me, is not only unchristian, it is immoral, it is repugnant, and we need leaders in the U.S. Senate who are going to call it out.
All right, you mentioned the filibuster. We plan to talk about that later in the debate, but let's go ahead and talk about it now. Ms. Crockett, your thoughts on abolishing the filibuster?
Yeah, we've got to do something. Again, they make excuses for everything that they want to make excuses for. When we look at the big ugly bill that was passed in reconciliation, that is a filibuster carve-out. The reason that we are experiencing the redistricting throughout the country right now is because when we broke quorum in 2021 and Nancy Pelosi was able to pass the Freedom to Vote Act as well as the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, they were held up because of the filibuster in the Senate. I don't understand what is more important than making sure that people have access to the democracy, have access to representation. And right now we're holding our breath to see whether or not the Supreme Court is going to fully gut what is currently left of the Voting Rights Act. And so I think that for very fundamental things, we definitely have to start there. Listen, I work in DC, so let me tell you something. There are not a lot of people on the Senate side that are going to say, hey, yes, let's do it. But I do think that we can get somewhere if we focus on looking at historically the fact that they have had these carve-outs, and we need to make it for, at a very minimum, our fundamental issues.
Well, let's turn to foreign policy. Ms. Crockett, okay. I have a question for you. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, so when it comes down to aid, I want people to understand that right now, again, we have an enforcement issue in this country. We have rules. If there is a violation of international law, then we are not supposed to continue to send the money. We are supposed to stop the money. Right now, our issue isn't whether or not we're writing enough laws. Our issue is whether or not we are actually going to enforce them. And right now, as we have Republicans that control the House, Republicans that control the Senate, and a Republican in the White House, unfortunately, there's a bunch of cowardness instead of courage to decide that they are going to say, this is the reports that we have, and therefore we need to enforce the law. I'm happy to say that in May of 2024, I signed on to a letter that was led by Representative Jayapal. That letter actually went to President Biden. It was specifically on this issue and saying, President Biden, you don't need to authorize further munitions at this moment because there is evidence that there are problems and therefore there are violations of international law.
Mr. Tallarico, same question. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
As an educator who has fought for children, seeing what's happening in Gaza makes me sick to my stomach. I quoted a theologian the other day who said, I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me. God is screaming at all of us in Gaza as we speak. Yes, Israel has a right to defend its people, certainly after October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to restrict aid. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics in that effort. And so I have said that if I'm in the United States Senate, I will use every bit of this country's financial and diplomatic leverage to end the death and destruction in Gaza, which means banning offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government and ensuring that we have candidates all across this country who are going to speak the truth about this issue. And I have done that repeatedly. I would not vote to Benjamin Netanyahu that he is currently using to slaughter children in Gaza.
Let's stick with foreign policy. Ms. Crockett, you have publicly criticized the U.S. military operation in Venezuela and the capture of Nicolas Maduro. In 30 seconds, do you think the president needs congressional approval before taking military action against a foreign country?
Absolutely. We had a briefing on this issue. I was not satisfied with that briefing. At the end of the day, this president is seemingly trying to plunge us not only into a civil war with ICE, but he's also trying to plunge us into World War III. And he's not trying to stop Venezuela, which is why we must have a check on him, because he is threatening Greenland. He has decided that he wanted to threaten Cuba, and he's talking about going after Mexico, which happens to be our largest trade partner. He is consistent. We don't stop him. I am afraid about how many other folk are going to be trying to come after us. We have to stop him in this moment.
All right, Mr. Tallarico, you've also criticized the current administration's military action in Venezuela. 30 seconds for the same question. Do you think the president needs congressional approval before taking military action against a foreign country?
Absolutely. We have to confront this new American imperialism seeking to colonize Venezuela and Greenland. And I said in the beginning of this debate that I don't see politics as left versus right. I see it as top versus bottom. This intervention in Venezuela is not only reckless, it is deeply corrupt. Trump promised the biggest oil executives in this country a, quote, great deal if they gave him $1 billion for his re-election campaign. And then he turned around and gave them a gift. He gave them the nation of Venezuela, home to the largest oil reserves in the world. So we have to call out this kind of corruption. Billionaires don't just run our economy, they don't just run our government, now they run our foreign policy. We need a senator who's going to stand up to those billionaires in Washington, D.C.
Staying with you, Mr. Tallarico, with regard to Iran now, if military action is taken without congressional approval when it comes to Iran, how should the Senate hold the administration accountable? You have 60 seconds for this one.
Right now, we have a Senate that is not holding the executive branch accountable. We don't have checks and balances in our government anymore. And that has to end because, as we've seen, the administration is not going to come to Congress for congressional approval for military action, a blatant violation of our laws, of our Constitution. And we can have discussions about how to respond in Iran, where we have seen so many innocent civilians, protesters murdered on their streets. We're also seeing that in Minnesota as we speak. And so that conversation needs to be had out in public, and it needs to be a decision made by the people's representatives, not a rogue administration.
All right, Chad. So far, who's winning the debate? Is it Talrico or is it Crockett? Who's winning the debate so far, in your opinion? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We're going to go on a panel after this, and we're going to have an open debate on everything that's going on right now. Should the Democrats shut down the government? We're going to have an open debate panel right after this debate is over. But right now, who's winning this debate?
Administrative state.
All right, same question for you, Ms. Crockett. You'll also have 60 seconds with regards to Iran. If military action is taken without congressional approval, how should the Senate hold the administration accountable?
Yeah, so, you know, for 2 seconds I had a glimmer of hope when it came to the Senate as it relates to Venezuela specifically. Because there was a war powers resolution that they put on the floor. And we had the votes. There were Republicans that said this is wrong after all the briefings. They understood that to allow for this permission structure would only allow for him to do the things that he's been doing now, which is to continue to bully people. And so
I don't think Paxton and Cornyn will debate. Do y'all think Paxton and Cornyn are going to debate? I don't think they will.
as they voted on the war powers resolution, they received a phone call from the White House saying you need to change your votes. And so people changed their votes. And so first step that we've got to do is we've got to actually get to the majority. That is why this Texas seat matters. This is actually bigger than Texas. This is about our democracy and this country right now. This seat has to flip if we are going to make these changes. So we've got to make sure that we've got the numbers. But also we got to talk to those Republicans that feel like the Republican Party has just left them, such as the Thomas Masseys of the world, who will always stand up and do what he truly believes in. There are still a few senators like a Tom Tillis who are left in the U.S. Senate. We've got to decide that we are going to band together with whichever Republicans have decided that they actually want to honor their oath to the Constitution.
All right, let's get back to some domestic topics. Ms. Crockett, you have said you would absolutely at least support an impeachment inquiry into Donald Trump if he engaged in misconduct. Under what specific circumstances, if any, would you support impeachment or an impeachment inquiry, and where do you draw the line? You have 60 seconds.
So I want to be clear about this. The statement he just made was from a while ago, before things got as bad as they are right now. I think that there is more than enough to impeach Donald Trump, period, on the face of it. In fact, Al Green has put on the floor more than once impeachment resolutions, and I have voted for them. Now, ultimately, do I think that we should go through the formal process so that we can do all of the data collection that we need to do so that we can have all of the evidence? Absolutely, because basically it is a prosecution. And so we need to make sure that people are actually honoring those subpoenas. We need to get all of the information. And so I think that we should start at an impeachment inquiry. We should go and get all of the information. We should allow the American people to hear and see that information, call their representatives, urge them to make the votes, and then ultimately, if we feel like there is enough evidence that has been presented in committee, which it most likely would be Judiciary where I currently serve, then we take that vote. We take it to the entire House floor. Now, there are those that say there is no point because we impeached him twice and then he ultimately did not get convicted. Is that where you're going?
Ms. Crockett, but name one thing specifically that he should be impeached for.
I think that he should be impeached as it relates to his unlawful use of the tariffs. That's a very easy one. He doesn't have the legal authority to do it. He, everything else as it relates to his legal authority, I think the courts have stopped him, whether we're talking about birthright citizenship and some others, but the courts have not yet weighed in specifically on the impeachments. The tariffs.
All right. Mr. Talarico, while you have been critical of Donald Trump, you have not publicly called for impeachment. If elected to the Senate, under what specific circumstances, if any, would you support impeachment or an impeachment inquiry? And where do you draw the line? You have 60 seconds.
I think the administration has certainly committed impeachable offenses, particularly when it comes to using their public roles to enrich themselves. I will conduct myself in any impeachment proceedings in the United States Senate just as I did in the Texas legislature when impeachment charges were brought against our corrupt Attorney General. I evaluated all the evidence. I said it was the most serious vote I ever casted because I was removing a duly elected public official from office. Who I voted to impeach is now running for this Senate seat. on the other side of the aisle. And it should underscore the importance of stopping a Senator, Ken Paxton, maybe the most corrupt politician in America, and that's saying something. So to answer your question, Gromer, people can look at how I conducted myself in those impeachment proceedings. I will pore through the evidence. I will treat it with the utmost seriousness, and I will vote my conscience, and I will do my duty.
And I believe I heard you say something about enriching himself financially, but be specific. What's one thing you would vote to impeach?
Gromer, I'm not going to articulate articles of impeachment here at a political debate, but if those charges are brought in the U.S. House and they come before the U.S. Senate, I will carefully evaluate them, I will weigh the evidence, and I will do my duty as a U.S. Senator.
All right, let's talk about the U.S. Supreme Court now. Ms. Crockett, you have co-sponsored legislation to expand the Supreme Court. You argue that the court has been politicized and no longer reflects democratic accountability. In 60 seconds, what specifically led you to that position?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Just to give a little bit of history on the expansion of the court has been expanded a total of 7 times.
Talrico's 36. Talrico's 36.
History of this country. The last time that this court was expanded was 150 years ago. Our country has actually expanded a little bit faster than the court has. So that's number one. We also know, because of the games that were played in the United States Senate, we know that all 3 of these justices that he got to appoint, he shouldn't have gotten 3 appointments. We also know that we have seen continuous conflicts of interest, and yet they are not removing themselves from those cases. We've seen, whether we're talking about Clarence Thomas or others, them continuing to preside over those cases. And so, along with expanding the court, I think that we have to look at the other things that I've worked on as a member of the Supreme Court Task Force. We have to look at making sure that there's a term limit, so that hopefully our Supreme Court justices can keep up with the times of the people and what is going on in our country. We also need to make sure that there is some type of ethics that this court has to abide by, because unfortunately this is the only court in the land that does not have a rule of ethics, and there is only one body that oversees the courts, and that is the United States Senate.
Mr. Talarico, the Supreme Court, you've spoken about restoring trust in institutions and the rule of law, but you have not publicly endorsed expanding the Supreme Court. You'll have 60 seconds for this. If elected to the Senate, would you vote to expand the court, and why or why not?
I've rolled out a comprehensive anti-corruption package, which includes overhauling the Supreme Court. I'm open to court expansion proposals. I think term limits for Supreme Court justices can do just as much good to reduce the partisanship when it comes to these vacancies and help to have more evenly distributed appointments across administrations. And I agree with the Congresswoman that we have to have a basic code of ethics applied to the court, because we have seen that billionaires don't just buy members of the executive branch, including the President of the United States. They don't just buy members of Congress in the House and the Senate. They also buy Supreme Court justices. So if we're going to be serious about tackling corruption, it needs to apply to all 3 branches of government. And I encourage folks to check out my comprehensive anti-corruption package, which we detail on our website.
And just to be clear, you said that you're open to expanding the court, but you're not committing to voting yes on expanding?
It depends on the proposal. I think what people know, based on my time in the legislature, is I'm a policy wonk. And I know in these kind of back and forth with media, they want a yes or no answer. It depends on what's in the bill. But I'm very open to court expansion proposals.
All right, let's talk about campaign finance. Mr. Talarico, you have criticized the political influence of billionaire mega donors. Records show you accepted money from Texas Sands PAC, which lobbies for expanded casino gambling and is backed by billionaire Miriam.
Woo! She put Talrico ass on blast. You wanna gamble, don't you, mama? Ain't nothing wrong with it. Shit, bring a good casino around. It is what it is.
Adelson, can you explain the exception that was made there? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, I've never taken a contribution from Mary Matelson, never met her, don't know her, don't plan to meet her. But I do support legalized gambling in Texas. I think it's good public policy. I think it'll bring good jobs. I think it'll bring desperately needed tax revenue into our Texas public schools. We rank 43rd in the nation in per student education funding. And I think we're losing business to Louisiana and Oklahoma. That business can be brought back here to Texas to help fund our Texas public schools.
All right. Ms. Crockett, campaign finance.
Damn, so just nobody fucking comes to Arkansas to gamble, huh? Nobody goes to Arkansas. It's just Louisiana and Oklahoma.
Records show you have accepted donations from PACs and companies like Lockheed Martin, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and JP Morgan. In 60 seconds, how do you keep corporate donations from influencing your vote?
Yeah, so it's interesting that you brought up the corporate PAC money on the state level. Unfortunately, on the state level, there are no limits. On the federal level, there are limits, and I know that you specifically pointed to Miriam Adelson because she's the person who allegedly is tied into this PAC. And I just want to say that, number one, we have actual limits, so our limits have been $5,000. Number two, that money has not come from an individual, especially someone who is believing that Trump should have a third term. Instead, this money has come from the employees. Number four, you didn't bring it up, but Goldman Sachs, which is located in my district, a number of these companies have an actual blueprint in Texas 30, and their workers wanted to make sure, because they are taking $5, $10 out of their checks, that they had access. But I do want to be clear. I want to win. And so at the end of the day, what I've done with that money is I've donated.
See, y'all trip me out when y'all say there should be no legal gambling in Texas, and but everybody was mad when the man was running around telling those people to get them motherfucking lottery tickets and alcohol out the store, right? I say fuck it, man. Let Texas have some casinos, man. Slap that shit right next to the Mavs Stadium, man, and it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Almost $600,000 just in my freshman term to make sure the down ballot candidates could win throughout this entire country. And I'm committed to making sure that no vote that I ever take has anything to do with somebody giving me a check.
Mr. Tallarico, do you want to respond? Miriam Adelson is a billionaire. She does run the Sands PAC. You want to respond to what Ms. Crockett just said?
Like I said, I don't know Mary Adelson. Sounds like she and I disagree on almost every issue, but we do agree on legalizing gambling in Texas. And
man, you said lottery tickets are different than gambling casinos. No, the fuck they not, man. Gambling is gambling, man. I was a gambler, man. Shooting dice in the street, gambling on horses, sports betting, lotto tickets, pushing that damn button and getting them points at the gas station, man. Gambling is motherfucking gambling, man. We not gonna do that, man. Gambling is gambling, man.
Before why that is good public policy. And so again, I think what we need to do is ban
bingo gambling. All that shit gambling, man.
Country. I think we need to ban super PACs, which is how billionaires are campaigns with secret unlimited donations. And we got to go further. We've got to ban members of Congress from trading stocks and enriching themselves while they're in public office.
Say, Ms. Crockett, a follow-up question on this topic. You have 30 seconds. In polls, voters across Texas have voiced frustration with what they see as corruption and special interest influence in Washington. You are in Congress now, so how would you respond to voters who believe the system is rigged?
I agree. I mean, I'm running for the United States Senate because I think that it's time for us to do our best to try to unrig this system. Listen, I'm not a likely story. I didn't come from a family where everybody thought that I was going to end up in politics. And frankly, as I started this off, I said that I hate politics. At the end of the day, we need to do things like you were talking about the enrichment issue as it relates to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has enriched himself to the...
Yeah, gambling is gambling. Horse racing, man. I remember being a little boy going to the damn horse races, man. I used to see just tickets all over the damn floor. Motherfuckers got a handful of tickets in there. He done lost so much money, he can't even go get a damn a corned beef sandwich, man. He has no appetite, man. Gambling is gambling, man. What you mean, man? I've been gambling since a little boy, man. A little boy, man. What do you mean? I used to go in there and pick out the horses and shit, man. Come on, chat. You know you can't go in the casino, but you can go to the horse races, man. It's still fucking gambling, bruh.
Tune of $1.4 billion since he has been in office in violation of the Emoluments Clause of the United States Constitution. That's just in this term.
right, we're tight on time. Let's move to Mr. Tellerico. A 30-second follow-up question for you. You've touched on themes of moral leadership and restoring accountability and trusting government. If elected to the Senate, what specific anti-corruption measures would you prioritize, and how would they be different from what Washington has already promised but failed to deliver?
Well, I've already outlined.
Yeah, Franz, I know who that is. I seen on stage offer Trump that $250 million.
Some of them banning corporate PACs, banning super PACs, and banning members of Congress from trading stocks. I also think we need to ban forms of corruption that don't involve money. I think we need a national ban on gerrymandering across every state in this country. I think we need to overhaul the Supreme Court, which we talked about earlier. I think we need to pass term limits so people aren't making a career out of public service. And I think we can require, through federal statute, that every member of Congress hold at least one annual town hall in their districts so their constituents can hold them accountable. That's the kind of anti-corruption package that can restore people's faith in this system.
All right, thank you very much. Those are our questions, but the debate's not over yet because we want to move to closing statements. Mr. Tallarico, you have 60 seconds.
Well, thank you again to the AFL-CIO, and thank you to my friend Congresswoman Crockett for being here. And
I didn't grow up in Texas. I grew up in Arkansas. So they had the Arkansas Derby is a really big thing in Arkansas. You know, to be a Triple Crown winner, you got to come through Arkansas and win the Arkansas Derby. So that's like a really big thing around, you know, where I grew up was the Arkansas Derby. Now, I don't believe Texas has horse racing. I remember Memphis used to have dog racing, I believe, too, when I was growing up. When I was a little boy, I think Memphis had dog racing.
Thank you all for being committed to this cause of flipping Texas and changing the politics of our state. I got into this because of my students. I got into the classroom in the fall of 2011.
Yeah, they do got horse racing. I mean, barrel racing, and you know, they got the Texas rodeos and shit. So yeah, there is horse racing. But as far as like at the casino, like, you know, the big horse racing, I'm sure Texas has big rodeos, but I don't know if they got, because what is it, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Arkansas Derby. You got to win those three to be a Triple Crown winner.
Right after the state legislature cut $5 billion from our schools, I had 45 kids in one classroom. There weren't enough desks for all those kids, so I had students sitting on the air conditioning unit. Acceptable. And that's why I ran for the state legislature. It's why I flipped a Trump district that
You said what you're saying, for example, drinking is drinking, from moonshine to communion, it's all liquor. You damn right. You damn right. That's why they get the kids grape juice. You damn right. That's why they get the kids grape juice. From moonshine to communion, liquor is liquor. And if it was, and I don't know. Now in the Catholic Church, them kids might be drinking wine. I don't know what they really do over there. But in the black church, man, them kids get Welches, man. Welches. So yes, drinking is drinking.
No one thought was winnable by bringing people together to change this broken, corrupt political system. And that's exactly what we can do in this race in November. We have a moral imperative to win. And I know all of you are committed to that cause.
All right, Ms. Crockett, 60 seconds for your closing statement.
One of the things that you said just a minute ago was a lot of people feel as if the system is rigged. As someone who has seen up close and personal how badly things are working in DC, I have been fighting on the front lines in this corrupt administration. I am willing to take the chances that frankly most are not willing to take. I unfortunately have law enforcement that has to be with me all the time because of the death threats. I'm not telling you that so that you can send me your prayers. I'm telling you that because whoever goes to the United States Senate is going to have to be ready for real war. This is how bad it is. As I was traveling to East Texas last weekend, we received a phone call of a woman whose house they were having to go to because that particular woman had stated over and over and over that she was about to come and kill me. I am here to tell you that it is life or death as we see what is happening in Minnesota and otherwise.
All right, that concludes.
In other words, don't shut the government down, because we need this $203 million for damn protection. They trying to put $203 million to protect all the politicians and their family and shit, man. Listen, she letting y'all know that, hey, look, man, if I vote to get this government and shit open, man, listen, man. All right, chat, who y'all think won this debate, man?
Today, we want to thank the candidates for participating. We want to thank the Texas AFL-CIO for hosting.
All right, man, that shit's over with. Y'all want to do the panel now or take some call-ins? Let's do the panel, man. Let me get the panel together. Hold on, chat. Let me get the panel together. Damn. Damn, chat. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Oh, yes, I do. All right, hold on, chat. I know how I'm gonna do it. Double tap the screen, shut it live out. We finna open up the panel. So, we can have this discussion. Let me see. Let me get to it. Boom. Boom. Who do y'all think won the debate, though? Who would y'all vote for if it was between Crockett and Talrico? If those were the only two options, who would y'all vote for, man? If those were the only two options. Alright, I think I got it together. No, the hell I don't. Hold on, check. Damn. How the fuck it got me going live two different ways? Alright, chat, my bad. I'm getting this shit together, man. I'm getting this shit together. I know that y'all like, what the fuck is Plug doing? Hurry up, nigga, but y'all need to give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second. This shit is a little different, bro. Shit looking a little different. Alright, bet. I got this shit together now. I got it together now, chat. We decent. Alright, chat. Double tap the screen, shut it live out. We're about to open up the panel. I just went live. I'm finna put it in the Discord now. Can't post comments to some destinations. It's crazy. Alright, boom. Let me get it in the Discord. Discord. Alright, boom. Who the hell is in the Discord? Add everyone. Boom. Alright, the StreamYard link is in the Discord now. Boom. I'm gonna put it on my wall right here too. I'm gonna put it on the page right here too. Let me go live over here. Boom. We are gonna go live on X as well. Hold on. No, the fuck, we not finna go live on X. Hold on. I forgot I ain't got no. All right, we live on the Debate Nation channel. I'm gonna wait for y'all to get in here. I dropped a link in the back chat. We got Top Cat over here already. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna put the link on my community tab wall as well. Let's see, create post. Boom. Alright. I'm gonna go to Debate Nation. Top Cat, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's my mic?
Oh yeah, your mic is all good, man. Okay, I'm gonna put the link to the I'm gonna put the link to the live stream as well. I'm gonna put the link to the live stream in on my wall, on the community tab wall. All right, good. Boom. All right, hold on 1 second. Let's see, we got Steve loading up. Steve, you here?
What up, though? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good. We hear you good.
Alright.
Alright, man. We're gonna give a second for a couple more people to load up. I'm gonna, I'm tripping. Alright, Debate Nation. Boom. Okay, I need to get right here. We don't have anybody watching this right now, but I can. Boom. Alright, we got a couple people over here. Everybody, get ready to come over to Debate Nation. Hold on. Boom, boom. Alright. We finna do it like this. I don't even know how many people still in here. It has taken me a little while to get this shit together. Let me see. Boom. Alright. Boom. Alright. Alright, chat. Here we go. Alright, Top Cat, you here? How y'all feeling about everything we covered today?
What's his name again? The senator, the male Congress guy?
Talrico.
Yeah, he's on the same team with Marian Adelson is just troubling because Marian Adelson, her husband is the one that owned the Mavericks. He bought the Mavericks.
Yeah, he bought it from Mark Cuban, and they saying that they were talking about moving the Mavericks to Vegas. Damn, can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you. To where?
They were talking about moving the Mavericks to Vegas if they didn't let that casino go through.
And that's because her husband lives in Vegas, so that's where he prefers. But again, this is just who she is. She's her husband's died. She's a horrible, demonic person. She is an absolute monster. And so if those casinos come in here, so as of right now, the way the casinos are is that money is, because the casinos right now are in Arizona. I'm sorry, in Oklahoma, and they're on reservations. This would be the first time that they're letting a white Zionist, white supremacist own the casinos. That means all that money is going to be sucked from Oklahoma, from casinos of Native people to her. And she's all about, her goal right now is to turn the West Bank over to Israel. So that's what she gave Trump. She gave Trump $100 million to Donald Trump so that he would allow the West Bank to belong to Israel rather than belonging to the Palestinian people. So the more money you give her, the more power she has, the more this darkness and evil and corruption that you're doing. And that's what I don't want to see. Let the money stay on the casinos. If people in Texas want to go gamble, they can go to Vegas, or they can go to the casinos, or they can go to Arkansas for horse racing or Kentucky. But nah, I don't want to see her come to Texas and making billions of dollars just so that Israel can steal more land from Palestinians. that's them taking it. So if that's the case, I'm gonna go with Crockett because it was really like 50-50 until that one. I think he can beat. I don't think either one can beat Cornyn. Have any of you guys ever met Senator Cornyn?
I haven't met him. I haven't met any of the senators over there. But I mean, I know he's been there for a while. They really like him over there in Texas. But they think, who the fuck is breathing that hard? They think Paxton has a chance to get him out of the way. Everybody on Plug Station, if you would want to hear the audio and the panelists better, come over to the Debate Nation channel. It's the channel pinned in the comments. Debate Nation with 2 N's. You'll hear the audio a lot better. It just is what it is. But yeah, I think Ken Paxton has a chance to upset Cornyn, but Ken Paxton does have a lot going on right now. They talking about he just got a divorce. He's under investigation. So it's a lot going on right now with that Texas Senate race.
Do you know why he's getting a divorce? Have the chat look it up. But because he was having sex with another girl, and his wife found out. He's an adulteress. So you can't talk about all these Texas values and Christian values, and then also have the chat pull up the reasons why he got impeached. He should have been impeached. The guy is absolutely dirty. Right? So, I mean, he should have been impeached. He got over it, didn't get impeached. And the reason why they want to get rid of him over Cornyn is not a lot. It's just a few. Because Cornyn is not 100% on the Trump train. Cornyn is a real, true conservative. I'm a progressive, but I've met him before. I've talked to him before. He's actually a pretty decent guy, very conservative. But, he knows how he knows about our alliances. He knows how we should be looking out for it. Like, he supports Ukraine. He understands the entire process of what the war's about. He's not one of these Putin puppets that have recently come infiltrated all throughout the Republican Party. So Cornyn's actually a good man. If it's not going to be Crockett or Tariq, it should definitely be Cornyn. But I don't know. That's a different story. I mean, of the two,
What about Hunt? What about Hunt?
Who's Hunt?
Hunt's the one that got the Trump endorsement.
You already answered your own question. Like Cornyn is actually it's not about saving Trump. Trump should go to jail. Right? We know how we feel about this, and anybody that supports him should follow right along behind him. So I'm not part of the MAGA movement because they're not conservatism. I think if you're going to have a conservative, the best conservative is the one we currently have. I think he's way better than Cruz. Ted Cruz should be primary. Ted Cruz should be gone, and he's still at least a decent conservative. But Paxton isn't even a conservative. Paxton's not even a conservative. He's just part of this far right wing movement, and I don't even know who Hunt is. I mean, it figures who I don't know who that is at all. I don't even think he's in the running. I think it's just between those four really. But Paxton has Trump support.
Okay.
Paxton support. At least he did up until recently. He did. So.
Chat. If you want to have if you want to hear a better experience, come over to the Debate Nation channel. It is the channel that's pinned in the comments. If you are over on the Debate Nation channel, be sure to subscribe. This is where we will have all of our panels. Eventually, I'm going to stop having panels on the Plug Station channel at all. Y'all won't see any panels over here. It'll all be on the Debate Nation channel. That's what this channel is for, debating. If you want to join this debate, the link is on my community tab wall and in the Discord. I'll drop it in the chat on the Debate Nation chat a couple times. But go ahead though, Top Cat, we'd like to hear from you.
Well, I didn't feel like it was a debate at all. I feel like both of them, every subject that got put on them was separated each time. So it was just a whole bunch of mission statements to me. They didn't attack each other in no means, and maybe they'll grow into that, which ways they're going to handle these situations. But it didn't seem like a debate. It was just a point of us debating who we liked and how their speech was and what was more appealing, and that's more what I saw. And I was looking at it to a point, if it's the first time I've seen her in this format, where she's not speaking directly on just one subject and she has to address more things. And I feel like she's going to be fine in a little while. She's learning. He looks like he's been politically trained his whole life. Every question that he answered was the answer that you would want if you were, one of his lobbyists, to not jump in too far or not back out of any situations where the photo ups that she had were regular ones when it comes to like speech and appeal and showing your hand when you know you're looking at something or trying to follow a situation. So as she gets more into these politics and the situations that she has to address and what she has to ride on, she'll be able to put her appeal to it, because this was the first time I seen her moving and it wasn't a radical situation.
Okay. I think that they tackle policy. I think that we did get a better insight into both of the candidates. As far as when it comes to foreign policy, as far as when it comes to the direction that they would take the country. I like the way Talrico said that he found out he had diabetes, so he would go for Big Pharma. That lets me know that he has motivation, that he has fire there to go after Big Pharma. I also didn't like how he was so quick to jump at, I'll support UBI. Those are things that I think that this debate did bring out. And as far as Jasmine, I do believe she was nervous, the way she was kind of rushing her speech. But I also think that she was trying to pull more moderates in. She wasn't really trying to, speaking about Bill Clinton, speaking about the fiscal policy and things of those sort.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. And honestly, until you said that, I really hadn't thought about that before. But you're right. She's like, Tariko does a lot of public speaking, and I don't think she's been more focused on doing stuff in the Senate. She'll speak on committees, but I've never seen her kind of go back and forth like this. And a lot of the stuff that he was saying, I've heard him say on the campaign trail, or because he's been doing a lot of public speaking lately, like for the past year. So I've heard him say a lot of that stuff before. So that's a very good point. I think she'll kind of settle down a little bit more and get adjusted to this. But the one thing that I heard them say earlier is both of them agreed not to go after each other. So I don't think we're going to see that at all. And the reason why, anything that they say against one another can be used later on by the Republicans against them once one of these two bow out. So I think that this would be a pretty cordial affair up into the primary. And the primary in Texas is coming up pretty fast. I think it starts in February. Into February is when the primary starts, I think. So it's coming around the corner right now.
This is a winning over process, and what I saw right now, I expect to see fireworks out of Jasmine next time when she goes and looks at her performance. So I feel like she's that intelligent. She's going to look at her performance and say, I was pretty good, but I was terrible on the point of my appeal. She has a way that she appeals to people, and she needs to stay in her lane on that edge. Hit it where it hurts. Tell him he look like Opie. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what y'all want. This is your king. Yeah, this is your king. This is your king.
Okay, so they ask, what are we debating? Tonight we're going to debate, should the Democrats shut down the government over the ICE victim in Minnesota, and who will be president in 2028, and we're also just recapping the Texas Senate debate, the Democratic.
As far as shutting the government down, I mean, at the next government shutdown, I don't think that they should be going overboard to fund ICE, period. So if that's going to be the factor in funding ICE, then they shouldn't get on board with it. But the person that still controls the House or still controls the vote are the Republicans. They just have to win over 8 Democrats in order to do it. So it's really they're still in control.
I don't think they have 8 Democrats right now.
They got Fetterman. Go ahead, Todd.
I don't think that they should stop it over a couple deaths, though. There's been a bunch of deaths, and we haven't stopped the government. So I don't think on the point of that, just because this situation is happening right there, that they should put us into a situation like that, like where it's affecting everybody in that means.
So going over what you just said there, I think we should consider these 2 deaths as canaries in the coal mine. I think if you're gonna say, okay, we're gonna let you guys get by with killing American citizens in the street, like, it's one thing if it's black and brown people killing it, that's the norm in America. But the second, and this, by the way, this guy is unique. This guy was, I think, Thomas or Martin Lawrence says this guy's in my family. So that's interesting. Number one. Number two, the guy was working for the VA. Okay, so he's helping veterans. Number three, the guy had a right to have a gun. That's a Second Amendment issue. And number four, the guy was the medic. He was I think he was a nurse on there, right? So this is a level above everything. If this guy can be killed by the government and there's no repercussions for it, my question: where does it stop?
Hey, you are completely correct on everything you're speaking about, and that's exactly why I feel like I feel. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? This shit been happening, and now that they're saying that this person is that or this person is this, well, I could do the same thing. Oh, he was a youth football coach. He worked at the Y. He was a exemplimentary employee where he worked at, and he did everything for the community, and he was a deacon, and those type of people are leaving here, and now this is the one that we're tripping over, because he was an ICU nurse. But on another point, people's presence in other people's lives and how they affect other people goes in a whole bunch of different directions. So he's no more important than any other man. So why in the hell?
Let me speak. I'm gonna give my opinion before y'all take off.
Go ahead.
My thought is that the government should not be shut down over it, because we just seen that the government was shut down over healthcare last time, and it still wasn't brought to the table. We got an Epstein vote that still panned out to Bill and Hillary not showing up. I do understand where the point is, where do we take a stand? But this is going to spiral. This is where somebody asked me last night, where does it become black people's business? This is gonna make it the marginalized black people and the rural and underserved white people are gonna get behind this. This is gonna put fuel to the fire, and they're all gonna be wondering, where did the government shutdown come from? And the left is gonna point to ICE, the right is gonna point to ICE being funded. So both sides is gonna be a common denominator, and this is going to be very, very bad, troubling. We're going through a national weather emergency right now. FEMA's funds is going to be coming pretty slow, I can imagine, and then we're going to say we're not going to give people necessities. Yes, it's going to, it's prime and ripe to be very, very bad.
All right, Blue, I got a question for you. Should we give ICE complete immunity from prosecution, and B, should we give them unlimited funding?
No and no.
Okay, that's the question. That means the government should be shut down, because that's what's waging on.
It wasn't complete and unlimited funding. It was $64 billion, and it was going to come with $20 million for body cams, which would give us a lot more clarity in this Alex Pretty situation.
All right, so let's be crystal clear. They just received $151 billion, and they have more than enough money for body cams. So what they should do is say, how about this? You're not getting a dime more in funding, not a dime more, because you have $150 billion, and you have to put on body cams, and we want to see you abide by the law.
They had the thing about that. The thing about that statement is they had already voted. They were already on board. We just watched 3 different representative senators say that this incident was the make it or break it if it wasn't for this. So they were already gonna, they already had made concessions. Oh, they don't have to wear masks. They were mad about it, but they made their concession. They had already made the concession for $64 billion. So like Top Cat said, this incident right here is gonna be the make it or break it. And yes, it sounds good. It is a freedom fighting move, if that's what we want to call it, but it's gonna get other sections that aren't involved in this right now involved, and they're going to be looking for somewhere to point the finger, and both sides are going to be pointing the finger to ICE.
So I mean, I just think that
it really worked. That I'm sorry, but it finally worked. Like they've tried this and tried this and tried this, and like now it's finally gonna work because of this guy. I mean, he's a special dude. I think he was a pretty decent person too. On the sketch, he looked like a serial killer to me too. Like he's just a regular dude, and there's cats that's getting cracked over the head. These type of situations are happening to them all over the United States, and like you said, because it's black and brown, that's kind of the norm. No, that's the point I think needs to change before, or be the point that needs to be pointed out first before they're paying attention to these type of situations. These people, I saw somebody get, Iron Eagle. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's some violence out there cracking off over these situations. So when these things are going to happen and more officers are on the street, you're going to see them do their dog pound shit. You're going to see what group activity and group violence turns into. And that's what we saw when this situation go on to, just an overdrive situation. So that happens around me all the time. They be overdriving on my Negro ass all the motherfucking time. I done seen too many people get, in those same situations lose their life. So I'm like still saying it. This is going to be the one that makes you go in that situation. Then it still was never no justice in the point. We're still going to get treated that way. No matter what, all this stuff that happens, what just happened to that man is still going to be the number one fear of me being a black man living in a country that I'm supposed to call home.
I agree with that part, but again, there has to be like nothing's going to stop it otherwise. Like I wasn't for them funding any more funding for ICE, and all of a sudden, like for example, I'm not for them moving forward with this idea of putting on this brake thing in vehicles, and like I'm surprised how many people voted for it. But anything that stops that, I support that, and that's how I am with this. It doesn't matter anything that it would take to stop the funding of ICE, because I personally think ICE should be abolished. Period. We don't need ICE. We've done it before with the border guards. I think Biden added 1,300 new border guards, to help out. So that's
Border Patrol get corrupt so fast, brother, allegedly. But they get so corrupt so fast, man. There's so much going on down here by this border.
Do you think ICE isn't corrupt?
I know in the aspect that in the time that they got put together, there's corruption that's building and some corruption that was in the beginning. But in another aspect, what I'm saying is when I look at ICE and I look at the actions of the LAPD since the 1950s, and I say y'all saying ICE, and I'm saying all these motherfuckers been doing the ICE baby on us, period. This is just another fucking name for it. People want to call it Gestapo, whatever, but they're not calling it the names out here that was riding on our asses. They're not calling it the KKK. You're not calling it what, the other people. They just say you're acting like. They're acting like, no, call them what they is. Those is their grandsons. Call it what it is.
So then, rather than having more of it, we should try to have less of it.
So how long are you willing to wait? How long are you willing to go without funding the government to get that?
It's not funding the government. Oh, we're talking to me or talking to him. It's not about funding the government. It's just about funding ICE. Like that's all they do is pull that out. Pull all ICE funding out of it.
But the Republicans probably won't. I think I think Mike Johnson's gonna get up there. This is my prediction, and they're not going to split the bill. That he's gonna get up there day after fucking day and say that the Democrats do not want to fund ICE and that these ICE agents need this funding. We just had one that had a finger bit off. Hakeem Jeffries is gonna get up there day after day and say that us Democrats, we're a nation, we cannot afford to fund these people, and it's going to go back and forth. My question to you is, how long is long enough? Is it until midterms? Is it till November? How long is long enough?
You talking to me or talking to
either one, whoever wants to take the question.
I don't think it's necessary, period, because that's what I was saying. When stuff went on and martial law hit out here, and different stuff went on in the state, and people were losing their life. The country left it to the state. And right now, if we move because of the situation that's going on in each and every single state, but we're going to find out that there's going to be incidents at all times. There's no way around it. It's mathematically like impossible for there not to be incidents. So how many of them are we going to pop on these situations instead of coming together on a resolution for the situation? And my resolution being I'm in the skin I'm in, like I'm in this skin, is to step the fuck back and try to figure my way for the next situation. Because trying to hop up there right now, I'm going to turn all that energy directly on myself and my family.
So imagine if the cop that killed George Floyd wasn't put in jail like he got. Instead, he was given a promotion, he was given a medal, and the president made it this banner that showed people kneeling on somebody's neck. That's what this is right now. Basically, what this like the ICE agents are laughing at this. They're celebrating it because there is no accountability and there's complete immunity from prosecution for any of the ICE guys. So, as the opposition party, because we are right now, the Republicans are in power, they're the primary, and the Democrats are the opposition party. I don't want my representative as part of the opposition party saying, I'm going to give you everything that you need. That's what I'm saying. I want my representative to be the opposition. And I'm opposed to any funding for ICE, period. And that's what I expect. So if you can do it without the vote of AOC, without the vote of Bernie Sanders in the Senate, without the vote of Crockett for right now, if you can do without those out there votes, knock yourself out. Because you're gonna have to own it, period. And that will all come back around when the midterms actually happen. And again, also when the general election happens. So the Democrats should be making them own it. I don't want my representatives voting at all for this. None of it. I don't care. Take it out of the bill, or deal with it.
Or keep the government shut down till midterms, right?
Well, remember back in the day when Ted Cruz was a freshman Democrat or freshman Republican, Ted Cruz shut the government down. Just Ted Cruz did. That's how close it was over some silliness, and no one said anything about it.
What do you think the pressure is going to be put on when you shut down the government? You don't think that's going to bring on more division between individuals in their areas?
It's like this.
You don't think it's going to be a gangbang situation between these people? You don't think it'll come to a point?
How do I know my representative is against funding ICE? How do I know my representative is going to hold these guys accountable? How do I know that my rep's going to say enough's enough? Donald Trump, someone needs to be impeached for it. If they're voting yes and supporting it, they're not. So who's the person shutting the government down are the Republicans. They're in charge. The Democrats are shutting the government down. The Republicans are.
The Republicans have incentive to shut the government down. That's what I'm telling you. You just said they got 150 million. They have enough money to wait this shit the fuck out. Mike Johnson is gonna get up there day after fucking day and not make any concessions, man.
Then that's how it is, because.
And then we're gonna get to the midterms and we not gonna have fucking elections because the government shut down, right?
There has to be an opposition party, and if you're not standing up for the people, then you're supporting every single thing Donald Trump's without wavering.
When you start messing with these people's checks again, are you thinking that I'm talking about life on the streets and out here with the people actually dealing with it. When you start messing with their checks again, do you think that they're going to have a higher eye or more thoughts about immigrants, or they're going to get more upset with immigrants?
A lot of them are immigrants. A lot of them are the people that are having family members taken off the street. And what you're basically saying is, we don't care about you. We care about not upsetting the status quo. So we're going to let Donald Trump do whatever he wants to do. If he wants to invade Greenland, we'll let him do that. If he wants to
I'm going to tell you, Steve, you might as well go ahead and go to HEB and just start getting you some canned goods and get ready to pass them motherfuckers out, because it's going to be a lot of community work needed.
I mean, are you guys familiar with how unions work and how strikes work? It's the same thing. You know,
when I work a government job, and there's some people even in my own family that live next door that I know are illegal in different points, and this is affecting my life, and I really That brings problems all the way down to the grit. Is what I'm saying. These people that are going through it out here, they have to make a choice if they are on the other side or on this side. Once you start messing with their money, right now everybody's all mess with your money, and you don't care about Pedro as much as you did yesterday.
Let me ask you a question. Both things. Which government shutdown before Trump took office were you guys concerned about?
None. I was in the damn streets. I was in the streets, hell.
Okay,
I'm always concerned about it.
This happens all the time. And the thing is, when Obama was in charge, there was government shutdowns. When Bill Clinton was in charge, the Republicans shut the government down. They shut it down so bad that Bill Clinton had no one to work in his office but interns. And one named Monica Lewinsky, at that time, gave him a blowjob. That's how that whole thing happened. It happened during a government shutdown when all the government was gone. So that's how long government shutdowns have been going on. But right now, this is the one time that I want my reps to stand up. Like the thing with Medicare, like not funding Medicare, that was ridiculous. They let it go, and people still might lose their health care. It got pushed back for 3 more months. But, they should have stood up. They already went that far, and they caved. Schumer caved. Schumer's just weak. Schumer's a weak leader. Schumer's going to get primary. But I don't want the government to shut down either. I think the whole idea of having to fund it in such short term is ridiculous. But right now, we can't. The only thing I care about is you cannot give any more money to ICE. None. Anything else is on the table. Everything else is cool. I'm cool with. That's all that I care about. If you can't stop ICE, then you need to be replaced as my rep. You're not the opposition party. You're in cahoots with them. And that's all I can say about it. I mean, nothing's going to change my view. This is what most progressives are thinking, that they want someone who's going to fight for these people, fight for us, fight for them, shut down ICE. And what they have to do is they have to come back with concessions. Okay, look at, we're going to give them money, but like you said, we guarantee they're going to have body cams. That doesn't mean anything. What about holding them accountable? Give me a written guarantee that we're going to hold ICE agents accountable. And that's what I'm saying needs to make the difference. It's not just about the money, it's about accountability. Do you guys think that they're being held accountable right now? Just yes or no?
No, but that's the thing. We talked about this before the election. Trump ran on immunity. He ran on this. That's what I'm not understanding. He ran on this. So what the fuck is going on?
So then you think that some people should be above the law?
No. I do not think people should be above the law, but I don't think that this government shutdown is going to make or break that unless they're willing to ride it out until the fucking midterms. And if they ride it out into the midterms, they lose the midterms. It's all playing into the Republicans' hand. I'm saying that there's a better way to fight this fight. I don't know how right now, but this is going to get a lot of groups involved in this that's not involved right now. It's going to be I'm already seeing a lot more of those scarecrow hats and shit. All right. Shit gonna get really bad really quick.
How would the Democrats lose the midterms if the Republicans shut the government down?
Because when it comes to minority groups, they're gonna wonder why the fuck aren't the benefits coming? Why the fuck am I looking over here and my kids are hungry and I'm still having to go to work and I just still can't fucking make it? Oh, it's because they didn't want to fund ICE. Oh, they had already agreed to fund ICE until Alex Pretty got smoked. Yes, that's gonna be and if you talking about willing to ride it all the way out to damn midterms, yes, it's gonna fuck them over. Freedom fighting. I understand. Trust me, I understand. It's a principles to shit. But a lot of people are gonna go fucking hungry. This greatest income tax time return shit, all that shit's finna go on the stomach, the belly. Feeding them damn kids that's looking at you crazy like, Mom, you always at work. Why the hell we still hungry? Because of inflation, because of tariffs, because of a lot of things, man. But people at the end of the day are gonna want to be fed and clothed, man. And right now we have a national emergency on top of all of this shit, man. All I'm hearing is shit, fuck it, sacrifice some more lives.
So then shouldn't the Republicans be the ones who are like, hey guys, we're going to take that out. We'll discuss that later. Let's just keep the government open. We're going to take out funding for ICE now. because they can get by the 150 million they have, and let's just move forward as a nation. Wouldn't that be the best thing to do?
Yeah, I can say yes to answer your question directly. Yes, but is that going to happen? And how? And what's the timeline on that happening?
And that's the thing. I don't know either. I don't have the answers for any of that. But again, that's what I would hope that the Democrats would consider and try to find a solution like this. The answer isn't just we're not going to change anything. There has to be compromise. The Democrats always had a compromise, but they had a compromise with Ted Cruz, and it was something stupid and crazy, but they had to do it just to get the government open again, and they had the majority. So if the Democrats could do it for Ted Cruz back in the days, I think the Republicans could do it for the people today.
Yeah, I mean, are you dealing with the same people? Are you watching the same people that I'm watching? Have you heard this man Donald Trump speak? Have you heard J.D. Vance? Have you watched Mike Johnson get up there and talk? Do these sound like the people that are going to make some fucking concessions? They don't want to make concessions on healthcare, man. The Democrats touted their fucking win, and what the fuck did we get? We got Hillary and Hillary Clinton dodging fucking court. That's all we got.
And again, I mean, that's a whole different story. Like the whole Epstein thing. Didn't Donald Trump? I mean, you talk about this more than anybody else. He ran on releasing the Epstein files, and that look how far we've gotten from that. Like that should still be that should still be being discussed, but it's not because he's gotten away with it. He's shifted the blame to the Clintons, yet his name has been redacted from the Epstein file more than anybody else. Like his name was in there over 1,000 times.
Right, and the Epstein files was a very big deal. It came an even bigger deal when the government shut down because now people aren't getting their food and everything. But it wasn't the Epstein files that people were attributing the government shutdown to. It was the healthcare. But what was the win that was touted after the government was shut down? It was the Epstein files, and we didn't get shit. That's just kind of where I'm at with it.
So I don't know. Again, that's my take on it. I hope that the Democrats stand strong, should remain the opposition party. If Ted Cruz, for much of a POS as he is, he stood fast. He stood 10 toes down on business. I'm not bending a toe until you give me what I wanted, and that's what the Democrats did. So I think it's just and on this last government shutdown, they gave the Republicans what they wanted. Like Schubert caved. He caved. And then they said we're going to have a vote, and then they ended up shutting the vote down. So they tricked him. And so we're right back where we started from, you know? So we'll see what happens on it, but I definitely hope the Democrats hold fast. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see my representative vote for it. Anyone else's can. I don't want to see my representative out here in Texas vote for it. I don't want to see Crockett vote for it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see Lloyd vote for it. Lloyd Doggett. Are you in Houston? If you're in Houston, are you in Austin, Texas?
Yeah, I was outside of Austin.
Yeah, so that's who the reps are here. I don't want to see them vote for it. That's all. I mean, we can keep going around in circles about it, but that's pretty much where I stand on it. Like nothing's going to change my viewpoint on that.
Okay. Chat. If anybody wants to join this conversation, I'll drop the link. The link is on the community tab wall. I also have it in the Discord, man. If anybody wants to join this conversation, I don't know where Top Cat ended up going.
I was looking for him. I think he fell out by accident.
His phone might have died.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Everybody that's on the Pluxation channel right now, I see we got 100 and something viewers. If y'all want a better listening experience, if you want to hear the panelists better, come to the Debate Nation channel. This is where we will be hosting the debates. That's what I'm restreaming this from, is the Debate Nation channel. If y'all got any questions in the chat, now is the time to drop the questions. You can have the floor, Steve. The other take was who will be president 2028.
2028 president, again, this is really tough. We're still a little far out. It depends on what happens. As far as the Republican side, I want to see if Donald Trump was just talking BS or if he's really going to run. As he's getting sicker and sicker, I think it's less likely he's going to run. But I don't think it's out of the question. So if Donald Trump runs, it will be the biggest violation of the U.S. Constitution ever, and I want to see what happens with that. But let's just assume that he does drop out. He's just joking. I think when he says Trump 2028, it's going to flip around and it's going to be Trump Jr. So I think Trump's kind of trying to play a game on that, and it's really going to be Trump Jr. is going to run. I know on the Republican side, there's Trump Jr. is in there. J.D. Vance, I honestly think Trump Jr. is going to stand a better chance than J.D. Vance because MAGA is not about policy, it's a cult of personality. And so Trump is all about the dynasty stuff, and I think that's who they're going to be running against. On the Democratic side, the number one person right now is probably Gavin Newsom. As far as who's most qualified, including both sides, Gavin Newsom is by far the most qualified. And I know a lot of people in the chat may not like him if they're Republicans, but you have to look at qualifications. Gavin Newsom was a mayor. Okay, that's governance. Gavin Newsom governed the fourth largest economy in the world. That's governance. So as far as governing goes, Gavin Newsom is the most qualified to be the president of the United States. I always think it should be two things. It should be one, a person who's run the military, if you're going to be commander-in-chief, or two, a person who can govern. So I think he's the most qualified. Jokingly, I would like to see his vice president be Jon Stewart. You know who Jon Stewart is?
I do not.
Do you ever watch the Daily Show with Jon Stewart?
No, I don't.
It's a comedy show. Like there was another guy that did it for a while, but he's a comedian. He's kind of funny, and he did a lot as far as being involved in the Senate, and being involved in congressional hearings to try to help 911 firemen get like health care taken care of. So he understands a little bit about working with Congress and that stuff. But I think because again, America is a bunch of star lovers.
Okay. Karen, if you want to join, you can go to my community tab wall. If you go to my post, if you go to post on my channel, it'll be a clickable StreamYard link. Or you can just screenshot the chat where I drop that StreamYard link and go to your pictures and it'll be clickable. Let me see. I got some people backstage. Okay, we got Stein Stizzle, my boy. Stein, what it do?
And the last thing, I think AOC should run for Senate to replace Schumer. So, I mean, there's a lot of people out there, but I definitely would put my money behind Gavin Newsom for president.
Why AOC, though?
AOC, because I think AOC is good at what she does right now in Congress, but I think that she needs to replace Schumer in the Senate for New York. So I want to see her primer Schumer in for the Senate seat.
Honestly, I would say I'm kind of like a radical. I believe Democrats and Republicans are, same bird. So, it just, I don't know.
You gotta pick one. Who you gonna pick?
No.
For each party to run. Like they gotta run against each other. So who's gonna be these two cockfights that you put into the ring since they're both birds of the same feather?
I'm saying, we literally don't. That's what gets me with Americans. You don't have to vote Democrat or Republican.
Okay. Who's gonna vote for? Give me some examples from last time. Who could you vote for?
Bernie should have been president. Period. That man having the same consistent message for his whole life. Period.
Bernie. I'm a Bernie guy too. 100%. But who else besides Bernie? Because Bernie dropped out. Like Bernie disappointed me. I'm a Bernie guy to the bone. But Bernie dropped out, and he let.
AOC. I think AOC should be president. Because Kamala, Kamala.
I'm not for Kamala at all. Harris at all. But why AOC? I don't disagree with you, but I want to hear your reasons why.
Well, she's kind of like up on the Bernie wing. You get what I'm saying? So,
yes.
and my thing is I don't understand why Americans keep electing rich people to deal with poor people problems.
That's a good point.
It makes sense.
That makes sense. But how do you think that she'll do in the rural states? Like a lot of rural America is still pretty misogynistic.
from Mississippi. I'm from the deepest part of Mississippi. She's not gonna do good here. Well, I don't know. Now that I think about it, I hear Mississippi is kind of becoming a little Democratic, so I mean, Bernie would.
Man, Arkansas ain't gonna fuck with her, man. I'm gonna just say that Arkansas won't fuck with her.
Like, he ain't lying. Most of the white people not gonna fuck with her.
Yeah.
But it's a large black population, so yeah. I don't know.
All right, Chad, we're going to do a live poll right now before we hear from Stein right quick. Would you vote for Trump Jr.? If Trump Jr. was on a ticket, whether it was as president or VP, would you vote for Trump Jr.?
Hell no. No.
So getting back to her, I think the reason why I picked Gavin, and again, I love AOC. I think that she'll definitely run for president someday, but I think America is very misogynistic, and a lot of the Deep South, I mean, I don't want to say that they're racist, but a lot of them have the mentality of, I gotta vote for somebody white. So that's why Biden did so well, and like Biden got 80 million votes. Harris got 77 million, that's 3 million less. So if Harris had gotten the same amount of votes as Biden had gotten, and that's with her on the ticket, I think he would have done even better if he had Bernie on the ticket for multiple reasons. But I still think that a lot of times people don't pay attention to politics. They don't care at all. And they just want to see somebody that looks like them on the ticket. Like the number one Google search the day before the election is Joe Biden still running? And so that tells you a lot of people just wanted to see if he wasn't on the ticket, they didn't even come out to vote that day. So that's my concern with her.
Let's all be real about this whole fucking situation, bro. They for the burn ain't gonna be no another election, bro. They gonna burn this bitch down and move somewhere else, bro. You don't see what's going on. They ain't thinking about no damn election, bro. They finna destroy this bitch and go somewhere else. That's why I been trying to grab Venezuela. That's why I been trying to grab Greenland. I been trying to go somewhere else, bro. They don't give a fuck about this shit no more. We finna cause chaos, boom, 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 and this finna be this finna be turned into like what it was with the Black Plague and all that, and everybody around that bit dirty and scrambling for rusty ass potatoes and moldy bread and shit. Rusty ass potatoes. What's up though, y'all too? What's up, plug? Been on a minute.
What it do?
How's the potato gonna get rusty?
I just be real with that.
He talking about rusty potatoes. I know what he talking about.
Come on, man. This shit's gonna get wild. Nigga, the farms and all kind of shit fucked up. You ain't got your farmers getting rid of crops and just throwing it away. Nah, bro. Hey, ain't no more orange trees. I'm from Florida, nigga. Ain't no more orange trees like it used to be when I was a kid.
All right, 1 second, y'all. Everybody on the Plugsation channel, be sure to go over to Debate Nation with 2 N's. It's the pinned comment if you want to hear the panelists better. Debate Nation has 1,000 times better audio because that's where we're streaming it from live. If you are on Debate Nation, be sure to subscribe to the channel. If you are on Plugsation, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Right now we have Steve, Stein, and what is that? Xantis? Xlantis and Xlantis.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue. Excellent. I cannot argue.
Yeah, Drip, that's Steen. Drip said, us, that's Steen. Yeah, that's Steen. Go ahead.
Nah, bro, you know, that I be watching, bro. That's what I been doing for like the past my whole life, really, been just watching, observing this shit. I'm like, no, all this shit happening for a reason, bro. This cause and effect. You cause something to have an effect, dog. The whole ice trucks and the government shutdown, and you ain't to shut the government down over a shooting, motherfucker. I'm saying the way I see it, after this election, I don't think a Republican is going to be president again for a long time. So,
shit, I'm gonna tell you like this. If the Democrats want to win, they need to run motherfucking Mark Cuban, because Gavin Newsom dirty laundry gonna come out, man. I'm talking about they gonna do Gavin Newsom so bad. JD Vance, I don't know if they pair Vance with Trump Jr., they might do something.
That might be his name, Gavin Newsom. What's the mayor name of, well, not mayor. What's the man name that run California?
Yeah, that's Gavin Newsom.
Governor Gavin is.
Yeah, you know that's what they're gonna talk about. They're gonna talk about how all the homeless, the money they gave to the homelessness, and the homelessness went up. They're gonna talk about the Palisades fires. They're gonna talk about him cheating, and fucking his campaign manager. Man, they gonna air out his dirty laundry, bro. Y'all think they did Kamala bad about some fucking greens? Wait till they get on Gavin Newsom.
That nigga stupid. Bad about it. We get a dirty about them greens too. That ain't no
Thank
doubt.
you, Karen.
Gavin is literally, like I say, it's the same problem. They go elect another rich white man to deal with poor people problems.
See, this is what I'm saying. I see y'all saying Mark Cuban is not Democrat, though, but Kamala tapped on Mark Cuban to be her vice president. Mark Cuban turned it down because he said he's not a...
Really?
Yeah, Mark Cuban turned it down because he said he's not a good number two. He's not a good number two. So if you look at the timeline, that's around the same time he sold the Mavs. Right before, you know, they announced that Kamala was going to be taking over for Biden and shit.
I mean, I like Mark Cuban definitely. I didn't know that he does identify as a Democrat either. I don't think he has a. What is his affiliation? Is he Republican?
I don't know. I think he's independent or moderate. I don't know.
Yeah, Mark Cuban's a good choice too. I wouldn't be mad if Mark Cuban was in the running. I would definitely take a look at him to see, but he doesn't have any like we're right back where we started from, having billionaires run us, what you were talking about.
Correct.
And even though I think he's a much wiser, smarter billionaire than Trump is, I just don't think Trump was really about himself. And he didn't understand policy, foreign policy, anything. He just went in there and did his own thing, and that's where we are right now. I think Cuba could fix a lot of problems that Trump has created, but
Drip, what I'm saying is this. No, I don't think we want another billionaire, Drip, but what I'm saying is if the Democrats want to win, if they put J.D. Vance on the ticket with Trump Jr., that's going to pull the MAGA base in, and, it's just, that's going to be a tough ticket for Gavin Newsom and who to beat, is what I'm saying. Gavin Newsom and who?
Gavin Newsom and Mark Cuban would be a fucking powerful ticket.
That's what I'm saying.
Think you're right. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
As a gay person from the South, a gay black man from the South, the problem with the Democrats is they definitely focus too much on culture issues. Damn, I don't give a fuck about getting married. I can't even afford a goddamn house. I don't give a fuck about being married.
That really wasn't an issue that Harris focused on. Harris didn't focus on gay marriage. That was Obama. Obama's the one that legalized gay marriage.
Definitely focused on trans people. So that's kind of, what I mean.
I think that the Republicans try to frame that way, but she never really talked about trans rights or anything. She wasn't a big fan of any of that stuff, believe it or not. She wasn't like a big advocate of it. They made you think she was. But if you look at her record, no, she wasn't there, really. Not at all. She wasn't a fan of legalization of marijuana. She wasn't a fan of getting black men out of jail.
Of course she not.
But that's what you think that she. But if you actually look at her record, because I'm from California, I was born in San Francisco, and tell you, she was like horrible on black women in San Francisco. She was when the crackdown on mothers for delinquency that affected black mothers directly. Single black mothers. She was the one that was like when what's his name? When Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger was leaving office, he signed the bill to make having an ounce of marijuana a misdemeanor. She hated that when she became Attorney General. She tried to overturn it. So she's not, again, that's a perception that's put on her and by the Republicans, and I mean, I would love to think it was accurate, but she's not for those communities at all. She's like Hillary Clinton is on it. If it doesn't harm her, she'll let it go, but she won't support it at all. She didn't support reparations. She doesn't support any trans rights whatsoever. That's
I'm gonna say this.
To use against her.
Drip asked me this. Let me respond to Drip. Drip says, I don't know. He said, Do I think anyone besides MAGA will vote for Vance and Trump Jr.? Yes, Drip, and the reason I say that is because a lot of people just will never vote for a Democrat. Yes, a lot of people will just never vote for a Democrat, no matter who's on their Republican ticket.
So then that's red no matter who. That's just like there's blue no matter who, there's red no matter who. So yeah, so that's true. But what about independents? Do you think independents are going to support Vance?
If Gavin Newsom doesn't come out and make a firm stance on guns, yes.
Gavin Newsom is a gun nut. In case you like, hunting is big in California, and Gavin Newsom is a big hunter.
You see,
He gonna have to say that. Then he's gonna have to alienate that one Democratic base. He's gonna have to say that he will be questioned on that, and he's gonna be questioned on that hard. And how he responds to that is gonna make a big deal. I expect that to come out in the Democratic primary.
Go ahead, Atlantis.
I was just gonna say, I lived in California for like a good 6 years in Compton. So, I don't know. Like Compton ain't. It's not a nice place. I don't know, like y'all, like California literally got the neighborhoods of homeless people. Like I don't.
That's the thing. Once you add, because they added so much funding to the homelessness problem in California, plus with they're not gonna let you damn die on the table and shit. That became a sanctuary. That became a place to where homeless people, they make their way to California. You can beach bum it and shit. You would be all right.
So if there's a movie that came out in the 60s called Grapes of Wrath, was a book too, and and basically what happened is during the Great Depression, people from all over the East started migrating to California because the weather was nice, it was easier to live, and California had police officers sitting up at the border rather than by courtside, and they would stop them and turn them back. Okay, so fast forward to 2008 when the prime mortgage thing happened, a bunch of people started flooding out from all over the world, all over the United States, that lost their homes in vans, like trailers and vans and that stuff, living in California. And do you remember when Paradise, California burned down a few years ago? The reason they all got stuck up there, those were all migrant people, Americans who came out there living in their trailers, were living up in the woods. And I lived in Paradise for a little while. There was one road out, and they all got stuck on that road, and they all died. Like 180 people were killed, burned alive in their vehicles. So LA, like Orange County and stuff, all those miles and miles of trailers that you see and RVs, those are people who came from all over the United States to live in California because the weather's nicer. And California has very lenient camping laws. Texas outlawed, Austin banned camping for people, and that's how they started arresting all the homeless. Like, there has to be more of a solution to homelessness than arresting them.
But yeah, America doesn't really focus on rehabilitation at all. It's just basically non-existent.
But it's about affordable housing. Like most of them aren't like joys. They ran out of a home. They don't have a home anymore. They couldn't afford to live in everything, so they come out to California. Some of them are working, but they're living in their cars while they have to go to work. Working at Walmart, living in your car. Working at a gas station, living in your car. Working at McDonald's, living in your car.
Now, I seen there was a lot of people, a lot of the Google employees and other employees were living in like RVs on the side of the streets in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, so that's what it is. A lot of it has to do with that. It's just not affordable housing.
I would say I kind of want to ask like how old you are, because you
Thank you,
about
Ken.
like 8. I don't remember nothing from 2008.
I was born in the 60s, early 60s.
I remember 2008, but I was a teen. I was a teenager in 08.
Kid, I'm 96. I don't really remember.
In 2008, I had a dispensary down Southern California.
So I'm kind of speaking from, I'm only 29. I'm only speaking from my experience and what I've seen. And Yeah, to me, moving to California to find a place to stay is kind of like the dumbest damn thing ever because it's expensive as hell to live there.
That's just how people from the South think. See, I'm the same way. When you from the South, it's just like paying exorbitant for housing is like, it's cool, but it gotta come with a bunch of fucking amenities because we're from the South. If you paying some chicken for somewhere to stay in the South, you expect a big yard, a pool, his and her damn bathroom sinks and shit, man. You go to the city, man, they gonna put you in an ice box, man, for like $3K a month.
Yeah, and that's insane.
But the difference is like you say you lived in Compton for a little bit. Compton's cool. I had to grow down in Compton for a little while. Like we were growing some weed down there at my boy's backyard. But Compton has big properties, dude. Don't get me wrong, Compton has big properties. It's just like if you live in San Francisco, for example, you might live in a small place, but it's about your job. You could probably get a pretty decent job living in San Francisco. You're not going to get that same job living in Texas. Nowhere. It just doesn't exist. So the quality of life is so much better. And then the clubs in San Francisco, the restaurants are incredible. Way more women, way more beautiful women. And then if you're gay, you have Castro. You know, and so there's just more opportunity there. Like the Castro district, you know, Castro and Polk are the two primary gay areas there. And I don't know what it's like for you, but down there, you can live your life. You know, you don't have to worry about looking over your shoulder or somebody's going to try to harm you. You're safer there. So that's what living in San Francisco, LA's even better. LA is expensive, but it's a quality of life. And the traffic's horrible, but you can get a pretty good job.
Hell,
go ahead.
Horrible is not the word.
It's horrible. Traffic is ridiculous. I drove a tour bus for a while down there. It was even worse, but traffic sucks in LA. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not stuck in traffic for like 4-5 hours. It is hell.
Well, Samantha says this is gonna make or break Trump White House team. How do they handle winter storms across the United States? It looked like they finna shut the fucking government down.
But the thing about it, that has nothing to do, like FEMA should still be, Trump is defunding FEMA. He's actually he doesn't really want to put money into that. He thinks that the state should be responsible for it. It's never worked that way. This is why I say about Trump. Trump does nothing about governing, and you don't want a businessman running a government. You want a person who can govern running a government. Like
a businessman running the government. A businessman that ain't, you know, is in the ground.
I never got to that point when my phone, excuse me, brothers, my phone kept fucking up. I had to go charge my other phone and get up to the bed.
Welcome back. But like Trump, I was trying to get to, you don't want a businessman in no country trying to govern people.
That's
why.
Yeah, you want somebody that's other people. You want to run the country, a nigga that being shipping laws and driving shit across the country. You want a person of the people running the country. You don't want a businessman that never lived the life of a regular American.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? You don't want nothing. And most of the people who run the country, most of the people that in Congress, most of the people in Senate, most of them, they don't live life like we do. They never did. They grew up, they went to private schools, Catholic schools, their lights ain't never been off, their refrigerator ain't never been empty. They ain't none of that. They ain't never stepped in no glass or nothing. They ain't never stepped in the ant bed. They don't know nothing about none of that shit, bro. You don't need, because most of the people in the country live life like that. How you gonna have somebody running the country who never been on food stamps, don't know nothing about Section 8, don't know nothing about government cheese and nothing? You need somebody of the people, man. The real guy. I run somebody who got a big ass farm that get out every day and herd the cattle and got sheepdogs and all kind of shit, Australian shepherds and shit and all that. I want somebody like that running this bitch, not no rich ass suit and tie, spoiled titty baby ass motherfucker. But my running shit. That wine type ass shit, that bigger stick type shit. You get little, so you want to run around with extra power, because now you don't know what it feels like to ever be that person. So you get somebody that don't come with power, bro. It's a great responsibility to have power. Trump was a motherfucker that got picked on, never got girls, got beat up, all kind of shit. You give a nigga with power like that, what he gonna do? I'm trying to go bullying everybody. It's the Drake effect.
You get one nigga with some power who ain't never had it before them, they gonna get up. And Kamala wouldn't have been no better either. It don't make no fucking sense. We need a break, man. We don't need no president for a minute, bro. Just let us figure it out. Need some time to yourself.
You call it the Drake effect. That's crazy. That's spot on. I disagree. I'm 100% agreeing with you. It's the Drake effect. Exactly. Ain't about us. Go ahead.
I was just the way I see it, I just think, I don't know. I got a couple of little ideas in my mind. I say we just separate the country in half and, let the Republicans have their side and let the Democrats have their side. And,
Man, that's about the dumbest shit I done heard.
And let me tell you what that word for word. I don't know if you know this or not.
I'm just talking
California is a donor state. New York is a donor state. What that means is when it comes to paying taxes, they pay more taxes to the government than they receive back in benefits. So most of the red states, Oklahoma, Arkansas, not Texas, a few others, without the blue states, they wouldn't be able to survive. So if the country broke up, those guys would want to come and steal the resources and cause a civil war to try to get resources because they wouldn't have it.
I'm just saying split it down the half, split it down the middle. We still the United States, but You
understand that so two things. One, Obama said...
What tax money going? Answer your own question. You talking about they pay this much tax, they get this much bite. Everybody around these streets paying taxes. Where the money going?
I'm saying...
You can say it without saying it. You can say it without saying it.
All right, so I'll be clear on this.
Where the money going? We know where the money going.
It all goes to D.C. All the money goes to D.C. All goes to D.C. Right now,
No. I'm not even talking about that. Let's be real. The money going to a place where they got free college and they got free health care and all that shit. That place where they motherfucking bombing hospitals and schools, that's where the money going. Over there. All our money going over there, bro.
Hey, y'all put a picture up, man, if y'all know how. Hey, look, panel, y'all put a picture up, man, if y'all know how. It can be just a little meme, your favorite football. I don't give a fuck, man. But these white circles is terrible.
I'll be back. I'm going to put a picture up. I'll be back then, okay? Try to put a picture out there.
I'm on my old phone. My picture supposed to normally pop up.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't with that splitting the country in half. Cause what we gonna split it down? The East Coast is gonna be Republican. The West Coast is gonna be Democrat. That shit crazy, motherfucker. Somebody got an echo.
Hold on, I'm trying to put a picture up real quick, bro. So it might be me. Hold on. I'm doing the what's name. Did it pop up?
Yeah, it popped up.
Yo, I seen you on YouTube. I just did here because.
You come on the panel with us, man. We go live on Debate Nation. Stein, you echoing or somebody echoing. Is it you, Steve? That was Stein echoing. That wasn't even used. I don't know. Stein muted. I don't know. But yeah, we do panels on Debate Nation every night. My main channel is Pluxation. That's where I do daily shows most of the time, twice a day, and then on the late night we come over here on Debate Nation and do panels.
Hey, how you holding up with that winter storm, bro?
Man, we all right, man.
I see you still got power.
Yeah, I got power, but it's fucked up out there, man. I almost got stuck earlier trying to go to the store.
Get everything you need, man. Get everything you need so you ain't gotta go out nowhere, but straight up, it's supposed to get right down this bit cold again tomorrow. It ain't snowing enough. This is a little bit of Jacksonville. Get close to it ain't cold. But nah, we need somebody that's gonna run this country, bro. Like, I'm talking about for real, like, bro. We need somebody that boots on the ground, some grassroots person. You feel me? Somebody like that Obama shit. Obama was a whole little scam, bro. Obama ain't do shit for nobody, bro. Fuck Obama. He don't even represent a man to me, bro. Ain't nothing manly about that man.
Stein, do you got another phone around you or something?
What you say, bro?
You echoing. Do you got another phone around you? Is your phone plugged up?
Yeah, my phone on the charger, and I got my other phone going through your YouTube and shit, but I got the volume down.
I don't know. It's echoing.
I'm gonna leave and come back real quick, then.
Yeah, I got a little generator, man. We'll be alright, man. But it is a lot of buildings collapsing around here, like warehouses and shit like that, sheds and shit.
I'm saying, like, dude, I'm from a small town in Mississippi. We probably got 800 people.
Damn.
We got one grocery store, one hospital, you know, because redlining. But you got nothing, so it's just no opportunity here, no nothing.
Damn. What the fuck y'all be eating?
Your food? What you mean?
Y'all got a McDonald's?
Yeah, McDonald's probably like a good 25 minutes away.
Y'all gotta drive 25 minutes to McDonald's?
In a car. If you on foot, shit, that's a 3-4 day walk. This is.
Damn. Karen, you said you tried to get on stage.
That nigga said 3-4 day walk, man. That's no opportunity. What the hell, you stay in Mississippi, man? Yeah, I stay in Mississippi. You got to be. That's the only place I know like that. Mississippi or motherfucking Montana or some shit. Goddamn North Dakota, you gotta walk like that. I come from Mississippi. What the hell, your job? I have to be, nigga. I'm from the South, so I know. I got to be somewhere in the motherfucking South. Yeah, like I said, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, some places where ain't any niggas at. So it's niggas down there, big dirt road and shit. And we got plenty of them, but I'm gonna say, yeah, we majority black and white, so it's more white people than black people. Parts of it. It's parts of it. Oh boy, what's that city? Philadelphia, Mississippi. You heard of that? Yeah, small town. That's where one of the best running backs that ever touched the game came from. Mississippi is just.
Top Cat, what it do?
I don't even like riding through Mississippi. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I don't like riding through that shit. People that's voting for Trump, y'all voting for him. Mississippi is a prime fucking example of what's gonna happen to America if y'all continue down this line. It ain't gonna be tripping though. Like the whole thing is, bro. That's what I've been trying to figure out. Why are we tripping about this shit, bro? America eats its babies, bro. We didn't see this happening. Everybody was too busy in their phone doing TikToks and Vines and all other kind of bitches got their ass on the seat taking pictures and like everybody was distracted by the bullshit, not noticing what was gonna happen. I'm saying we can listen to all that shit, bro. It was all distraction. Like they had you one hand showing you what they doing, and behind they bite, they got the motherfucking whole Rubik's Cube and through the whoop. I'm not shocked by none of this shit, bro, at all. Black person is. I feel like no black person is shocked by it at all. But there's a lot of them that is, cause they motherfucking took the candy out the First Lady Church. You feel me? At the church, first they ate the little cranberry. They ate the little what the word is original. Yeah, you took that word as original. You took that little strawberry. You took that little peppermint. Some of y'all took some of the black licorice, the black jelly bean. Some of y'all ate the black jelly bean. No, you get it. When y'all started listening to Nicki Minaj and Cardi B and let Drake become the guy and motherfucker thought Wayne was supposed to be at the Super Bowl and shit, yeah, you fell for it. Once you nigga, man, it's a lot of shit.
falling for these bullshit ass movies.
Alright, Drew.
You started watching Love and Hip Hop all goddamn day and Basketball Wives and up no. Y'all should have peeked it when they stopped showing videos on BET and MTV. You should have peeked it then.
What's up now, Karen? You can cut your camera off if you want to. You don't got to keep it on.
I'm just being real about it. My fault. There go my rant for the night.
All right, Drip. Have a good night, Drip.
That was 100. I feel a lot of the same. You know, I had a lot of the same feelings, man. Like, you kind of, you know, if you didn't see this coming, you ain't been paying attention to anything, and that's exactly what they want you to do. So yeah,
I didn't know.
Just scratch this.
Well, I didn't know.
Okay, what's up now, Karen? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. How you feeling about this
Lord.
situation?
You heard me. How you doing, love? How you doing?
Men, are you ready, man? All you men in this chat room? Are you ready from a woman's perspective now?
Yep.
You said a woman voted for Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good Lord. What's how can y'all, this man literally said he would have sex with his own daughter. I don't.
When did he say that?
He did say that. He did say that. But my whole thing is, don't do that. We ain't gonna be judgmental with the women voting for MAGA, because we only had two choices. You feel me?
No.
So it really don't matter.
Well, no, that's another question I have. Why is MAGA viewed as a cult? Why? Okay, I am MAGA. I want America great again. Why am I in a cult? If I want America great again, why is that bad?
Let me ask you a question. Why do y'all, and I'm not for myself, like I say, I'm not a Democrat at all, but it's kind of the same with how y'all think all gay people and all the leftists are like just, you know, grouped together planning things. And it's, you know, and then again, but y'all kind of have like a cult mentality, because a cult mentality is like Trump can't do no wrong. That's
No, not at all. He's human. He's human. He can definitely.
Your argument is kind of null and void just because you saying y'all. You feel me?
He's human. He can make mistakes.
You can't say y'all. You can't just like you say they throw all gay people into a box. You can't say y'all because that's throwing all MAGA people into a box. You feel me?
Absolutely.
My question, I got a question for her too. When was America really great?
Back in the 80s.
You said back in the 80s, you talking about when all the black people was on crack? When all the black people was on crack and y'all was just locking niggas up for no reason, and like Ronald Reagan had this fake ass war on drugs and type shit. That's when it was great? Are you talking about when niggas couldn't come and eat at the restaurants that y'all had? And when they motherfucking burned down Tulsa and Rosewood and all that? Like, when was it really great?
No, first of all,
when you say make America great again, niggas go to thinking, well, damn, because it's mostly white people that saying make America great again. So when was America really great?
now, how do you know who you're talking to? Do you know you're talking to a woman of color? Do you know you're talking to a woman?
Does that matter? Does that matter?
Do you know that I am Native American?
Not black. I know you're
and
not
I am black.
Stein, are you gonna let her answer though? Are you gonna let her answer? You asked her a whole bunch of questions and you won't even let her answer.
I am Native American. I am African American. I am Latino. So you don't know who you're talking to. I come from the most liberal, conservative family there is. I have a sister that is married to another female that adopted twin African American boys. So you got to be careful who you talk to and assume that.
What's that got to do with anything? You sound like a $5 fucking Indian. You sound like a $5 Indian that's sitting here trying to gaslight somebody into something.
You're putting people all under the same spectrum, and I am not.
Your name is Karen. You're not white. Because you adopted your sister, your goddaughter, whoever the fuck adopted.
Stop. Alright, look. This what we gonna do.
Some goddamn shit. That shit ain't got nothing to do with the fuck we talking about right now, bro.
No,
Can I say something?
I am a minority, a woman of color that has worked her ass off to get an education.
You said woman of color.
Yes, I am a woman of color.
We ain't talking about anybody in this whole conversation. Niggas been on the phone for how long? Ain't nobody talking about no education or none of that shit. That has nothing to do with none of the shit. You come here
I grew up in the city. I grew up in the city. I know what it's like to be raised.
You said a woman of color, but you never said what you was, because everybody identifies something.
Stop. Okay, alright, look, man. Alright, look, we running everybody out the damn chat with this. Look, she said what she was. She said she was African American, Native American, and something else. She said it. Yeah, alright, listen. Latino. The question at hand was, when was America great again? She said the 80s, hold on. She said the 80s, right? So that's where we were at. Why do you think that he made all his claims of why Reagan had the war on drugs and everything in the 80s? So you can respond to why America was great in the 80s.
And the reason why is, and I'm going to be totally honest, why it was the 80s and the 90s. I didn't have the responsibilities like I do now. Okay? I'm going to be straight.
Hello?
Karen?
Yeah.
Say it again. We missed you. You cut off.
I'm just going to tell you that I'm a person. I am a person of color. I'm a woman of color. I have lived in the city. I grew up in the city. Okay? So I know what it's like to get those looks. I get those looks now. Okay, I still do. I go back into the city and teach inner city kids. So I know, I get it firsthand. I get what these kids are going through and still are going through. I am not oblivious to what is going on in this world. I'm telling you that right now. Okay? Some of my best friends are gay, are lesbian. I play softball, okay? I know what the trials and tribulations are.
Can I ask you a question? So
in the 90s, because I didn't have the responsibilities I do now. My husband committed suicide in 2009, okay? I found him hanging in our garage, okay? So I was thrust into the father and mother role, and that's what I had to do, okay? But I had to do that being a woman of a minority. Okay.
My name is Steve. I want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I've listened to everything that you said, okay? And like he says, you said the 80s were the greatest, okay? First off...
I didn't have the responsibilities, yeah. Basically, I was a kid.
Okay. But when Donald Trump is saying, make America great again, he's not referring to the 80s. We know that. And so, number one. Number two, of all the things that you said, like whether it's, finding your family member hanging, whether it's being a woman of color, name me any one thing that Donald Trump has done, that Donald Trump has done to address any of those issues that direct things in your life.
Directly, he's cut taxes in my area.
Are you a billionaire?
I'm saying yes.
Am I a billionaire? I'll never be a billionaire. I'm very content with that where I am.
Donald Trump has not cut taxes for you. The reason why the people think MAGA is a cult...
And I know you said that too. What are they doing about the... This is a very sore spot for me too. What are they doing about the professional athletes and what they bring in too, the billionaires?
What are you talking about, professional athletes? Be more specific. What does that mean?
Well, they bring in these big paychecks. Do they, besides the politicians, do they audit them? Do they question them and what they do with their paychecks? Do they give back? do they do what they're asked of as far as the politicians? I mean, when is the salary enough?
They go to jail for tax evasion. You know how many athletes broke for not paying their taxes?
Yeah, they nailed
how many rappers and singers that don't went to jail and all that for not paying their taxes?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't.
And his homies.
A lot go to jail for paying. Everything he's saying is spot on. A lot go to jail for not paying their taxes. Wesley Snipes, he's American. I mean, he's a millionaire. Went to jail for not paying his taxes. So whatever state you're from, you have to pay taxes, and you got to pay federal taxes. So they held them accountable for paying their taxes. But again, so if that's like the reason people say that MAGA is a cult of ignorance, name me what's the one deal breaker Trump can do that would make you say I'm not going to support him anymore.
That I'm not going to support him anymore?
Yeah, I mean, if you support Donald Trump and MAGA, name me the one thing that he could do that would make you go, that's too much. I can't support him anymore. Like, what's the one thing that he could do that make you not support him?
Nothing, because he's not the whole Republican Party.
Okay, so real quick, that's why they call MAGA a cult. Because no matter what your cult leader does, you're going to ride with them. That's a cult.
He's not the whole leader.
He is.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Because if he's the whole leader, then how can all these federal judges override him?
And you still go support him.
Yeah, see, I mean, exactly.
I support the Republican Party.
Y'all gonna go break that motherfucker out.
All right, let me ask you.
All right, listen. All right, come on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, listen. Listen, we gotta hold on. We can't all talk over each other too. I know y'all got questions for Karen and want to make comments, but we gotta, have some decorum. Hold on. Chat, everybody on the Plugsation channel, y'all might want to come to the Debate Nation channel because I'm about to end this live on the Plugsation channel in the next 10 minutes. I'm going to give y'all 10 minutes to get over to the Debate Nation channel if y'all want to, join in on this conversation or keep hearing it. The audio's better as well.
Okay, so, go ahead. I was going to say that as far as MAGA goes, MAGA is not the Republican Party, okay? The Republican Party last existed in 2016 when they had that debate. And Rubio was the first one to saying Trump, it's this, that, and the other. So MAGA is only Make America Great. That's Donald Trump. That goes back to 1929. Look it up. And it was a white supremacist movement in the United States run by the KKK. And that's what Donald Trump's referring back to by making America great. That's where it comes from, MAGA, American First. So if you have to choose between Donald Trump and the Republican Party, which one would you choose?
I choose the Republican Party, which Donald Trump is part of.
No. Now, if you have to separate the two, Donald Trump will be gone forever, goes to prison, or the Republican Party breaks out. Which would you choose? Did you say it or not?
It'll never happen. That's not
again. Just play along with me.
It's not a feasible situation.
It is the feasible situation. Just play along with me.
No, it's not.
Okay, so then which do you choose? Do you choose the Republican Party to survive? Does that mean Donald Trump went to prison for life? Or would you want to rather him not go to prison and the Republican Party dissolve and just become MAGA?
I would never, ever vote against the Republican Party so it dissolves, ever.
Okay, so then...
Wasn't Donald Trump a Democrat in the 90s, early 2000s?
I don't know if he was...
Just say yes,
I don't know if he was a Democrat, but he was a...
yes.
Was he?
Donald Trump was a
Democrat for a while.
No, you're right. He was an independent in 2000 when he ran, and then he had to choose a side, and then in 2011 on, he's been running as a Republican.
That's when everybody turned on him, yeah.
No one turned on Donald Trump. Donald Trump decided that he was going to break the law, and that's why people don't want him around anymore. But he got away with it.
Yeah, I'm sure he
let me ask you this.
the law.
Was January 6th an insurrection? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Look.
It wasn't. You crazy.
Absolutely not.
You delusional motherfucker, lady.
No, it's okay, guys. It's okay. Let me say this.
Why do you call me names?
Hang on. Let me finish. I get that. So this is why they say MAGA is a cult, because this is what Donald Trump says. Tell me if he's right or wrong. He says he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose a single vote. If Donald Trump shot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue, even better, if Donald Trump okay somebody being shot in the streets of Minnesota, would you still vote for him?
When did you say that?
Donald Trump said that if I could shoot somebody in the middle of the street of Fifth Avenue and not lose a single vote, I think he's right. I think he could do that, and you would still vote for him. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, when he was around,
because he 100% said it.
He 100% said it. You should know when. That's the thing. Like you.
This is why this. I know. This is why they say
that would
MAGA is
be
a
all
vote.
over the news. That would be all over the news.
It was.
I don't,
You just
when?
He did say it. He did say it.
Come on. So again.
All right, listen. Hold on, chat. If anybody wants to get up here and take Karen's side or take in this debate, because I see you saying the 5-on-1 with a GB, typical fatherless behavior. So bear blasting. You can hold on. I don't need a cosign. Bear blasting. You can bring your ass to the stage. Damage, you said none of that matters, stupid. You can bring your ass to the stage. Everybody can bring their ass to the stage, and we'll just rotate people in and out because it's like a 3-on-1 right now for sure.
It is. I don't want it to be, but Karen, one last question. Name me 3 things Donald Trump has done to help America. Like, let me give you an example. Did giving money to Argentina help America, or did that help us?
Do you feel, because that's what I was thinking about, I'm sorry.
Can I answer?
That you are American first, but how can y'all say y'all American first, but y'all are okay with sending money to Israel and sending money to Argentina? And
He didn't do that. Biden did that.
Yes, I'm not, I don't, girl, he literally did 20 billion. Do you know what 20 billion can do?
It's actually 40 billion.
Well, 40 billion. They can change that. Like,
if we're gonna be honest, they did. Now I haven't fact checked it, but he said they recouped on the first installment of that money.
They what?
Who recouped though? Who recouped? We were talking about San Francisco and LA and all that shit. And there's a place called Skid Row where all that's like a homeless city, whole bunch of tents and shit. You feel me? So what did that money go to?
Hold on. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna be all the way wrong, all the way honest with you, Stein. That argument right there is not even viable because California has got so much fucking money to fix that homelessness problem. The Skid Row. Listen, man. Boxable got $50,000 efficiency damn houses, man. You put 2-3 people in one of them efficiencies, man. They could have been done something with the homelessness problem.
And like I said, I'm right along with you. I'm not that was a problem before Trump was president. You feel me? So it shows you it's only just throwing the magnifying glass on Trump. But this shit is going on. You feel me? So what the money been going? Been sending money over there to that country for years. I'm saying they're really our shit. Now they run our shit, bro. Israel and America, really. That's
Trump's exposing it all.
No, he's not. No, Trump is supposed to. Okay, what do you think about the Epstein list?
Do you actually think that they're cutting the know about Minnesota and California?
They came out. They run
exposing a lot. I do agree with that. He is exposing a lot. In one way or another.
You're excited, man. You think they actually know about Minnesota and California?
Tell me what
trillions of dollars.
Guys,
my fault. Go ahead, brother. I apologize.
Name me. So what is Trump exposing exactly? Make it clear to me. First off, I want you to acknowledge the fact that I don't think that you do enough research. But
the trillions that the billions of dollars that Walt has embezzled or has supposedly invested in the Somalian daycares?
So, in other words, every single thing, all these conspiracy theories that they put out there, you kind of buy into them.
Hold on, chat. One moment, panel. Karate Kevlar. One moment, chat.
He invested money in daycare centers that did not exist.
Okay, one moment, y'all. Hold on, chat. I need y'all to stop. Everybody, I see you saying everyone has yard sale mics. That's because you're on the Pluxation channel. I'm about to end this live in 5 minutes. Everybody head to Debate Nation. It's the pinned comment. Debate Nation with 2 N's. That's where you can continue to hear this debate, this conversation. If you want to join the chat, it's on my post. It says join the debate, and it's a StreamYard link. But better audio on Debate Nation. Y'all have 5 minutes to mosey on over to Debate Nation or shit. I see y'all on the next one. It is what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You go.
Yeah, because this is what I'm not understanding. You have a problem with Somali Americans, like even if they was embezzling, I don't really care for them. Even if they was embezzling, you have a problem with them getting money, but you don't have a problem with us sending money to Argentina and Israel. Like, it's what's not registering to me. Like,
can I jump in on that? She doesn't think. Can someone in the chat post that information? She doesn't even believe the money went to Argentina. Isn't that right? Isn't that what you just said? She thought it was Biden. Did Trump send money to Argentina? Yes or no?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, we literally, this is my thing, we literally pay for half of the damn world's health care, but we don't have fucking health care.
Absolutely. And that's been a problem forever.
That's right. And when you talk about Argentina, right, I don't know if everybody know this, but a lot of those motherfucking NAZIs went to Argentina.
To be fair, we were paying for most of the world's health care, before Trump got in office. We were doing that shit for a minute. But look, I'm finna bring Steven to the stage, and I'm gonna take a step back. Top Cat, get in on the conversation as well. Y'all keep it respectful, have some decorum, man.
Okay. We'll have some decorum. I was like, but my problem is just like, it's really, I'm not gonna say it's majority white people. You say you're a black woman, but that's kind of hard to believe because
I'm majority Native American.
But bunch of Indians that just don't make sense. Like the 80s is good. I was born in 96. Like,
I was born in 67.
The 80s were pretty nice.
We like my mama age, bro. And she a $5 Indian. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Ain't nothing like a black girl. I'm not trying to kick your back in. Just tell the truth, mama. You ain't got to lie. You feel me? You gotta be nice.
Let's just stay on.
Hold on, bro. Stein, how many times is you gonna call? Hold on, man. Stein, how many times is you gonna call this woman there, Stein? Like, damn. I don't need a cosign right now, Steve. Hell, y'all was up here and let him say about 4 or 5 times before I got on the damn stage. Stein, just quit calling her this shit, man. Just call her by her name. You know what her name is. Call her by her damn name. Shit.
Karen?
Yep.
Okay. So as a Native American, Native Americans get something that black people don't get. Y'all get reparations, and y'all done got reparations.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right.
It's very true. It's very true. Y'all literally got reservoirs and casinos. It's very true. Y'all got land. Something.
Oh yeah, we've got land. Sure. Okay.
Land is money.
It's nothing, honey. It's nothing. Okay, go ahead.
Land is money.
You can have mine.
I'm not gonna call you that no more.
You can have mine.
My apologies.
You can't do anything to it. You can't farm on it. You can't do anything to it.
They gave them the worst land the farther you go to the west. That's why you see New Mexico and different places, those pueblos and stuff. They've been there, but they moved around. So I'm right here next to all the reservations and stuff. So we deal with each other a lot.
It's the ghetto of the West. Yeah, it's terrible.
And all they have is casinos, and that's why I'm opposed. Yeah, that's why I'm opposed. Go ahead.
Some of them have casinos, not all of them. And then
they're being taken over by the larger guys.
And then some of the portions of those people and those bands don't get paid. So there's some that are getting paid very well, and then some that aren't receiving nothing.
You'll hear of the Potawatomi, and you'll hear of the bigger nations, but you won't hear of the smaller nations like the Navajo, like me.
Yeah. So getting back on getting back on topic a little bit, I wanted to look at some of the policies Trump has and try to understand how you support it. So, did you ever hear of Greenland at all before 2016?
Well, yeah, I studied in high school and college,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we have a right to take the resources from Greenland? Do we as America, the Trump administration, do they have the right to take the resources of the Native Americans of Greenland, well, they're Native people, they're indigenous, they're the Inuit, take those resources and give it to his billionaire friends? Do we have the right to do that?
Yeah, and they're not the Inuit.
Is there in Greenland? I thought it was Inuit.
No, the Inuit were the first people that came across. These people have been back and mixed in with plenty of stuff. That's why you can look at their cantifold eyes, but their salt and pepper hair, and know that they're different than all the other people that would call themselves Inuits.
But anyway, so what is your thought about that? Do they have the right to take the land from them? Yes or no? Up in Greenland.
I know we're buying it. I didn't know that we were taking the land from them.
Yeah, their land is not for sale. They're not going to sell their land.
I know we're buying it. I didn't know that we were taking the land from them.
Yeah, if their land is not for sale, they're not going to sell their land. The land belongs to the people, and it would be the same as them taking the Navajo land and all of a sudden finding oil on it and say we're going to take it back and we're going to keep it. They're not buying it. Like they're not going to sell they're not selling their land. You can't buy the land. You can buy a house on top of the land, but you can't buy the land. Are you aware of this or not?
Well, okay, so when they say we're buying Greenland, what does it mean?
It means that Donald Trump is lying to you.
Yeah, because he's talking about Warren taking it.
Yeah.
So we leave Greenland, okay, we're going to use, as far as I know, we're going to use it as a military base.
We already have a military base there. We had 11 at one time.
Military base there.
But
we've always had a military base there.
Okay, so we take the risk of Russia and China taking it over. Then what?
No, because they're part of they're a part of Denmark. Denmark is part of the NATO alliance. So if Russia or China try to go there, Article 5 applies, and all NATO partners take part in it. That's the exact same thing that because we are the only ones who vote that alliance in over 9/11 over Afghanistan, which is absolutely wrong. I don't think we were right by doing it, but they came to our aid. So if anybody attacks, let me finish. If anybody attacks Greenland, we are obligated to come and help and defend that already. So Trump's not doing that. That's not part of it.
I mean, we protect everybody. Nobody protects us, but we protect everybody.
Yes, no.
So why can't we?
Everybody came to our aid over 9/11. Do you understand that? They all came.
Yeah, but who was affected by 9/11? Everybody was. The whole world was. Not just U.S.
No. The whole world was not affected by 9/11.
How many nationalities were affected by it?
But were they mainly Americans?
You were mainly Americans.
No.
Yes, 3,000 Americans died there.
They were living on American soil. However, were you there?
At the Twin Towers, I know the list of people who died. Yes, we all know.
She said, bro, she just said, right? She said, we protect everybody, but nobody protect us. Now, let's come into reality and think about what she just said.
I did.
We ain't protecting nobody. We trying to protect ourselves by having United States has the most military bases everywhere. It's a military base everywhere. You feel me? Nigga, my little brother was born in Hawaii because my daddy was in the army. We was in motherfucking Hawaii. You feel me? My cousin was born in Panama. I got cousins born in Germany. You know why? Because we was in the military. So they all over Japan, all of that shit. Why we got because honestly, if you want to protect some shit, right? You really want to keep all your shit home. That's how motherfuckers can get us fucked up. Because all the soldiers are everywhere else.
There's a reason. Let me explain, guys. There's a reason those bases are everywhere. For example, in Japan, the U.S. put a military base there after the war because of Japan. We didn't want them to get strong again. We're not protecting anybody but ourselves. We're building our own alliance so that we can get to around the world faster and we can deploy faster. Because right now, the U.S. can deploy within 17 hours anywhere in the world, okay? And that's because of our bases spreading out. If we start shrinking those bases, it means we can't deploy anymore, all right? We already have bases up in Alaska. That has nothing to do with it. So Donald Trump adding more bases doesn't mean anything. It's not about that. It's about giving. Hey, Karen, look this up, okay? I'll make it easy for you. I'll give you a name to look up, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Write this down. Write down Ronald Lauder, Lauder, and Greenland. And then just take your time when we're done and research that. And you'll see the real reason why Donald Trump is doing this. It's because his billionaire friends have told him to do it. That's why he's doing it. Donald Trump, this is why we say that MAGA is a cult. Because a lot of times you're going to go along with whatever he says, and you're going to believe what he says, but you're not going to do your research into why he's doing it. And the whys are the big problem. So just look that one up for yourself, and then research into that. And also look up a thing called the Mega Group, because that's connected to the JE guy. And in other words, Epstein was involved with all these guys. So I know that you guys hate hearing about it, but Donald Trump was his best friend. Donald Trump was involved with things that were illegal. But it doesn't matter what he does, because like he says, he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and you would still vote for him. So I'm just wanting you to understand why people think that MAGA is a cult. Okay?
Yeah, I still want to know.
Go ahead.
Period. I mean, it doesn't matter. I would be MAGA if a Democrat was in office. I don't have to like the man in office, but I respect the office. Period. Okay? I respect the office, period. I don't have to like who's in there. I just respect. I would be MAGA regardless. MAGA is not just a Republican thing. It's MAGA. MAGA is MAGA.
MAGA is a Republican.
It can be Democrat too. Why can't it be Democrat?
No, MAGA is far right extremist. It's a very selective thing.
Because people,
I hear what you're trying to say. She coming from a perspective of America being great. You feel me? I hear what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
But like what you saying, you right too at the same time. It's just like both of y'all right. But we have to look at this shit right at the whole way. When was it really great?
You're right. So
perception is everything, brother. You feel me? So they gave us the perception that this was this and this was that. Like they control the media, what we seen on TV, what open the world levels. Then when we got these touchscreen phones and everything go, that's when the world opened up. So you could be easy to manipulate, or you gonna be a person that get information and see how this shit really work and don't be confused and blind. You feel me?
Yeah, and I've been just taking the easiest look at it, as in I was young, I had no responsibilities with school, I had just a part-time job just to put money in my pocket, and music was fun. I had great friends. I had my first car. That's when it was the best for me. It doesn't mean that was the best for the nation. That was the best for me.
But that's the best for you. America was great. The beach
was great. Exactly. You didn't ask me when it was the best for the U.S.
But you got when you talk about make America great again, America, you have to real deal processify that shit. Because when you say that, you know what? Most of us think triple K's and shit. You feel me? Cause as a black person, certified LBA, Black American, all my people from the South, nigga. You feel me? We think of, when we hear somebody that's not like me and they say that shit, I be like, well, damn, when was it really great? Because it was great to me and my people, and we had to go through shit. But it's like real shit. I'm gonna be 100% real with y'all. We talking about these ice trucks, right? The only people they really can't come get is niggas. Because America, white people they Irish, they German, they motherfucking goddamn from Spain. Well, that's the real Spanish. From Spain. They from, the Netherlands. No, it's all these people that's over here. It's a lot of immigrants that's them too. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's the only problem I got with the shit. Because I'm like, bro, you just real deal. Man, if Trump granddaddy was alive, bitch, he'll be gone with these ice trucks. You feel me? Let's be real.
Let me just say real quick. back in the 1800s, they did come for black people. And what they said was, we're going to get you out of the country. Now the slavery's over, let's get rid of these people. And so they made this movement to try to deport every single black person in the country out. And what they ended up doing was, so like, you ever heard of Liberia? Look
Yeah,
at the orders.
I know where you're going, bro. I just let you talk. You ain't even got to say it to me, bro. I
Exactly.
already know. They already tried that Liberia shit.
So Karen, look up Liberia, and that's what they basically did to black people. And they said, we're going to ship you out to Liberia. And there was a guy, Dubois, I forget his name, but he made this argument that there's Africans and then there's people of color. People of color are us, like the ones that were born here. They're now part of the land and part of the structure. And it was very close to them trying to kick every single black person out. So they've already come after black people. Native Americans were the first. They were the first. They had pushed off their land. They got put into certain areas. And if you look up Southern California,
we were slaughtered.
That's slaughtered, exactly.
Native Americans was the black people, bro.
Okay, but here, let me finish this though real quick. You can look up Tongva, Tongva, or Tongva, Tongva, down in Santa Monica, California. So the Tongva people were the people that were there when they first arrived back in the Portuguese, and the Spanish came through. And over the course of time, they pushed them out, and white Los Angeles mayors and that stuff back in the 1800s made this plan. In the 1900s, they eradicated all the Tongva from Santa Monica, Los Angeles area. They eradicated them. They had laws on the books to push them out. You can look that up. They talk about it. So that's the genocide that happened to natives. And I'm just talking California, because first off, the Tongva. So if you look up like the San Manuel, all these were nations. So they took their names away and they gave them the names of the local Catholic, whatever you call it.
I live right here by San Manuel.
Yeah.
Those tribes cannot claim. They cannot claim tribal. The name is escaping me. They cannot claim it against the government. Only three nations can right now. Navajo is one of them. They dissolved all the rest of them.
There's a casino.
They didn't get along with the Mexican people the same way. There's a lot to this. And then once it comes to the missions, the one day walk all the way to San Francisco, that's when they brought religion into the situation. Now you got Spanish, you got Comancheros, you got the natives, you got peaceful natives, you got natives that already had problems because there was two different types of Indians that came down in. That's where that's where the story of Queen Khalifa come in, and the eye and all these different things, because these different Portuguese people and then Spanish people saw the natives that were here, and they started putting them into their own situations and making them who they were, and finding the sculptures and all the stuff that's hidden that people won't let you go on that island for. So when you find out what's really going on in these spaces and stuff, it's not as simple as we could say one situation. Like, okay, they came to California, they did that. No, there was wars between people, Indians, Comancheros, the Spanish Army, the U.S. Army, then the movement of the Buffalo Soldiers. They got corralled in the situation.
Absolutely.
And a whole bunch of other tribes.
I ask you a question after you get done. Finish your diatribe, brother. I gotta ask you a question. That's all.
I have one more question too.
But I'm saying there's a lot of tribes that were involved with getting in with actually ambushing and getting the other tribes into the situation. So you had an east and west and south and north situation with these tribes, and ones that had seceded to that western push coming this way. There was that's why they got tracked. That's why that Lois and Clark stuff, all that Pocahontas stuff, and pretty much traders when it came.
And the kicker is Native Americans had to apply for citizenship in the 1960s.
Yep.
Now, isn't that a crapper?
My grandma daddy, it was folks. He didn't have the government gave, because that's my grandma daddy. So he died probably by the time I was 4 or 6. You feel me? He died because he was old. You know what I'm saying? His name was folks. He was a Seminole Indian. His name was Folks. The government just gave him a name, and they made him Stanford Brown. You feel me? That's what the government, like his name was Folks, but for him to get on the papers, oh yeah, we just gonna name you Stanford Brown. I don't know how they just, I don't know if they threw a dart at the board or just ran through the pages or what. Like, I'm Seminole. My grandma looked like, but she black. You feel me? Folks black. My great granddaddy is darker than my grandma. My grandma light skinned as a motherfucker. But if you see me, you see that picture, I'm the nigga that's sitting on the ground with the motherfucking orange bandana, and that's my cousin. That's my cousin. And like, you know what I'm saying? She a stud. You feel me? But that's my baby. I love her. That's my younger cousin. But you wouldn't think that I'm Indian. You feel me? I'm Native American. But them motherfuckers was black. It just was skin tones. Like, most of the time, your skin tone is gonna come from where you're from. If you outside, you in Florida, you're gonna be blacker than a bitch because you're outside. Now when in certain spots you get cold and boom, 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 you in the house, boom, boom, boom. Like I said, I got a light skinned brother. Like you see my brothers and my sisters and shit, you be like, damn, that's y'all? Yeah, I got a light skinned sister, motherfucking light skinned brother, and I got a rest in peace. My other brother died, but he dark skinned, look like me. I'm black as fuck. I look like my ups and shit.
I go to Punta Cana and they think I'm a local.
So what's your question that you had, Karen?
No, I had a question. I had a question for Tom.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. What's it? Sentinel Island. Sentinel Island. Y'all know about Sentinel Island, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Consider these people.
What they look like, right?
And they
look like niggas on them. Ain't no white person on that island. They melanated, right?
Can you hear me?
Right. So if it's niggas on Sentinel Island, it has to be niggas everywhere else before. If it's niggas on Sentinel Island, nigga, it had to be niggas already over here in America before they brought the slaves. It was already niggas over here. If it's niggas in Sentinel Island, there ain't no cruising spot. Ain't no get on the cruise and say, oh yeah, we stopping at Sentinel Island. They ain't got no but bows and arrows. They can take that shit down, bro. But niggas is over here though, and they been surviving for how long?
For as long as we know humanity, and that's what's crazy about it. They're saying that they were so isolated to the point that they didn't deal with other people past Genghis Khan, past all these different people.
Nobody. We don't know you, nigga. It's over with. You feel me? It's over with. We don't know you, no, bitch. That bitch don't know. We don't know you yet. You ain't you can't pull up. It's over with, nigga. It don't matter. You really still got to come on some military shit. You're going to have to pop a couple people before you even make it there. You feel me? Because they already out there. They going to hear it. You heard that? Boom, they already out there. Straight up. The Trump talking about Greenland, nigga. He talking about taking over Sentinel Island. You worry about Greenland. And that's what I meant to say too. Y'all know what's in Greenland too, right? That what's the name? That nuclear waste. It's a whole bunch of nuclear waste in Greenland. Do your research.
Trump has been going after a lot of minerals in every country. Hi, I'm Steven. I couldn't get the mic to work.
I've been on this bitch with you the whole time.
Real quick. I want to hear, Karen, you had a question before we get on some. What was your question?
But in some of our conversations or some of our points is that I hear us going back in history, back to the 1800s, back. I mean, why can't we deal with history as it was, you know?
We had to learn from it, Mama.
I know we gotta learn from it, right? But learn from it. Learn what it was and grow from it and move on. Because just because I'm MAGA doesn't mean I'm KKK, okay? I'm repulsed by it.
If you don't know what America First means, have you ever looked up...
Why can't people look beyond the KKK and realize, hey, maybe people that are MAGA aren't KKK? Why do people have to pass judgment and assume people are like that?
It's about leadership.
It's feeling some type of way, baby, because ain't nobody passing judgment. You feel me? We not passing. I'm not passing judgment, but you feel me? Like if you gonna rep that shit, like you have to be realistic about the situation.
Yes.
It's a badge on your jacket. You feel me? It's like,
Can I say?
This
All
is
right,
all
I
go
feel
ahead.
much safer with Trump in office than I do Biden.
Okay, well,
Our military's built and
No.
it's getting stronger.
Trump was in office 9 months. Trump didn't build the military. Trump didn't build the military. He was handed the military from Biden. Trump has not built anything in the military.
No, he didn't.
Karen, can I say one thing real quick? Hang
Biden
on.
did, but I know for a fact that the troops were disgusted by Biden.
Don't say fact, because you don't know for a fact. You don't know for a fact.
I know
so don't say
some
that.
people in the military who hated Biden. I know that for a fact. And
Well, I'm somebody that hates them both. I hate everyone. So.
Who checked his watch? Who checked his watch every time a deceased one of the 13 came back from Afghanistan? Who checked his watch every time one came off the plane?
Baby, you saying the military? You know how far the military go back? It go back all the way before JFK. You feel me? The military go back.
Yeah,
real quick, guys. Hang on, real quick. I want to hear what Steven's got to say, but I want to address her thing
I
real
want to
quick.
know who checked his watch.
I'm going to answer your question. Stop. I'm going to answer your question right now. What you're talking about is when Biden went to see the ceremony for the returning of the people that died, the 14 that died.
At the airport.
Now, real quick, to be clear, Biden went there and he did check his watch. He didn't check his watch. However, Trump has not once visited military personnel returning ever from. Did he care about the guys that died in training recently? No. Did he care about the Navy SEAL guy who died on his watch the first time? No. He wouldn't even talk to his family. So Trump has never once talked to military veterans or watched them returning. So Biden checked his watch, but Biden was there. Trump hasn't even been. Now, with that being said, I want to just hear what Steven's
where
got to
they
say.
are before that happened.
Karen,
and how many have died? How many have died?
Okay, you're talking about marketing. Like, enough. It's marketing.
No, he's right. It is marketing, Karen. And Karen, I know the exact numbers, though, how many have died. But the thing about it is...
You know what else marketing is, bro?
Hey, let me finish this last piece.
You know what else marketing? Grand Theft Auto is marketing, but what's the name? You know what I'm talking about. What's the game, nigga? The Army game. It's two of them.
Call of Duty, but that's a different subject. That's
Modern Warfare. So, guys, real quick,
bro, I'm trying to tell you, it got the motherfuckers.
let's just try to keep this
I have
one
something
at a time.
I can comment on that a little bit, but yeah.
Let's keep this one at a time. Yeah, go ahead, Steve. I mean, I thought I kind of answered your question, but the truth is, Karen, a lot of things that I've asked you, I've talked to you about, you have not researched at all. So I'm giving you things to research it. Like you just don't really know.
I'm not going to sit here and debate about something that happened in the 1800s. No.
No, I'm
going to debate about something that's happening right now, present time. And no,
Karen.
I didn't hear something about Trump that said that he can fire a gun down Fifth Avenue. I didn't hear that. No.
To be real quick, you can't come up here and debate and don't have your research together, bro.
Okay, stop, guys.
Shooting a gun on Fifth Avenue? No.
All right, let's go back.
First
Let's
off,
move on to Steven. Steven, go.
He did sarcastically say that in the 2016 election, 2015. He said I could probably shoot someone. He sarcastically said it. They tried to pass it off as a joke. It was top headlines for weeks, but it was mixed amongst everything.
I'm so sorry.
He said it very clearly. The reason he said it was because his team did a survey, and that was part of the survey. And so he was not joking. He was quite serious when he said it, and it's been true. So let's move on. So, Steve, what are we going to talk about?
Well, no, it was true. He did mean it, but he says... This is the problem with Trump. I really don't want to get in. This is not the subject I want to talk about, but I will just briefly say Trump is a marketing genius. Okay, so what he does is he takes whatever is popular and he tries to twist it to his agenda. I watched him during 2016. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, and I watched him. Literally every week, if Bernie Sanders said it, he would say something similar. If he was saying the government, if Bernie was pointing out how politicians were using the government to funnel money, Trump would say that the very next week. People that were clinging on to Bernie and the emotion of that moment, Trump was able to capture that emotion and rope people in. But the thing is, he wasn't genuine. He lied.
He's a grifter. He lied to people, and everything he says is a lie.
He said that he was going to... Well, yes, but hold on. Okay, because he twists. So, like, one of the things he did, for example, he said that he was against NAFTA. That was the big thing. Bernie was against NAFTA, voted against it in the 90s. Trump is like, I'm against NAFTA, TPP. It's the biggest thing. What does Trump do as soon as he gets in office? Signs in NAFTA 2.0.
Exactly.
Literally,
so he's a
he
liar.
signed NAFTA. So but a lot of people, but the problem is he gets these bubbles, and it's part of the algorithms as well, that people only hear certain stuff. So you guys are yelling at this poor woman who she probably heard a few emotional speeches that made sense, capturing onto the moment, and then you have a bunch of passionate people, and she goes along for the ride, and before you know it, there you are. I've met a lot of people that are Trump supporters that very easily could be swayed to Bernie. Like, they're angry at the government, they're looking for someone, and the problem is the Democratic Party is offering nothing for them to even say to fight for. They're only offering opposition. And the problem is, if you're saying, I want to take down Trump, but you're a full Trump believer, that marketing means nothing to you. In fact, you become the enemy.
Okay, but the whole problem with everything you just said is that MAGA does not realize Trump has lied to them about everything. He'll lie to the very end, and they'll still be on board. That's a call. The first time Bernie told a
No, it's a breakup of marketing. It's the algorithms. If you get the word out and you have something people can fight for, they'll sway back. That's why the only person that Trump fears is Bernie Sanders himself.
Marketing is saying that cigarettes won't kill you. Matter of fact, they're healthy for you. That's marketing. Is it true? No. And that's my point. Trump uses marketing to not just seduce people, but to lie to them for the short term, for his long-term gain, with no intent on ever following through. Let me give you an example. Did Trump end the war on Ukraine on the first day, yes or no? Just yes or no. Did he end on the first day?
That's a marketing term. She's going to say, of course he did, and it was never going to be first day.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
And on the first day. You know what he did? He spent a whole bunch of fucking money.
Exactly. So that's the whole point. Trump is a pathological liar. None of his promises come true. You call it marketing.
None of his promises come true.
I call it deceptive marketing, and there's a difference. Because if you're going to market something that's true to people, that's one thing. Like, hey, you know...
Well, I want to make it clear, I despise Trump. I hate Trump with every fiber of my being. I'm trying to... the whole point I wanted to say here...
Can I say something, please, brothers?
Go ahead.
Can I say something, please?
And then we'll go back to Stephen.
Why the fuck we talking about Trump, nigga? Trump. Okay, it's Trump, Biden, Trump, Obama, whatever, Bill Clinton, George Bush. Oh, come on. They been fucked up. It been fucked up for the long time.
Right.
Why we all us talking about Trump, bro? And then
he's the one in office, right?
For a long ass time. Not
Trump's in office
everybody
right
want to talk about Trump. But
he's
when
right.
you think about it, Trump is our fault. All of it. I don't vote. Because I already know it's some bullshit.
No, you're good.
No, I don't vote, bro. I don't vote. For what? I ain't gonna waste my time stepping in the booth. I'm trying to fuck holes and get my dick sucked and type shit, bro.
You can do both, dog. You can suck dick and you can fuck hoes and get your dick sucked and vote. Keep going.
But I'm not doing that, man. I'm not, because I gotta drive to that spot. I gotta drive to go vote. And I know it ain't worth nothing. Listen,
you can mail and vote it.
I'm a black man from Florida, black as hell. I seen motherfuckers losing their mind when Obama won. And what the fuck happened? Nothing for niggas. Nothing. Yep. It was a whole bunch of LBGT shit. It's a whole bunch of Asians coming around this bitch. All the Arabs coming through. And fuck Obama, bro. Because he can shoot a jump when he smoked Newports. I supposed to fuck with him. That man ain't from him. That man from the Nigeria and motherfucking Hawaii and shit, bro. You came to Chicago when you was older, and I think you hauled up with some white boys on some gay shit. And I ain't judging gays.
So do we want to have a discussion about our politicians or what's going on? Because I'll tell you my biggest concern.
Politics, man, because that's what makes... Politics is the main thing that divide people. And like I just told y'all, I don't vote, bro. So we don't need to be worrying about politics. We need to be worrying about...
So here's my big concern in the world right now. It's that here. Let's just take everything at face value. Forget about liking Trump, not liking Trump. Like I like to keep things about policy, and naturally you'll see what the rest of the people are trying to talk about. But anyway, we could go off into the whole... All right. So my biggest concern is that we just, now there's a whole different bunch of ways of wording this, but we essentially just kidnapped a president from differing nation.
Venezuela,
and in
yes.
response, yes. And I've noticed because we've gotten rid of all the regulations and everything for freedom, we've gotten rid of literally net neutrality and regulations that protect the internet. And Trump changed Article 230, I believe, like 2018. So I'm noticing that, like, so I'm noticing like stuff like, for example, even though they only show the Venezuelans in Florida cheering it on, they're not mentioning it at all. I've been following the Venezuelan Twitter and following their trends, and for 20 days, kidnapped president has been the #1 trending item, and they had literally multiple protests where millions, I've never seen so many freaking people in my life were in the street about how it was wrong that their president was took, because he did win the election, and the thing is, they were protesting.
Let him cook. Let him finish. Go ahead.
So here's the problem. It's like, literally, we have, whether you agree with it or not, we have a whole nation that's going out in significant numbers out in the street, and it's not even being reported here in our media at all. I go to search another big thing. So this was my biggest concern, is when he kidnapped the president, the United Nations gave a response. I saw it in one article, and then I'm telling you, it all got hidden. I literally, if you search for it, maybe you'll have better luck, doesn't even come up, not even similar wording. The United Nations said if Trump tries to take Greenland, they will retaliate against the U.S. And they were very direct. They've never been that direct. I mean, that means bombing. They're going to literally bomb here if we try to take.
No,
if we try to take Greenland,
they're not.
Hang on. Let him finish. Just let him finish. Let him finish.
If Trump tries to take Greenland through military force, they're going to retaliate against the U.S. That's going to be the final straw. You already took one leadership. That's the international side. And it's completely being hidden and buried here. And the moment, I'll tell you, they reacted, they changed, because for the beginning, they were going back and forth with this is how they do this when they say marketing. First, they're cheering, kidnapping the president, and they said, well, we were just taking a drug dealer into custody. We were, and that's the thing they were going with. So they said, we don't need congressional approval for that. But then Trump starts going around saying how they're going to take over the resources of the country and that it's ours and we're going to manage it for now. Well, that would require congressional approval. So then all of a sudden they're demanding that, hey, the Senate starts trying to pass that law and saying we got to restrict your powers. And all of a sudden he changes his wording again. It's back to just that. And then he had a 2-hour meeting with oil executives. An hour later he comes out and he signs an executive order that says he worded it all that the United States government cannot touch Venezuelan assets at all, that it belongs to the Venezuelan people, and he will not allow companies to, specific wording, through the United States government access these funds. But he didn't say anything about them getting it directly. So literally that day, Chevron moved into Venezuela. Well, that means they're a Venezuelan, belongs to the Venezuelan people. And within a few more days, he gets look this up, he got $500 million and moved it to an offshore account in Qatar. Right? So this, and I'm at the point now where I'm like, just keep the 17 trillion if they, at this point, like if it stops World War III. But I'm really genuinely worried.
Right there. And you stopped on the right point, bro. You said stop World War III, right? But you said something about the trillions of dollars, right? Who the fuck do we owe that to? We paid the Decepticons or something?
Well, no, this is 17 trillion worth of oil.
We owe Thanos. We owe that. Like, who do we owe this money?
That's not what he's talking about. That's not what he's talking about. What he's talking about is the $17 trillion worth of oil, or it's not even oil, it's with oil and minerals that are down in Venezuela. That's what he's talking. He's talking about it's their stuff, it's their land, it's their property, and then Trump wants to steal that. Again, that's what he's saying. But the truth is,
But remember what I said earlier too, right, bro? I said this earlier. What are motherfuckers known for? Coming and taking over people's shit. That's what they've been doing. They walk around with the big stick. When I talk about the military bases and all that shit, you have to allow that shit for it. Bitch, it's like, it's my land.
Well, they started off as peaceful. That's a whole other. Bernie Sanders went to a thing like that about a humanitarian outreach versus a military outreach because we were in 130 different countries and the way we could do things better. We don't need to be doing a show of force at every country and making them hate us. Like Trump is spreading. His whole motto is he's like a mobster. Like, is it better to be feared than loved? And he chooses fear. And
they hate us until they need us.
Right?
We can barely hear you, Top Cat. It's echoing.
Feedback. Someone's giving some feedback. I don't know who it is.
It's Top Cat.
So they hate us until they need us.
That's Karen. I'm sorry to tell you, that has nothing to do with it. That's not what this is about.
No, but it's true.
No, it's not true, and I'll tell you why. No, it's not, and here's why. Because NATO came to our defense from two different wars. Okay, the Iraq War and the Afghan War, and they all knew that we were wrong. So they 100% come to our defense whenever we've asked them. So that's a saying that Trump put out, but Trump doesn't even read history. So hey, Stephen, drive on. Continue on with what you're saying.
Well, I think he might have. Maybe he was having technical issues. He kept having the feedback.
I want to address that a little bit because because the truth is we can get all the minerals. All right. We can get all the minerals that we need. Number one, so Bill Singer is in charge of Chevron, and he's the one that's going down into Venezuela right now. So look up Bill Singer and what's his name, and Senator Massey. Bill Singer is the one who put out the big donation, like he had a mega donor against Macy, because Bill Singer did not want that Epstein list to come out. So Bill Singer and Donald Trump are friends. Donald Trump did this for Bill Singer. Boom. That's why he did the Venezuela thing, because Chevron had a business down there. They lost it because they got run out by Hugo Chavez, and Donald Trump
20 years.
20 years ago, and Donald Trump's trying to help.
Right around the time they claim socialism collapsed the country and they have no resources, but now all of a sudden they're worth 17 trillion and just need a little tweaking. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Don't forget this either. His son-in-law, right? He designing the whole Gaza Strip.
Jared Kushner. I mean, So that man's just looking out for his buddies, bro. Why
exactly.
Elon? They're trying to build a new Dubai.
Elon, let's be real, bro. I don't know what everybody else look like. I got a picture. I'm a nigga. You feel me? But I'm a human being at the same time. Let's be real, dog. Elon do not look like no smart ass motherfucker. He looks slow. He look like he got autism or some other shit.
Autistic people aren't slow. I have Asperger's and ADHD, and I don't consider myself slow. And I don't.
I know my brother got
the dude's a literal rocket scientist. I mean, you could say plenty about Elon. I hate the guy, but
hey, real quick. Let me say one thing. Elon Musk is not a rocket scientist. This be crystal clear. Look that up for yourself. Elon Musk took over.
You're giving us too much homework.
Well, but that's the whole problem, Karen. If you don't do your homework, you're going to believe whatever they tell you to believe.
Right.
But I'm gonna do today's current event, not 1800. Today's current event.
Elon can classify as an African American, and he white with blue eyes and shit.
Bingo.
And he can classify as an African American, and he white as a motherfucker. But his people from South, because he come from money.
Money, yeah.
He come from money.
He also comes from apartheid. He also comes from.
Aren't there white South Africans?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. They're called, the white South Africans. They're the ones that ran apartheid. They're the ones that basically stole the people's land and took over it.
Really?
So,
just look that up. It's right there. Look up.
Let's look at policy for a second here, okay? Because with Donald Trump, one thing I've noticed with him too, again, he's very
transactional.
He lies through his teeth, but now lately he's trying to say what he means directly, but word it. So, but anyway, I was watching a speech a few weeks back, and I've suspected this for a long time, but he flat out said it. Karen, when you hear "Make America Great Again," what time period does that? I know they already asked that, but I'm trying to be a little more direct.
She thinks the 80s. She thinks the
No,
80s.
not her. I'm asking, what does Make America Great Again? I'm asking a much more generic question than specific for her. No, she said for her that was the best decade. I'm asking with what she believes Trump means when he says Make America Great Again. That's what I'm asking her.
I don't think it's something specific. I think it's a long-term goal for every American.
Okay, so I was watching a speech. Hold on. I was watching a speech a few months back, and I wish I might have been able to record the last bit. I wish I had it. NBC actually cut it off right when he went to this. At first I thought, oh great, you're cutting off that bullshit. Then I'm like, are they covering for him? I don't know. I know they cut him off at this point though. He starts one of his rambles, trademark stuff, while he's giving the speech, and he starts talking about what Make America Great Again is, and he talks about how it's about getting money back into the country, getting back, and what we need to do, he felt when we were the most great was the 1890s. The Gilded Age, they called it. The reason they called it the Gilded Age is because it was all lead or fake bullcrap, and they just gilded it with gold to make it look good. Does that sound like any decade we know to? Cough, 80s. Anyway, although I was born in 89. I was born in 89, and my brother was born in 67, so I feel like I can talk for both sides here. I know, I've heard.
I was born in 67. You were born in 89? You said you was born in 89?
Yeah.
I was born in 87. And you said your brother was born in when?
My brother was born in 67. My brother's 23 years older than me. My sister's 18-year-old. Yeah.
I was born in 67. So.
Yeah, so you're the same age as my brother. So I know you probably loved 1986. He goes all the time, 86! Like, he's part of me. He loves 86. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. So what Trump said... What Trump said in his speech, he goes, we have the most money in this country. We had the most money here was the 1890s, and that's where we need to get back to again. And what he's referring to is that, yeah, technically we did the Vanderbilts, but no, hold on. They were all concentrated. The problem was that it was all in 1 to 3 families' hands. The Vanderbilts, the Carnegies, and the Rockefellers. And Rockefeller Center, and they were the ones. They had so much wealth and inequality that we're right back to there again. By the way, this is the first time since then. Now, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Facebook, Amazon, and Elon Musk, Twitter, and SpaceX combined, they have more power and wealth than 150 million Americans combined. So the problem is when people argue, oh, it's fair, we need to have a free, fair market. Well, in a free market, you have to compete with these guys. It would take 150 million people gathering together, getting all the resources just to compete on one transaction with that man. All right? It's not feasible. That's why we have...
It goes back to what I was saying, right? He's not even smart. He's not even smart.
Don't start attacking intelligence. We're trying to keep about policy here, okay? I'm just trying to keep this about fiscal policy and what he's trying to fight for and the difference in fiscal policy, and we're seeing it happen in real time, and people are cheering it on because they think that it's the right choice. We had all these arguments in the 1930s. We've seen where this goes. We're seeing it again.
Honey, you know how I would have taken that, honestly? You know how I would have taken that? As in that decade, that era, was the era of invention, was the era of...
no, it wasn't.
Except though he specifically brought up the Carnegie. He was specifically talking about the wealth. He did not bring up the technology or the stuff that he specifically brought up the wealth. I think he touched upon the technology on the wealth they created by giving it to them. But so the biggest thing is, look up, I know we're giving you a lot to look up, but look up the Newport mansions.
I'm not going to look it up, but I think
well, maybe, you know what, then go to them. They're fun.
I wish you would. Just get her information and you can send her the link to it.
So let me tell you about the Newport mansions real quick, and then I'll turn the floor over to someone else here. But, all right, so, because it pretty much sums all this up. This is what's opened my eyes to all of this. This is what made me a supporter of high taxation on the rich, mind you. I think we should get lower, but hear me out. So, basically, the Newport you had the Vanderbilt. So, like Trump literally said, let's get money back in the hands, go back to those policies. Well, There was more money here, but it was in a few families' hands. If they moved, our country would suddenly be poor. And I would argue that the object is to get money in everybody's hands, not to just say you have metrics on paper and we're technically the richest country. But Trump doesn't look at that difference. He'd rather have the metrics say we're the richest country, and he's all about the metrics. All these corporate guys are. So Vanderbilts, Rockefellers, they were so rich, they were literally... the money has to be cycled. When you make that much money, like, think about it, like, you have to cycle it back to the economy. You become a king otherwise. So they were trying. They literally tried on their own. They donated, they throw it around. They were literally buying mansions. But that was where they put all their money. They were buying mansion after mansion in Newport, and they would only use it for 1 week out of the year. And they were literally... I went in one that was literally like the third cousin twice removed, or so. It was so ridiculous that they just, if you were even remotely related to this family, they gave you a mansion, and it was one of many, and you went there and you used it 1 week out of the year. And the problem was you had a bunch of homeless people sitting outside while all these mansions are there not being used for a majority of the year. They got so mad, they burnt the mansions down.
Okay? It may come to that. Hey, so real quick, I want to say one thing. First off, is anybody watching the chat? If the chat has any questions, I'd like them to...
I got my phone up here, but I ain't even been looking.
I'm on my phone with me. I don't know if I can...
I can't see the chat, so if anybody can, let me know. But I got a question for you, Karen. Have you ever heard... So, do you know about the Gilded Age, right? Are you aware of that, yes or no? The Gilded Age, what he's talking about?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the Great Gatsby? Have you ever seen the movie The Great Gatsby?
No, I heard it was really good though.
It was a book too. It was a book.
It was a book too. Now, Trump had a party during the shutdown. Are you familiar with the party Trump had?
No.
Okay, you should look that up too, because he had a Great Gatsby party, and it's referring back to everything that Steven's been talking about. And that, because this is what Trump is talking about. There's no doubt about it. Trump's not talking about invention. He's talking about being a fat cat in the Gilded Age. That's why he's trying to make this new golden age again. So everything that Steven is saying is extremely important, because again, the problem that I have with a lot of MAGA people is that you don't do your research. You think it's just you're going to believe his lies no matter what.
Not yours. Don't say that to her. I think Karen's pretty well informed. Again, a lot of things are hidden.
I'm talking overall. She's here with us. But I'm talking.
She's not well informed, bro. Because everything that somebody said tonight, she said she don't know. She don't know.
But she's willing to learn and listen. So let's not discourage that. We're here to learn and talk.
Let me finish. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the movement in general. This is why, because she was asking why people think that MAGA's a cult, because they're not willing to listen to anything other than what they're being told. But he's giving you the information, so separate yourself from all that and actually look it up, and you'll see what we're talking about. And that's.
Hold on, I gotta plug my phone in. I might die.
That's the big issue. Okay. Top Guy, you there?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's people that aren't willing to look outside the box.
Go ahead.
And it's that willingness to look outside the box that Trump cashed in on. Settle a lot of stuff that was similar to what Bernie said, where people was like, oh, that makes sense. He got to he manipulated the situation, but it's hard to get, and when people realize that, think about how sad or devastated if I found out Bernie Sanders was a fat cat wielding, I mean, it's not true at all. I've researched this man up and down. This guy is he's the squeakiest man around.
He doesn't present himself very well though.
Can I say something?
I mean, he could use a hair comb, but yeah.
Hang on, guys. Real quick.
Go, you're in.
Go ahead. Okay, I'm just trying to ask, you feel me? We have to stop worrying about, because that's what they get us. That's how they get us, bro. The devil is separation. Democrat, Republicans, black, white, all of that. We have to start just looking at each other as human beings, bro. As people. Absolutely. You're going to gravitate to what you be around. I'm a nigga. I be around niggas.
No, you're not.
But I fuck with white
people.
That name. I fuck with white people. Like my godmom is a white woman, and I love that they live life. You feel me? My daughter is half black and half Dominican. I fuck with everybody. I'm black first though. I ain't tripping, but I can't be mad at you if you white first. You feel me?
That's the thing.
You white person,
So,
but that MAGA shit, and then that the Democratic shit, and
this is why I want to focus on policy, because I really want to finish what I was saying about the taxes.
The last thing, bro. Let me say this, and I'm done. Remember when them hoes was talking about, oh, you don't vote for the Kamala,
Slang term.
or whatever. Oh, we ain't giving y'all no pussy if you don't vote for you. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't know who my wife voted for. Don't tell me. I don't care. I don't vote. You feel me? But I wish you would tell me you ain't gonna give me no pussy because I ain't vote for Kamala. I wish you would, bitch. I wish you would, nigga. The fuck? I'm from here, nigga.
All right, let Steve talk. Or Karen.
I was gonna say, go ahead, Steve. What were we gonna say?
Okay. Well, does anybody else have anything? I'm going to go back into the 1890s here. I'm taking you back in time. Anybody?
I'm going to take you back
What's
to
up?
1967. No,
Sure.
somebody
Great year. I think I Dream of Jeannie. Did that start? No, that was 66 or 65.
Go, Karen. What about 1957?
No, 1967. That's when I was born.
Oh, 67.
Actually, it's February 5th. It's coming up.
Yeah, I Dream of Jeannie.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
My brother's August 9th, 67.
Very good.
I Dream of Jeannie was that year. What else?
All right, so
anyway, somebody was saying you're not Native American or you're not African American because your name's Karen. Let me give you a brief synopsis of my situation.
Hold on. Before you start, don't leave your part. I didn't say that because you boom boom boom. I didn't say that. I said you was a $5 Indian, and that, like I said, I won't call you that no more. But like I know what Indian people look like and everything else. You can say whatever, you can say whatever. You feel me? I just respect people that be themselves and be real. And you feel me? I thought you was faking, but I'm gonna
Go ahead.
and let you do your thing, baby. But I know you was talking when you said what you said. You was talking about me, and I'm gonna tell you. But I'm gonna let you go. Do your thing, and I respect that. I told you.
I wish I didn't spill my bong.
I told I wasn't sorry that before, and I ain't said 2 or 6.
Just a real quick.
Hang on. Let her talk. Go ahead, Karen.
About ago, found out indirectly that my father who raised me is my biological father. So I found out that my biological father is Navajo. So I'm 64% Navajo Indian. And then I'm 20% African American, and then the rest is Latino.
So you are. You said 64% Navajo. You said 20%.
Now I really wish I could give the speech.
And then you said the other shit is Mexican. That's why you were saying the brown shit.
Can we just not quantify race with metrics? That's
that's what she does. All right, so let's let you guys.
My blood work came back.
All right, we got it.
So that's how, you know, and I was even wondering back when I was a kid why people were looking at me because I was dark. I'm dark, and the rest of my family is blonde. But
don't worry about how people look at you. How do you look at yourself? What do you see yourself?
I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of who I am.
With all that being said,
go ahead. I look at politics differently because I look at the minority party, and I look at.
All right, dude, let her talk. Let her talk. I know you got ADHD like me. I hear it. Let her talk, all right?
Yeah,
let her talk.
I look at the future because of my kids.
No, but she wants to make a point, and when she's made the point, then you can comment, okay? Just let her get the point, because I really want to talk about the taxes, and if you keep interrupting her, we're never going to get there. Like, come on.
Let me say something real quick.
I just want to make a real quick point.
Go.
And as soon as that happened, it was weird. It was like a light switch went on. Because everything changed after my husband passed, and I'm raising my two beautiful kids. Everything changed, and as soon as I found that out, I mean, it's like my whole life changed, and I just jumped into the political stuff. And
now you know how gay people with the pride. Like that's.
Oh no, my sister is a married lesbian, so I know how it is.
Okay, keep going. Just finish quick.
Anyway, so I've gotten into the political spectrum late in life. So in my 50s. That's late.
Karen,
which I should have gotten into
when
before.
did your husband pass?
My husband committed suicide in 09.
I'm so sorry for your mom.
Damn, 09, 2009?
That was a rough year.
He hung himself in the garage, and us three found him hanging in the garage.
You say he hung himself in the garage?
Yeah, we found him.
I want to talk. We can talk about that shit on Discord or something.
Yeah, well, let's get back to the cop. Let's get back to the topic.
Oh, I volunteer. I help people through it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But now, I'm talking about that shit. This right here, because like you fucking get plugged shit, Discord and all that shit.
So let's Steve, let's get back to the subject. What were you talking about now?
Okay, so to recap,
I found I was Native American, and
I think that's an excellent story, and thank you for sharing it. I think you're a pet. Anyway. All right, I don't want to say with it, so I'm just going to keep it about what happened in the past and let it mirror.
What you got to say, bro? Say what you got to say.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, because I want to recap. I already said this stuff about Trump.
Guys, one at a time.
So the Vanderbilt. Well, I went into how the people got so upset they revolted and burned down the mansions. There's only a few left. Not all of them burned. I mean, some of them were burned down at the time, but then over time too, they just petitioned the town and zoning to get them all knocked down, and they donated them to the town to save them. That's how we know about this. And there's a plaque there that talks about the creation of the income tax and how it relates to these mansions. And I was very informative. I basically.
What part of the U.S. was it?
In Newport, Rhode Island, in the the Newport mansions where all the rich people go. They were buying mansions to use 1 week out of the year.
I didn't know if it was the southeast too, or.
No.
Keep going.
New England. So basically, where I'm from Connecticut. Anyway, so
I got people in Connecticut, bro. That's what's up.
Nice. Yeah, represent. All right. So we talked about so the whole Newport thing. So what basically happened was, even with buying a mansion every other week and giving it to as many people as they could, they were getting so much money that they could literally be burning trucks of it and still be profit. It was too much, and it wasn't getting cycled around to communities. People were finding that the only customers they had were the Vanderbilts. They were the only ones with money, so you basically become slaves to these people because you're only buying for that. So what we did is we created the income tax to cycle money back through, and we really ramped it up during FDR's time and stuff. At one point, I'll just I don't know whether to skip back and forth so we I'll get back to we created the minimum wage in 1938, but I'll get back to that. By 1952, we were taxing, the top tax rate was 92%. Now, this is only for the richest individuals, basically the Jeff Bezos and Elon Musks of their time. We would tax them at 92%, and they were still rich enough to be able to buy islands. That's how much wealth and money we're talking about here. And we cycle that money throughout the economy. Now, a lot of people, when you tell them this, they'll acknowledge the 92% tax rate, but they'll say, yeah, but the effective tax rate is 42%, which is still better than now. They pay an effective tax rate of 0. It's 37, then when all the write-offs are down to 0. Back then, it was 92%. But the thing was, the way they could avoid this tax, if they didn't want, basically the government created this income tax. The whole point of it was not to raise revenue. It was to say that, listen, you're welcome to make money. You can make a lot of money, but you can't keep it. You have to cycle it through the economy. And if you're not able to do that on your own, we're going to do it for you, but it has to be done. So they had a choice. They could either have the United States government cycle the money through, or they could actually pay less and donate to the charities of their choice. They could invest in their companies, into their employees, which in turn raised their salaries, and people could literally, raise a family on one salary. invested in their pension plans and stuff. And that's how basically their mentality was, if I'm going to make all this money, I'd rather my people get it than the government get it. So that was a way to avoid it. By the time they were done after all that, usually 42% still went to the government to get cycled around. My ex-wife, her grandfather just worked on a manufacturing floor, manufacturing metal parts. With that one job, I mean, he was able to pretty much support the entire family. They bought a house, and he had the 2 kids, and they pretty much did off that one job. The grandmother, I think she did some like knitting and stuff on the side at times, but they were able to support themselves just from carving machine parts. But the reason I bring that up is this was one of the ways that we spread the money around that we would tax. We would do things like we would build parks. We would do that, but the thing is, we would do it directly. So, like now, we contract out. We'll pay a contractor millions of dollars who will pay their people practically minimum wage to get the job done. Back then, we were paying excellent salaries, coordinating it with our government and doing it directly and building stuff not for profit, but for the beauty of it, which is why things looked beautiful back then, because it was for the art. It wasn't for the profit. So I went on a little bit of a tangent, but my ex-wife. So the biggest thing, though, is like NASA, when we were going to the moon, they contracted thousands of companies all over this country. And people were able to pay their families enough to buy a house and support their families just off those jobs. Her grandfather was one of them. He worked at this milling factory, and he actually carved out the metal pieces for the nozzle on the Apollo spacesuit. So when we went to the moon, like the reason we say we went to the moon is there were thousands of companies, like a majority of this country had some project or something attached to us going to the moon. So it felt like we were going together. In his case, when he's watching them come out of the Apollo space capsule and sees the air nozzle on the front, he's like, I touched that, I carved that, I did that. That's something I touched is on the moon right now. I mean, that's insane. And that's what we were able to do by taxing at 92%. It sounds extreme. And I'm not saying tax us at 92%, but believe it or not, we are in one of the lowest tax times in America. Like, and this is the problem, is and the MAGA, well, not just MAGA, the conservative view is if we just save money, it'll work out. They keep cutting stuff. Even if you cut our taxes to zero, that'll buy us another 5-10 years of easy street until the market runs out, and then there's no more where to squeeze. Like, Americans have been squeezing. We've gone from having 1 worker in the household to having 2 workers in the household. Like, they keep saying you just got to scrape your pennies. Americans are resilient, and we have been doing that, and we're to the point where we have double the amount of workforce in a household, and we're making half as much as we used to, and it's not being spread. And on top of it, like even the companies, we used to have thousands of telephone companies because we would mandate they need to be broken up. And then in the 90s, they said, let them get back together. They'll give you the best quality of service if we could join forces and coordinate and do that stuff. Now we have frickin' Xfinity that barely works half the time. They've killed cable. And we have basically 3 to 6 companies that own all of the media that we see, all of the phone lines and data lines that we get that on, and cable lines. And they own the news companies, the cable lines we get it on, and and then there was a whole fight to get rid of net neutrality. So you see, like, there's this whole big push to get rid of regulation, that if we just do it, and they try to trick you. Like, they said, we've added thousands of pages. I looked at that chart that Elon Musk sold, and from 1900 to 1950, it's showing the amount of pages. And then from 1950 to 2000, it says pages and volumes, which I realized they're just, every time they made a change, they're including, so like by 1951, it suddenly goes from 10,000 pages to 20,000, because they made a few, if you make changes and everything changes a page, like there's the last, they're counting each version basically in that chart. So you could argue the metrics are technically correct, but by the time you're done and get to the year 2000, they're claiming there's like 200,000 pages now. Look at this bloat. I went on the website that they're quoting, it's nowhere near that. It's nowhere near that, but the way they measured the metrics makes it technically correct on that chart. And this is what I'm talking about with the marketing. Like, they do this stuff, but it's actually less regulations than ever. We got rid of Glass-Steagall in 1999 that said that banks can't gamble with customers' money. And they argued, we have our own regulations. We don't need the government to hold our hand. It's not in our best interest to screw over our customers. We're in the business to make money. The free market will resolve it. They got rid of that law, and within 3 years, they were gambling with our mortgages, and 5 years after that, everything collapsed. I mean, it's ridiculous. Sorry, my dad just walked in. I'm on a call.
So, hey, Karen.
No.
Did you grasp what did you understand everything that he was just not saying? Because that's a very good history lesson, and it really kind of explains what Trump is trying to do. Trump wants to go to a place that will be for pre-regulation, where only a handful of people run everything, but there's always going to be a backlash from that. And I'm hoping that backlash is going to be everything that Stephen was just now outlining, because of that gilded age and the age of such a wealth discrepancy between the two classes. We got things like a minimum wage. We got things like breaking up monopolies and regulations. And this administration is trying to get rid of all of that because they're. Go ahead.
Well, it's not just this administration. That's what I'm saying.
Let me be clear. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Let me be clear. Trump's the head of the snake. There's been Democrats and Republicans on both sides that have done this over the years.
Yeah.
They slowly. I mean, if you go back to what Reaganomics was, this was part of that trying to break all this down. And it's more than that. It's both sides. Democrats are bad at it because all of them are beholden to the corporations.
Yeah.
But right now, he's the one who's really he said it out loud. He said the quiet part out loud. I want us to get back to before we had all of this stuff. But that's what it turns into. It turns everything he's saying. It turns into, you have Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, going in and gutting all the regulation that was being done. Like he was under investigation by the USAID and all these other agencies that he gutted. They were investigating him. That's why he wanted to get rid of them.
Go, right?
Trump let him do what he wanted to do. Elon Musk had his own plan. I don't think he told Trump how to tell him what he was going to do. Because Trump really is just give Trump the money and he'll turn a blind eye to whatever you're doing. He just wants to see an end result.
But like I said, I mean, it is.
Go ahead.
Like, for example, like the shutdown that we just had recently, okay? Like, for weeks they're shutting down, they're saying about healthcare, and how the costs are going to raise, and they want to extend the subsidies, which that's a whole other, I mean, the Affordable Care Act was a Republican plan created by Mitt Romney, but that's a whole other, I don't want to get into
Created by the Heritage Foundation, actually.
Yeah, it literally, the Affordable Care Act is a marketplace. What?
Both of y'all niggas on some dumb shit, nigga. Cause this shit been going on. We could go all the way to Abraham Lincoln, bro. That shit been on some bullshit.
The trade organizations, our forefathers wrote this into it. This isn't the first time.
He's had the green bites, what? He had the green bites. Cause he wasn't trying to fuck with them people. And what they did, they knocked his ass the fuck off. Nigga, you gotta pay attention to everything that been going on. Even when it comes to the old boy. And that's somebody I don't even fuck with. But now when I think about shit, I be like, well, damn. Shit, he probably wasn't wrong. Because who fuck got everything, control of everything not? He wasn't wrong. He probably should have knocked all those people off. But who came over there and woo-de-woo-de-woo? And now look who you owe to. Woo-de-woo-de-woo. Woo-de-woo-de-woo, them motherfuckers. They ain't got no swag or nothing.
Well, that's why we got to keep it about policy, because this is how you're going to get through to Trump voters, is just straight up policy.
Policy only means something to the people with the power.
No, I mean, what we're talking about right now, like talking to Karen about history and what Trump is actually... Trump doesn't hide this, though. I mean, if Karen just goes and watches a few speeches and starts picking up, she's going to start making references to the Gilded Age. Like, then she's going to start to question. Like, you have to get people to think. You can't just assume
that shit don't mean shit.
I most definitely will. I most definitely will.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I always make the comparison between the both. And I always go with the lesser. Unfortunately, that's what sometimes we have to do, is we have to go to the lesser
have to go by
evil.
We have to go by the candidate. I mean, you can't. I'm telling you. So what just recently happened? They shut down the whole government thing. All right. Now, for days this is going on. It's back and forth. All right. Now, the biggest turn of events that I saw. All right. So it was one thing to say, oh, I don't know. Every other shutdown they've been able to fund SNAP. which that, by the way, the poverty line is tied to minimum wage. So if you make more than $7.25 an hour full time, I'll specify that, you don't get any aid or rent, and no matter what state you're in.
Right.
So, damn it, I went on a tangent and I lost my
SNAP.
Wait, I'm part of that. Yeah.
No, before that was my tangent, I think.
About SNAP.
Let me think. Yes, SNAP funding. It was about SNAP. You're right. I'm back on track. I got it. Okay. So the thing is that, they're going back and forth. Trump was trying to say, they won't allow me to pay SNAP. And people are like, well, that wasn't the case of the other shutdowns and stuff. And then it was revealed. And this was the bullet that I have a friend who was kind of middle ground, but leaning towards Trump. But he was, but he was definitely more of the Trump side. He's a reasonable person, so he looks at it, but he was like, But he's going through a tough time right now. He's on food stamps.
Right, I'm about to say that. Why would you cut food stamps, right? But we see all that money we see all that money, and it's taxpayer money over there and over there. Food stamps.
So what bothered me about this whole ordeal is, so Trump, my friend, this is when I knew it was going to backfire on Trump. I didn't see this coming. I'm like, Trump's not going to see this coming either. My friend goes, who the fuck does Trump, pardon my French, I'm quoting here, who the fuck does Trump think he is? Who uses fucking poor people's food as a bargaining chip? And I was like, damn, this is going to blow up in Trump's face. And sure enough, because he actually, he went to the Supreme Court and appealed to them to pull the SNAP money back. He even said, if you've already dispersed this SNAP money to the poor, to the people, pull it back out of their accounts. And I'm telling you, I literally saw his own supporters turn on him. Within 4 hours, everybody that heard that story, that was seen it, confirmed it was true, was like, oh my God. Because it's one thing to argue that, because of regulations, I can't feed the poor people and the Democrats, blah. It's another thing to actually go out of your way to make sure they don't eat. That's a whole new ballgame.
So let
me just finish, because I swear I got like 10 seconds left. Let me finish.
I'm gonna shut up.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you. So the problem is that within hours, his own supporters were turning on him. And then, so this is the one, I don't mean to speak politics, but if you're shutting down the government and they hit a point where, like, you're denying food to people and now it looks really bad and even Republicans are turning on Trump with this issue, you would think that's a defining moment where maybe now they have the leverage to be able to do something with this shutdown. But what happens? That very day, within hours, 7-8 Democrats saw the light and said, we're going to vote to reopen the government. And they not only voted to reopen the government, they also got rid of a bunch of FDA, Food and Drug Administration laws. I still don't know which ones. They just casually mentioned that it was on the table and they got rid of a bunch of FDA laws. And this is in the same year that McDonald's poisoned a bunch of people with their onions. I think it was either E. coli or salmonella. And I looked at this and I'm like, why would you, in the moment when you're like actually like going to have a political bargaining chip, do you immediately cave? And that's when I realized the Democrats are covering for Trump. Like, it's all a show. I mean, I knew it was a show beforehand, but it's like really a show. Like, they have the same, I mean, I've known this for a while. They have the same donors at the top. Each party runs like their job for the political party is not to management. It's to get people elected.
Just say APAC.
No, not APAC. No, leave.
It's beyond his APAC. There's others.
Yeah.
There's many. That's one of the 3 or 4.
It's the foundation of both parties. I think the Republican Party basically bought the Democratic Party in the 90s. Like, I think the donors are, I really think they're all two sides of the same coin. I mean, they looked at, you think that Democrat... Yeah, I mean, I think one of my tweets I put out, or Facebook, I think might have said it best, where I said, shame on the Democrats for voting to increase, shame on the Democrats for voting to increase. Yeah, they didn't even they were voting to increase the ICE budget. So that's the latest thing too. And then, and shame on the Republicans for saying that they wanted to cut ICE.
Republicans are the same shit, bro. They're the same shit, bro.
But like they both, so Chuck Schumer was out there, and they were asking him with the whole Venezuela thing. They said, "Do you regret putting Marco Rubio and voting him in?" Which I didn't even know he voted him. I'm like, really? And he goes, "I'm very disappointed in him." And then they all go out to lunch. It's like to these guys. The Secretary of Treasury just last week. So Trump puts out another thing. How they twist stuff. He puts out an executive order saying that we're not going. I actually support. I said if this is straightforward and true, I'll back President Trump on this. I actually said that. I'm like for the executive order for not allowing companies to purchase houses, but then you got the Secretary of Treasury going, well, we don't want to affect mom and pop people or your parents, for example, who might own 5, 10, or 12 houses.
Bro.
Well, no, he goes, yeah. He goes that we don't want to affect anyone, your parents who might own 5, 10, or 12 houses. So,
yeah. Somebody saying something. Who said something? Say what you had to say. Cause I'm gonna give this nigga the whole rundown.
I was just agreeing with him. Like the notion that mom and pa own 5 or 10 houses is insane, and that's his whole point. And he's absolutely right. I think it was
they're tone deaf, they're disconnected, and they're trying to bring back 1890s policies.
I live in Florida. I'm born and raised in Florida, right? Trump shit is Mar-a-Lago, right? And that's like motherfucking West Palm Beach or like it's a place called Naples, right? Down here in Florida, nigga. You ain't finna see no goddamn honey bun rapper, no chips rappers, no motherfucker. Bitch, you can't even buy no motherfucking goddamn lotto tickets in that shit, bro. That's where Trump stay at. I'm talking about rich motherfuckers, bitch. They can tell, oh, you ain't supposed to be here. Tell, nigga.
What do you mean? Like they stopped selling products?
What you say?
What are you saying? Like they stopped selling products you like in your local stores to try to get you to not shop there?
We gonna make this shit where niggas not comfortable. You feel me? That's that type of shit. Like for real. Ain't no niggas, we don't want no. You got to have some money to be down here, bro. I'm talking about me and my dog delivering cabinets to some new shit. Bitch rolled by and seen 2 niggas and called the police. And we doing our job. Cause niggas ain't supposed to be around that bitch. I'm talking about, bro, while me and my dog riding through that bitch, I was like, God damn, I can tell. And the bitch argued me down and said, oh yeah, we got a hood. I was like, yeah, y'all got like probably like a little small little 2 or 3 duplexes. Not no duplexes. Miami different. You feel me? I'm from Florida, nigga. I know how that shit go. I done been to West Palm Beach, Fort Myers, all that shit, bitch. I'm from Tampa. I'm born to raise.
Well, yeah, it's all this. They're getting everybody afraid, saying see something, say something, or different. I mean, I was arguing with one guy who he believed. Now, I can't say he claims he was not a Republican, but he did appear to support Trump. But I can't say that. But I mean, he literally the whole day I was going back and forth with. He literally was like he believed that like if, for example, I were to marry a brown or African person of color, having to kill us. Like, there are people that out there that are, and I'm not saying that those are the, but I mean, when you say America first, it's saying.
Be real. Let's be real, right? Because you're a white man, ain't you? Don't lie.
I am, but I was also going to say something about that. I used to have short hair and glasses. I was the most clean-cut, nerdy white guy you've ever seen.
Ask you a question. Because I fuck with you, brother. I really fuck with you.
I appreciate it.
Your number and everything, and we can chop it up. Nigga, I'm just trying to say, who is more accepted, niggas or white people?
I think the moment that we try to classify who's more accepting as a race, we're just making the racism worse.
Answer the question.
I've seen an equal amount from every side, and I just look at everyone as humans, and I don't think we can quantify anything by race. I hear what you're saying, but you got a real story. Let me tell one quick story.
Hey, hold on. Listen, Stephen, let him talk. Stephen, you done had the floor like the last 30 minutes, man. Damn. Let him talk. Go ahead, John.
walk for a long time, Flo. I wasn't talking. I was listening to them niggas, bro.
No, you can go ahead.
You got it, brother. You got it.
Okay, well, I was just going to say that this is something that I thought was I kind of discovered. So I grew my hair out really long, and it doesn't look the greatest. I'm still trying to find my long hair. But as soon as I did that, at the time I was living in Chester, which is a very clean cut, like, there's like 4 black families in the town. Like, it's very, but they're very progressive also. Well, it's half farmers, half rich people, it's the weirdest part of Connecticut you can get in. Very, like,
I got family up there, bro.
Yeah. But when I got the long hair, I started getting the cops called on me. They would follow me around when I rode my bike. When they, they would, I went to go walk my dog, and I lived right in the town center, right on the same property as the town hall. I lived above a lawyer's office, so I was literally right on the town hall. So when I walked my dog, like, it was on the town hall property, but it was actually my property because I rented there. But I got surrounded by 2 cop cars who slowed in because they called the cops. And every time I would go walk my dog, there was the same white SUV that would slow down and then call the cops, and they'd be waiting up on the hill. But I brought that up and I think this is very poignant, is that they're like, see, so it's not, they were trying to argue, see, so it's not racism. We're not being racist to blacks. And I was like, it's the same thing with a black person with your hair. It's the same thing. And what I realized is I can cut my hair off. I can go clean cut again. Like, I can't, if I were black, I can't stop being black. So anybody being treated like how I am with my hair, anybody being treated how I am with my long hair, like, it's not right. And it is an immediate, like, I already cut my hair once just to try, and it was immediately had everybody waving at me again and all this stuff. Like, people.
That's real shit, bro. I love you for that, bro. I swear to God, I love you.
I got a question, man.
I don't care that the niggas before. Bitch, I can't take this black off. I can cut the hair, but I'm still black. That's real shit, bro.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you for that, bro.
I appreciate
I got a question. So, all right, so Stephen, based on everything you're just talking about, I thank you first off for the history right there. I mean, anybody can go back and listen to that, but that's a big part of what is the problem these days, is that people don't remember the history. And even though he says that, they don't realize what came after that. What policies do you think can come after all this that can kind of get us back to that post-Gilded Age when we had monopolies, we had infrastructure, we had, a living wage for people? What do you think? Just get us back to that.
We go back to the New Deal. I mean, we had all these arguments in court. We argued what was legal. We put them into court. They lasted for nearly 80 years working, and then we got rid of them, and we're right back to where we started. I mean, it should be a no-brainer.
The only person that has an idea for a New Deal is kind of like AOC with this idea of the Green New Deal.
AOC, for the longest time, I felt like she just didn't quite have, like, she has it, but I didn't feel like she was the best speaker. She needed to work on it. I think being with Bernie as much as she had. No, you haven't heard her recently.
She kills it. She kills it.
I'm gonna be honest with you,
man. And it was genuine. And genuine is the most important. That's what
AOC. All right, AOC need to lead. Hold on, Stein. I ain't talked in a minute. AOC is what we talked about last night about how they try to pull the FBAs or the blacks into this situation that's going on in Minnesota, and I was like, if we're gonna akin it to the civil rights movement had clear and defined leaders and they had institutions behind them. So yeah, if AOC can get a institution behind her, I think AOC would be perfect as a new age civil rights leader for what's going on right now. But she has to have an institution behind her. I think that's what she's missing right now. She's got a lot of social media steam. She's really polarizing, don't cut me off, but she doesn't have an institution behind her.
Interesting.
I agree.
Yeah, you're 100%. That's a fact. So I think good time to see. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I just was going to say, yeah, I think she's improved quite a bit, and there were some parts that I didn't like with the Democratic Party, but I think she played ball like you need. I mean, she's pragmatic. Bernie does play ball. He's principled. He does, but he does know how. He doesn't. You listen to him. He never disrespects. Like a lot of the stuff with people like Bernie said this or that. He didn't usually say it. It was his supporters. Like he's very.
That's true. I give you that. That's very true.
And look how Parrott even responds positively to Bertie. That's why Trump is afraid of Bertie, because he sticks to the policies. You can't call the guy dishonest or he doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah, because some motherfucking Epstein files, bro. That's Trump's whole shit. Epstein files.
They're never going to release it because it affects both parties, and I told you they're all working.
No, let me respond to that. Files is going to fuck up America, period. It's going to have Will Smith. It's going to have Puff Daddy. It's going to have all these people in it. Go ahead, Flo.
It's going to have people under there needing shot.
We do know. We do know.
Farmer Dan down the street. What are you doing on the channel?
Let me say something on that. If there's enough evidence out there, open source information about who's involved on that file. We'll say the EPOP from now on. Also, if you take a look at the images, there's plenty of images about who's involved in it, and a lot of them are donors to both parties. Big time. A lot of them are in government.
That's why I say it's gonna fuck America up, bro.
Yeah, but
they got everybody. They got Democrats, Republicans.
Let him cook. Let him cook. He's been quiet.
Beyond that, a lot of their donors, and we didn't mention it before. We mentioned the AIPAC. AIPAC donors cover mainly two people right now. They cover Benjamin Netanyahu.
You ain't hear me, bro.
Oh, I did. But I'm saying I'm bringing it back, and they're covering Benjamin Netanyahu.
He said it was bench. He brought you up. He said you.
And they're covering a guy named Ehud Barak. So Ehud Barak was a former prime minister of Israel, and in the girl Virginia's book, she didn't say who the prime minister was, but she's referring to him. He's the one that choked her unconscious while he was having sex with her. Like he used to brutalize her. So it's all these people that are in the
allegedly. Hey, we are still live, man. I want to lead us live up. I want to lead a live up.
Let me be clear.
Allegedly. That nigga talking way more crazy than I ever talk. And I'm talking crazy, blood.
You got an echo, too. You got an echo.
Let me round. Do I? Do I have an echo?
No, sign it.
All right. So again,
one thing with those files, honey, though, I worry about what are you gonna call it? The girls.
Okay, so let's be clear. Let me address that. With the file, this is what should happen. All the female names should be redacted out of it. Number one. Number two, a bunch of those women came and they were standing right there for Congress. They want to talk. They want to tell their story.
Yeah.
They want to tell their story. So if they want to tell their story, we should let them tell their story. The files should be released unredacted of any male names in there. Understand that the only female arrested in this was Ghislaine.
But look at the women in the Diddy case.
No, let's just focus on this. And all of the men are being
Diddy is a private side.
All the men are being kept out of this. All the men are being kept out of this because they're all billionaires. Think about that. They're not just kind of rich. It's the billionaire class that's involved in this. So
all part of it.
That's what I'm saying. They're all part of it. So is it going to come out under this administration? Maybe not. But under the next administration, I think anyone who runs, well, it's hard to say because Trump ran on releasing it, and he knew he was going to bury it. So I don't know. If Gavin wins, will Gavin release it? I don't know. I hope eventually that we can get enough Republicans and Democrats in there to agree to let's go back and fix it. But it will take the NSA going back and unredacting it and then putting it back. Trump's destroyed pictures. He's destroyed evidence. He's destroyed everything.
Everything bought and paid for, bro. It's not going to happen. It's bought and paid for, bro. We got to go all the way back. We got to go all the way back to like 19.
That's why we have to unite. We have to unite as one country against corruption.
That shit, corruption. That shit being bought and
serious.
The CIA.
What do you think they're doing at the Republican Party right now? They're twisting the whole narrative.
Here's what again, the point is that yes, we do have to unite as a country, but the thing is that we've already seen this file was the dividing line, and we already see we already see that there's a lot of those who support the Trump that don't want to release, and before they did. All of a sudden now that he says, I don't want to release, they say we don't want to release either. So again, okay, with the good.
I want to release.
that we can all agree on, and we'll see what happens with it. But I think it's just one thing that should be the dividing line for who becomes next president. So it should be run upon to, and congressmen too. You know, that's what those are the things that I want to see. And as far as policy goes, I want to see somebody that's Medicare for all. I want to see somebody. I want to know if you support these things. Like I want to see somebody who's going through.
Like I said earlier, where the money is going to. It's Medicare for all place. They got free motherfucking health care and free boom. And what? You feel me?
We almost did it. We almost did it in 2016. The whole big problem was they couldn't predict how people were going to vote. That's really what the problem was.
And now they know, because people understand. Like, one thing about Greenland has Medicare for all. Greenland already has tuition-free college for their people. And so there's no way Greenland wants to give that up to be a part of us where we don't have it. And I think more Americans are understanding that Medicare for all. I mean, look at if you didn't have these tariffs, you get Medicare for all instead. I'd rather my money go for my health care than to tariffs. So I think we can do it. It's just a matter of we have the will to do it.
One thing on that note too, because people, we spent with both administrations, 97 out of 100 senators signed off on this. Bernie was one of 3. During the pandemic, we signed off to give $120 billion with a B.
Marlins is talking shit about them getting over.
Yeah, but now let him finish. Let him finish on this. This is important.
I didn't mean to make it but I lost my train of thought.
No, but you're absolutely right. Keep going, because Plug was talking about this other day. So this is what you're talking about, because you're absolutely right. They found one American white woman that was actually behind the whole thing. Started in 2022. Keep going.
Yeah, but what they do is they market, they say, oh, we're going to stop fraud, all this stuff, you know, but like they're trying to twist around. It's like, this has been a thing that's been out there for years. Now all of a sudden it's a big deal and they're trying to blame the Somalian. Like it came out of nowhere. And realistically, even if what they're saying is true, it's like 70 daycares out of like 1,000 across the state, and they cut off funding to the full 1,000. Like, it doesn't even make sense fiscally if you're a businessman to treat something like that.
Right.
But not only that, so we spent, so I started to say, so I don't like to say trillion.
It makes sense though, bro. It does make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
As a black American, we got Nigerians, Somalians, all these people scamming and doing shit.
No,
and
dude, you're hurting yourself.
Again, don't do that shit, bro.
But there's racist people.
You know what we do? We work. We real deal work. But these motherfuckers come over here, I work hard. No, you don't, bitch. You scam.
All right, so
you're literally falling right into their marketing. You see how easy? You could almost be a MAGA guy without even realizing it, man.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
That's exactly. I mean, he's spot on.
I'm a whole black American, nigga.
Do you think a racist guy would care if you're Somalian or not?
Stop. Let me finish. Everything he's saying is spot on. You're basically saying exactly what they're wanting you to say. And his point is, this was going on in 2022. They're just aiming this at the Somali community because Trump already knows that if you hit these marginalized communities, people fall for it.
But you gotta understand this too, though. When it comes to as a black American, when it comes to the fraud, we went through it the worst during PPP, EDD, that pandemic. The black American was under the spotlight for all of that shit. It was specifically the black American, even though it was all different races getting those PPP loans. Hold on, I don't need a cosign right now. Let me finish.
But I'm a co-sign anyway, nigga.
Can I finish though? all the black American took the brunt of that, and as far as the spotlight when it came to it, trust me, I know, I seen it, I seen the memes, I seen everybody talking about this exactly what reparations would be like. So it's just a different community. Now it's the Somalis' turn. We can talk about municipal fraud, we can talk about you name the community, there's a fraud. We can talk about money laundering. Right now it's just the Somalis' turn. Is it bad timing because of the political climate? Yes, but as a black American, what we are saying is shit.
Alright, so let me say something now.
It's a great marketing tool to get in there.
Plug wasn't done talking. Plug wasn't done talking, so everybody shut the fuck up and let Plug finish talking.
No, they can respond. It's cool. They can respond. Go ahead.
So real quick. So on that note, that's exactly what he's saying, Plug. What the fraud that they were talking about, if you read the cases, they're talking about fraud that took place in 2022 with the Somali community. That's what they're talking about. This whole case is about. And like you're saying, during 2022 and 2023, they're blaming the black community. Now Trump's turning around and pointing his finger at the Somali community, and that's his whole gimmick. It's a marketing tool because look at what they've done. Apparently, black Americans and MAGA can all agree that we can hate the Somalis and we can scapegoat them. But the thing
no, it's not that black Americans hate the Somalis. It's that we're indifferent.
It's more like different pockets of MAGA. Because Sarah was like, I'm not like that, but I've been talking to people all
We're indifferent. As a black American, when it comes to as a black American, when it comes to who the fuck is in a chip bag? Okay, as a black American, when it comes to the Somali fraud, we're fucking indifferent. We look at it just like we look at the Indians that's always calling the phone talking about the extended warranty. We look at it like the African prince scam. As a black American, we look at the Somali fraud the same as we look at that other shit. We're indifferent about it.
Don't Somalis hate on us. I do better than y'all black. What the Somalis?
No, that's a label to get you to hate.
Hold on. What do Somalis say? We doing better than y'all black Americans. You feel
Where'd you hear that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Where did you hear that?
I don't agree with that at all.
You left your homeland, nigga. You left your homeland.
Where did they mysteriously say that?
Well, I'm not gonna say the Somalis said it specifically, but a lot of groups that y'all, not y'all specifically, but that America likes to group with the black Americans, they do feel like that. I've had debates with them, I've had arguments with them. Stein just so happens to deal with those communities on a daily basis. So when he says the Somali community, maybe not directly the Somali community. So I'm gonna ask him directly, are you saying Somalis, or are you just saying these groups that they try to group with the black Americans?
I'm talking about I don't live with people. And I know motherfuckers from up there in Minnesota. And they say, but one thing about me, nigga, you know I don't lie. Everybody else on this panel don't know about that shit. But one thing you know me, brother, as a brother, I don't lie. Bitch, you motherfuckers don't fuck with us, nigga. They don't fuck with us.
I'm gonna keep it real. Hold on, I got a product. Conservatives aren't looking at race. We're looking at fraud. No, the fuck y'all are not, because Trump just pardoned. I just posted on my community post that Trump pardoned like $7 billion worth of fraud. It was a lot, like $2 billion worth of fraud that I posted. Altogether, it was like $7 billion. Biden did the same thing. People scamming municipalities for $50 million, buying fucking championship trophy horses and doing all of that. So no, the Republicans don't only care about fraud. It's a race-based thing too, because they ain't nobody gave a fuck when that woman went and bought all those damn Kentucky Derby racehorses in that damn ranch after she stole $55 million. Nobody said anything about all of these people being pardoned with all of the fraud, from pharmaceutical companies all the way down to municipalities. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody gave a fuck.
There's a large few Russian communities, and they have the Russian mob in those. And the Russian mob is more corrupt than anybody else. But you will never hear Trump going after the Russian community or the Russian mafia because he doesn't really register for him. I mean, he's got.
Hold on, y'all. 1 second. 1 second. Lala want me to read her comment. Lala said, as an indigenous woman, I experienced discrimination from Africans in hair salons. Same thing. You know, you go to different restaurants and shit, you get discriminated against too. You know, so we don't. Y'all got it.
Karen, turn your mic up. You're talking. Yeah, if you gonna pull ice out, bro, you can pull ice out on everybody except niggas, bro. Like, let's be real.
Native Americans, not Native Americans either.
Except niggas, bro. Because
not Native Americans.
Someone else. Everybody from someone else, bro.
Not Native Americans. Not Native Americans.
I was talking.
Not Native Americans. Native Americans, ice skate should not be messing with any Native people.
You're from someone else, bro.
But the problem is that if they mistake a native person for potentially a Mexican, the Supreme Court ruled that I just found out about this. Something Noam Perdiem. I gotta look it up. I can't remember the full name of the court case, but essentially, now I mean, it essentially just leaves the search. I don't know if it specifically clarifies search, but the Supreme Court ruled that race alone is enough reason to pull someone over.
Yes.
That you can legally now pull someone over because he's suspected that race. And right now they're like, well, that makes sense. Catch the Mexicans. It makes no sense. They say that now. What happens when they start going, well, are you Italian? Because the Italian mob is a huge problem. Organized crime is literally named after them. You know, like, what's gonna... But they're not, you know, and that's the problem. Well, I mean, if they do get to that point, it's going to be too late. I mean, we're going to be pretty much fully under a militarized control. I mean, the government has been doing this for years. First, it was the militarization of the police, but then I think they had too many regulations. Like, you were finding some pockets where they were literally getting tanks. I mean, like, or if not tanks, like full bullet riot gear and stuff.
You follow history pretty good. We look back after World War II. What's going on right now, I mean, it wasn't World War I. They did this before the United States. You know, during, I think it might have been World War I or II, I can't remember which one. But they basically asked Mexicans to come up here and work to do the labor because all the soldiers were gone. All the, you know, the male-aged people were gone. And as soon as the war ended, they deported all of them right back to Mexico. I think 200,000 died. So this isn't new. We've done this before in the past, and it worked.
Okay, have any of y'all ever thought about this situation, right? Okay, let's be real. Because that's the whole thing, I'ma always be right. And Plug already know that.
You guys, I'm gonna
Karen.
No, I'm gonna hit it. Because it's 3:30 in the morning here.
All right, Karen.
3:30 a.m.
Say goodbye to Karen. Let's all say, Karen, it was wonderful talking to you. You're a lovely person. Please look into everything we said, and it was nice talking to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Same here, you guys. Be blessed, okay?
All right, hold on, y'all. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, Steve. Hold on, Steven. Damn, y'all just gonna take over this motherfucker. All right, Karen, you have a good night. I appreciate you for stepping up to the panel. Thank you for always showing up, and you didn't run, Karen. That's one thing that I can say, that you stood in the fire. I stopped the show one time because you was like 5-on-1 getting a little crazy, and Stein kept calling you that one term. But other than that, Karen, you stood in the fire, man. And I can respect that. I respect that a lot.
All right, Karen. Debbie's in the chat to Karen.
Love to Karen.
Yeah.
I hope she heard that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go in about 9 minutes myself here. I'm gonna go at 3:30 sharp.
All right, go ahead.
It's 4:20 where I am.
Yeah, but keep going, guys. Meantime, I'm all ears.
What I was gonna say is, has anybody looked into any Mark Cuban's policies?
Mark Cuban have policies?
Yeah, like he would.
Niggas don't never live up to their policies, Plug. So why we gotta even think about that shit, bro?
We gotta look at something.
I was real good talking about motherfucking Florida, Georgia, all that shit. It's a whole bunch of people that say what they gonna do and they don't do. And then you look at them and And then who they paying from? APAC. So they looking for, oh, bitch, don't, long as you don't talk nothing about the Jews, we have to, and you some fake ass Jews, bro.
Oh my God! All right, let's talk about the policy though before we just get off and all that. Have y'all looked at his policy?
So I haven't seen his policies yet. I'll look into it afterwards. But as far as that goes, there's the whole thing is if you have a policy and you make a commitment and you don't live up to it, people shouldn't support you anymore. So I don't know what his policies are, but I'll definitely read some of them. Like tell me some of his policies there, Plug, if you've seen them.
Well, his stance on the border makes sense. Stop trying to build the wall, increase the tech down there at the border, and increase the agent presence. Hold on.
Hang on, listen.
Damn, Stein, we trying to have a convo and you keep trying to shoot the convo down. Can we have a convo or not? Or you just gonna make us shut up about it? Damn.
What else? So border. That's the thing on borders. What else is there?
Hold on, I lost my damn train of thought. That wasn't everything on the border. Oh, immigration. He is for legal immigration. He's not for like just letting the border be wide open and undocumented, but he is about making, a clear path forward for legal immigration. As far as fiscally, I haven't really looked into it too much. I listened to him sit down and speak a couple of times, but he hasn't just made any clear statement on what direction he would take the country as far as fiscal. I know he's been speaking out against the tariffs.
Which party is he going to run for? Is he going to run independent?
I don't know. I mean, he said the reason I only said Democrat is because Kamala tapped him to be vice VP, and he thought about it, but he said that he just couldn't see himself being a number 2.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah, that was his exact statement: "Is I'm not good as a number 2."
I mean, we've had other presidents that started off as vice president. That's kind of a dig. I don't like that.
I mean, I see his point, but yeah. So let's name them. There was George Bush, who was vice president for Ronald Reagan. Who else?
Johnson, but that was unfortunate. Well, he did get reelected, so.
It was Bill. It was Bill Clinton. It was motherfucking
Wait, Bill Clinton was vice president?
No, Bill Clinton was never vice president for anybody.
I'm just saying, this shit that the motherfuckers did, bro. Like, motherfuckers did shit. Like, they don't care about, like, a lot of.
All right, so this is what it is.
A lot of people who become president, bro, they don't give a fuck about the regular people. Nah, let's talk about it. They did more dirt after they wanted the president the most.
Stop.
They did more shit. Dirty.
Stop. We trying to talk about policy right now, though. We know you don't like these people, man. But what the hell is that ticking?
I don't know where that shit from, bro.
It's on your side. It's you, dog.
It's on my shit. It's my mic.
It's not. No, it's not me. Everybody, cut your mic off for a second. See if it's you.
It's not me.
Oh, here.
Yeah, Steven, no, it's you. You was the only one. Yeah, it's Steven.
Well, no, I'm not gonna get a.
No, it kept going.
I shut my mic off.
When you shut your mic off, it stopped doing it, Steven.
Shut your mic off again.
Yeah, when you cut your mic off, it stops doing it. It's you.
It's you, dog. It's 100% you.
I know what me.
Yeah. All right, so this is Mark Cuban. It says, Mark Cuban supports a progressive and fair tax system where the wealthy pay their fair share, advocating for closing tax loopholes that benefit high net worth individuals and corporations. He emphasizes tax transparency, simplification to prevent exploitation by those with costly legal and accounting resources. He said he highlighted his own tax responsibility, disclosing he paid about $275 million in Fed taxes in 2023.
Doesn't say what percentage it is. So yeah, so he is a progressive tax policy. I like that. I mean, I'm a progressive. So if he's a progressive, I like it. I like that part so far. Everything he said so far, I support with him. Let's see if he runs, though. Let's see if he runs.
You don't need to be president, though, bro. You don't need to be president.
Compared to what we got right now, we need a change, bro. We can't do better than this.
I don't know if Mark Cuban would be a change.
Somebody who's like a farming person.
If we're not careful, it could be like Elon Musk running for president.
No,
on the other side.
Different story. Elon Musk cannot be president of the United States. First off, thank God. But no, I think Elon Musk would be a horrible president for the United States. Horrible.
Oh yeah.
He'll be terrible. Elon Musk would be terrible, bro.
Yeah.
But I'm just worried if a Mark Cuban. I mean, I don't know how ingrained is he with the. I mean, because he might be the one that's literally been paying for.
So this is what he says too. It says.
Mark Cuban
doing that. Applaud for president, nigga.
He's very much opposed. Mark Cuban's very much opposed to a lot of the policies that are going on. So he'll be running against those policies.
Right.
Okay, Stod. We tried. I appreciate that. What I'm saying is though, Mark Cuban wants a 28% capital gain tax on those earning over $1 million. He kind of agreed with Kamala there, saying that Biden wanted 44.6%. They're also saying that he's arguing he wants transparent drug pricing. He advocates dismantling opaque middlemen in healthcare to improve market efficiency.
Wait, say that again. Hold on. Can you repeat that?
Advocates dismantling opaque middlemen in healthcare to improve market efficiency and reduce fiscal strain.
What does that mean? What's opaque?
Opaque. It's a term.
Opaque.
Oh, opaque. Like unclear. Oh, I thought it was like OPEC, like OPEC.
No.
I'm like, is that an organization?
No.
OPEQUE.
Okay.
Right. But he is against the billionaire minimum tax. He is against the billionaire minimum tax. He's on fair taxes for millionaires.
But I mean the thing is that's kind of a slogan though. Getting rid of the opaque middleman. Does that mean he's for like a single payer healthcare system? And or is he saying like, is he just like, oh,
he says
these companies that take
he has cost plus drugs though. He has a drug company.
Let's be real. Okay, we got that nigga. What the white boy name is? The white boy that threw the football. He threw the football.
Charlie Brown.
I know what I'm talking about. He played for the over there on the West Coast. What the white boy name is? The white boy Phillip Rivers, right? Phillip Rivers is just trying to get. So he get insurance and shit. That's really what his whole thing is.
I mean, he got 10 kids. He got 10 kids. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You got 10 kids. You should go get you some insurance.
So don't throw that shit on no niggas, bro. That's my whole thing.
I don't get where you going. What does niggas got to do with it?
This is what I want. I want a person. The person I support has to be for Medicare for all. It has to be for trying to get tuition-free college for students, and also I want to see an increase in the education department because we don't need to be hiring software engineers. We need to be graduating our own software engineers in this country. So I think the government intervention is needed to get more people into those industries. And that's through education. And then, of course, I want to tax billionaires. Those are the main things that I want to make sure that
I'm glad you added that. I was like, where's the that's what I was hoping to wait for.
He's not saying don't tax billionaires. I think he just doesn't. He's not for a flat tax on billionaires.
I mean, so what's going on right now with Mamdani? Mamdani is going to become the main example to do. He can't run for president, but his policies can be effective across the country. So what Mamdani's doing up in New York is what I want to see across the nation.
Was he not U.S. born? Is that why he can't be?
Yeah,
correct.
He's born in Uganda. Otherwise, he probably would become president.
Yeah. He's been doing. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, people just want someone to follow through. They thought Trump was that person, and that's why I think people are misled. Like Karen was, it's.
You're yelling it.
people just they need help. I mean, this is what Bernie was all about. I mean, I have PTSD. It attacked all sides.
As a real nigga, I'm gonna say this as a real nigga too. I'm gonna say this as a real nigga. Bitches, motherfucking niggas don't be fucking no hoes, bitch. You didn't get your rocks off, bro. Fuck some bitches, bro. Like, straight up. That's why niggas just weird. All that mad good shit, you know, cause y'all don't get y'all rocks off, bro. Y'all don't bust no nuts.
I got you.
We finna have to take the live there. It's over with. Oh my God.
I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I get off.
It's over with that. You here? We here now. Shit. We here now. Shit.
Come on, Paul. You know I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. Niggas need a bunch of nuts, nigga. Fuck some.
Come on, wasn't it Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes said it's gay to fuck a girl. Pardon my French.
Alright, hey, alright, Chad. We'll holler at y'all next time on Plug Station, man. Everybody go over to the Debate Nation if you want to hear the rest of this